After all the action and excitement of the ECS, we're into our final tournaments of our Czech adventure here in 2024. We have international cricket, T10 format, men's and women's here this weekend. Best of 5 of each. The Greeks have come and they're ready for some action as well. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the ECI Czechia and it starts right now.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Dobrano, Kalamera, and good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another huge weekend of European cricket. It's crazy. We've already had a 3-day T20 ECI-W tournament to get us going here in Czechia. Then we had 12 days of European Cricket Series cricket. How was that last night? Bit of a boil over. Prague CC, not the champions for the first time since 2020, with Bohemians stealing that trophy. And now today we're ready for best of 5 in each of the women's and the men's in the T10 format. Czechia-Greece, all of these matches this weekend, but it will alternate. So we're starting with the women, then we'll go to men, then women again, then men, then women. That's today. So the women will play 3 times, starting up with match 1 in this ECI-W. So Czechia versus Greece. This should be a really interesting contest. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Charles Croucher has the 2 captains.
Good morning and welcome to the toss for ECI Women's Match 1 with Czechia Women versus Greece Women.
Okay, for you.
It will be Greece to call.
Heads.
Heads? Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
So I would go with bowling.
Czechia have won the toss and they'll bowl first.
So it is Czechia that have won the toss and they have elected to bowl first. Kind of makes sense to me. They'll know exactly what they'll have to do in the second half. I suppose how aggressive they'll have to be with the bat. Now, it's a slightly different looking Czechia side than we saw 2 weeks ago. The Kolchunova sisters are unfortunately away. It's that time of year, I think, where some of the younger players are not in the country. They go out of the city to enjoy their summer holidays. So that has caused few availability issues for Czechia, but I still think that the fact they have some previous experience in the T10 format is going to kind of hold them in good stead, although a real blend of players in their lineup that I saw this morning. For Greece, though, we last saw them on ECN in the Continental Cup last year, where they actually made the final, so coming second in a 4-team tournament there, but this is their first ever time in the T10 format. So I just think it'll be very interesting to see how they adjust. Obviously, it's a very different kind of a format. It's kind of helter-skelter. I think the boundaries obviously being a little bit less than they would have had to deal with last time also changes the dynamic. So we'll get to know them really well over the weekend, I'm sure, but I think this could be a really competitive series. Let's talk about the weather today. Well, I know it's been a bit crazy lately, and it probably might be that way again, but I don't think there's any chance of a storm today, although, you know, don't quote me on that. We're expecting quite a hot day, actually, 31 degrees, currently about 23 to get this one going. Well, this is a man, Rico Fall, who actually saw this Greek team in Romania last year. I'm sure he's got a few insights that he'd like to share, but I can tell you Czechia have won the toss in match 1 of the ECI-W, and they're going to bowl first. So let's get ready for the action to start. Rico, over to you.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu, Dobré ráno and Kalimera. Yes, let's do this. It's the international weekend. Happy Saturday, everybody, as the women from Czechia and from Greece will kick things off here today. They will play 3 matches today. The men will play 2. That's the fantasy dashboard, and key players, as Vinny mentioned, to look out for. I'm very excited about this. One thing, Vinny's right, I do remember the Greece side from the Continental Cup there in Romania, and they played wonderfully well. Not just the way they played, I think the way that the players intermingled with the other players there in Romania, and I think I'm expecting to see the same here as well. A very good morning to everybody in the chat. And Rob Thompson, yes, the old man is still alive. He survived, and he's here. And he's managed to walk as well, because I know that by the time the day was coming to an end, his legs were killing him. And so hello, Rob Thompson, hello to Christopher Ward, and everybody else that's in the chat as well. I think we're going to have a fantastic Saturday here. We're going to have it, as I like to call it, international style. We'll get ready to go. The captains, Ragava and Wahid, are out there. The men in black. Vishal is the third umpire. And, of course, we saw the tournament referee there, Charles Croucher, looking pretty as a picture as he was doing the coin toss. Well, we're ready to go here today. It's a beautiful day, by the way. Lovely sunshine. Pretty warm at the moment. And the good news is that today the schedule looks pretty good. So it's a case of slap on your sun cream and let's get ready to go. So it will be Sophia who's going to be opening up with Maria. So good luck to the two openers. Rachel's going to be starting off with the ball. And I think the conditions and this ground, I mean, one thing that was a bit of a pity when I did the T20 internationals and the ECIs in Cyprus at the Happy Valley Cricket Ground is that the boundaries were kept the same as the men. So, and also the outfield was a little bit, it was lush. So the grass there was very lush and thick. So the ball didn't really travel along the surface that well. So some of the scores were pretty low, and the women weren't getting reward for good shots they were playing. I think it'll be different here, as we will start with a wide. I do believe it will be different here. I think good shots around along the ground will get rewarded. So let's see how that goes. So Rachel starts with a wide, just resetting her marker. I think first few deliveries from the first few bowlers, you'll find that until they get into their rhythm. And that's a little bit on the leg side. Got into good position. Did Sophia to play that away. That's nicely done. So first runs on the board. They're giving us leg buys. One wide, one leg by. No, it actually was giving us runs. It's a bit late coming up. And oh, that's a good delivery. Nicely floated up, but very good running. Maybe the field is just perhaps a little bit deep there on the offside. As a bowler, you'd be a little bit disappointed that he bowled a good ball like that, and they've still managed to get a run from it. But good running, has to be said. Floated up and keeps this inside. Nice delivery. Nice little bit of flight. I'm liking this. Nice start. This one a little bit shorter, but played out nicely. Now this will test the boundary. It going, and it will go. 4 runs. Cuatro carreras to the screams and the delight of the bench there from the Greece ladies. It's nicely played, and this is actually what I was talking about. Unfortunately, at Happy Valley, a lot of shots like these were not going to the boundary. So I know that scores there of 70s and 80s were quite competitive. Here, I think there might be a few more. I think between 95 to 110 at an early guess. This one's down leg side, and that's well met. That's going to be probably 4 more. No, the fielder comes along and makes a good save. The ball was travelling quite quickly, and that's a good bit of work. The fielder comes round from the boundary there on the 45 to cut that one off. It's well fielded. That was Josephine. Good start from both teams. I'm liking the line that Rachel is bowling, but liking some of the shots that Sophia has played as well. Bit of flight, but oh, a little bit leg side-ish, but a right shot played there, Maria, trying to play that sort of slog sweep, and just catches up with her. That will be the end of the first over, and it's a good start. 8 from it, 8 off the first. And it was hardly an appeal there, you know. We'll have a look at this again. Let's just see. Vinny Sanders just coming back. I mean, it's dark. I mean, I reckon if there's an appeal there, I think that's out. Nobody, the bowler looks back at the umpire, but I don't think she actually appeals. And, well, Vinny's just joined me back. Vinny, what do you think of that?
Well, if there was a stump cam, it would have banged it. Middle stump. I think there was an appeal. I'm not quite sure why the ump's walking away there. It's worth consideration if there is an appeal. Anyway, we'll come back to that in a minute. ECI-W will be back this year. Czechia are one of the 10 sides involved. And look, it's great to have Greece playing for the first time in T10 international cricket, as this is Shreya Bhosale who's going to bowl over number 2. I've liked the lines that have been bowled so far. Rachel, very unlucky not to get a wicket there, I think.
Yeah.
So Greece, they'll have aspirations, I think, of joining us in Spain maybe for the next tournament. I know we'd like to go to 15 teams as well. Probably the issue with Greece so far, they haven't actually played the format. This is their first ever game in the format. So I think they've got the tools to be pretty competitive in this series. You saw the 50-50. They've got some players, especially towards the top of the order, that got power.
Yeah.
I suppose in this format, you need to be busy. I've liked their intent between the wickets so far, that they're willing to kind of hit and run and not hesitate.
Yeah.
I think that's something that's really, really important.
I agree with you. That was a good start, Rachel Pavlikova. Just the 8 runs from that one. This is Shreya Bhosale. Now, you just mentioned 50-50. Now, 50 is quite an important number here today. 50-50 before the start of this match. And this is
our 50th T10 International of the year.
Yeah.
And I don't think we're even halfway through the year.
No,
I
we're
suppose
not.
we're about halfway through the year.
Good numbers.
Yeah, that's a bit of a milestone game for us as well. So that means maybe we're on track for, it'll be over 100, well over 100 by the end of the year. I think this one just misses the surface, so it'll be a free hit again. This is a really nice opportunity for Sofia Jagota to attack. Can't be out, except for run out, basically.
Colin Mustafa is coming on to say that was absolutely plumb. And Ghulam, I must admit, myself and then Vinny included as he came in, were a little bit, confused. I mean, I think there was a prior inquiry. I think
there was an appeal. I got to say, I think, well, this is a similar kind of ball that again, umpire doesn't stay in position to consider the appeal, and it shouldn't matter if the appeal's loud or soft. I suppose we can't really hear if there's an appeal or not, but it's definitely, she turned and said something to the umpire.
I think so. That was umpire Ragava who decided it wasn't, but I don't see what it was missing. But anyway.
It was going under. Anyway, this one is slightly mishit. They're going to go on contact. And again, you see that the singles are there if you're willing to back up and you're willing to essentially take off straight away. Now, it might cost you 1 or 2 run-outs across the 10 overs, but I think that's an okay price to pay for being busy.
Gets played away. Hey, I just want to see if we can get a replay of this. Watch the non-striker. I mean, this is backing up at its back. I mean, just backing up with a little flow. She is I mean, she waits until the ball's released. She's not running before, but as soon as it's released, she's there.
Intelligent. Very, very intelligent.
Very good running. And that links up to what you're saying, the running between the wickets. They really both the batters have really worked on it. As soon as that ball is released, she's almost halfway there.
Especially with a lot of balls getting hit behind the wicket. I mean, that's the danger end. So that'll be the end of the second over. I like what I've seen from both sides so far. 16 without loss after 2. Hello to Rob Thompson in the chat. He said he went and he watched the whole replay, including, well, I'd say invited, but I was also, would use the term ordered to be the wicket keeper.
You were super keen, though. You were super keen.
I even got more flexible trousers. They weren't flexible enough, obviously, to stop everything from going through my legs. But it was great because it allowed, the reason Chris asked me to do that, so all the kids could bat and bowl, and that just took care of the wicket. I also understand now it probably saved a lot of time having me behind the stumps compared to one of the kids. Because this is hit away, leg side.
But you had me thinking, and when Rob Thompson and a few other people were talking about some of the, let's just say, some of the buys that went through you. But,
hey,
hang on, no, wait.
Okay.
I will say this, you're absolutely right. The ball wasn't really coming up, so you had to go down really low. But is there an opportunity, a marketing opportunity here for, like, when you bend, things coming out your trousers like little flaps. Stop the ball going through those little gaps. I mean, could that be a marketing thing there? So as soon as you go down like these, little flaps come down and touch the ground.
Probably a
so
good
the ball
idea.
can get past you.
Scared of where you're going with this. I'll say that the one that went to the boundary actually was nicked. It actually was. And I'm not saying
Look in the
shouldn't
book.
have stopped it.
Look in the book.
There was one when I lobbed the ball back to the bowler and she missed it, and that was the only genuine buy the whole time. No, it was a lot of fun though, and this is Rachel. She's bowling well at the moment, in the air, looping up, and it's been dropped. Oh, she gets so close to that. That's Josephine Suchkova. They're going to come back for two. It's very good running, and Josephine, it's Alfie Suchek's sister, and. Yeah, we have seen her before on the network. To be honest, she does everything but catch this. Gets in a pretty good position. And the hands went to the head before the ball hit the ground. So here we have our first two of the morning. We have had a boundary.
You're right. She did everything right. Got there. And you can see she expected to take the catch. She's very disappointed she didn't. And I think, unfortunately, a disappointment meant that the batters came back for two. That's well bowled again. Good corridor bowling this from Rachel. I'm liking it. From Rachel Pavlikova, bowling very well.
She's pretty accurate. That's kind of that's the reason she gets, I think, these 2 overs in the power play. We're typically bowling to the best batters. Right on cue. A big full toss on the leg stump. That's going to run away for 4. Well, Josephine, she's come through the academy as well. I know this is probably not the way to do it, going with the feet. Probably need to get down and get the hands making an attempt on this.
Yeah, I mean, once this gets past you, we know you're not going to catch up with it. So she needed to try and get down, tries to put the foot on it, gets bars, gets 4. Second boundary, and that's a good shot. So we've seen boundaries out on the offside. Square leg boundary now. So good shot. That, and just again, over-pitched on the legs. And she plays the sweep shot very well.
Yeah, she's got a good eye. Does Maria Siriotti. Now this is in the air, elevated.
Oh,
miscommunication,
and it's gone to the wrong end. Needed a throw here. So this is the first time that the two batters aren't looking at each other. And yeah, you can see, look, so it gets played. She backs up and then decides she starts running the other way after backing up. And then, fortunately for her, the ball gets thrown to the bowler's end.
End of the over, so 25 without loss for Greece. Yeah, that's one time where the non-striker's got the obligation just to watch the batter that hits the ball, and if they run, you run. And by turning the back, almost caused a run out. Pavlichkova, not a bad spell from her, none for 17 off her 2 overs. Looks like this is going to be Puya Shitole to bowl over number 4. But that's one thing I even noticed in the game yesterday. You saw the academy, Chris was drilling in the fundamentals of backing up. It's so important, especially when you first get started, to kind of take the pressure off by scoring, even if it's 1. They all add up as we get ready for the start of the 4th over. First one's a bit of a miss hit, but again, good running, they'll get through. Now, even though they are allowed 5 outfielders from this point forward, I like they're keeping the field up. It's not like we've seen a whole bunch of boundaries. We've seen the 1-4 so far. I think probably you need to do a bit of a mixture. So I think you only push the fielders back as you deem it necessary.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right, and certainly that's one thing I think has become sort of very much the key in a lot of the women's cricket that I've seen, that for most of the batters, this one's going to probably be just a little bit too wide from Shitole, but yeah, to most of the batters, keep the field up. It's only when batters get going. I mean, some batters are particularly strong with maybe the pull shot, so you can put a square leg and mid-wicket back, but the others can still stay inside. So you'll find that that's what they'll do here, because the outfield is pretty quick. So you have got like, I think that Josephine is up there on the 45. That's nicely played. The batters will come through and get just a single. I like the energy out there, though. I like the energy and like the support. I like the way that everybody's supporting each other. And that's coming from both sides. Of course, the fielding side on the field, and then the batting side from the women of Greece in their dugout as well.
Steps towards this one, gets off the inside half of the bat, and they'll get a single. That mid-wicket's been pushed out a little bit further now. But yeah, I think what we've seen in ECI-W cricket for most of it during the year, you got to hustle. You got to hustle. You got to also kind of bat as a team. So it means not being so selfish, over-protecting your wicket when you've got 11 players that can all help with the scoring. This is the kind of ball I think needs to be put away. They do have the fine leg down there. That's Suchkova, who's been pretty busy so far.
Good area though, isn't it? So it's basically, because I think a lot of it is to do because of the pace of the ball, not a lot of pace on it. So when batters are playing the shot, they're probably playing it a little bit early. If you can try and play it a bit later, you can go a bit finer. Or you use feet, come down and you play it, so you're getting it over the short square leg. But at the moment it's working a treat.
Yeah, this is a good length now. Oh, she kind of runs over the top of it. And the hustle, that's pretty close, you know.
Yeah, this is all to do with
They're going to
the
go
bat.
for a second first, and they're actually going to get it.
It's
But
clever cricket all round.
we'll have to see this run out. I think that Georgiotta was certainly a bit surprised that Maria runs over the ball, but let's check it out.
Yeah, for me, is the bat grounded? Because if it's not, it could be close. So let's have a look at this. The bat is, oh, this is really close. Oh, really
I think
close.
you just got to say it's just down, and I mean just. It wasn't the greatest slide, but
Yeah.
I think there's an...
Only
That
just.
frame
Vinny.
is not dislodged. The next one it is, and the next one the bat's down. So I think you got to give that not out.
Yeah, but it's something that, again, the coaches make a note of. You've got to slide that bat in when you're running. And Maria only just, I think, just gets in.
One becomes two, though. A ball that never really left the pitch initially. Now this one's hit nicely off the back foot by Siriotti again. There should be two there. Good chase down there by Alison Mason, and that'll be the end of the fourth over. So really good contest so far. I think this is a good matchup because I think at Greece probably some of their kind of out-and-out cricket skills are a little bit ahead of where Czechia are, but Czechia have played more of the format. So for me, it didn't surprise me when I saw the supercomputer saying 50-50 at the start of this game. But for me, Greece, I think they're building something pretty decent here. 8.5 and over through the first 4 overs. I have a feeling something like 75 to 80 actually is pretty competitive.
Yeah.
The Czech team we saw playing ECI cricket in Spain earlier in the year. We saw them before that in Croatia last year. They won that series, but they're missing Fawa Baba, who has been player of the series before and certainly a key member of their lineup. She's just out of the side at the moment. Mason grabs the ball and bowls over number 5. First one just misses the surface, a free hit. This is where I think you can also just use your brain and think, okay, I can't be stumped here. So I'm actually charging pretty hard at this, and it also gives you a head start with the run. Obviously, you don't want to run your partner out, but I think that's something to think about. Down the leg side, this will be called a wide. Again, they're going to go for a very, very quick extra run. So, I mean, in a sense, Czechia also being shown the kind of hustle they're going to need to employ in the second half of this game as well.
Yeah. Alison Mason, just she's gone either side of the stumps. Wants to get one right in the middle. Takes her time. I like that. And this one again, just a little bit down that leg side. She needs to. What she's not. She's a little bit rigid, and she just needs to get a little bit of a swivel. Have a dance, Alison. Have a dance. Pretend you're dancing and just sort of get that swivel in on that left foot and get that ball to go a little bit straighter. Maybe just straighten the bowling arm a little bit. That will help as well.
Just needs to get the first one online. Once she does, I'm sure it'll come a lot easier. But yeah, that's a much better delivery.
Yeah, much better.
Yeah,
much better. And she's got height as well. So if she pitches the ball up, she'll get good bounce, good carry through.
Yeah, and yeah, if you've had a bad start to the over, suddenly it does kind of play in your mind a little bit. But Mason with a good comeback there. Down leg side. This one will be a wide, just missing the leg of the batter.
I have to. I'm sorry, Vinny, but I have to comment on the umpires. I think we've got the most snazzily dressed umpires in the business. I'm liking it.
I've actually got one of those shirts at home.
Have you?
True story.
All right.
Maybe I should wear it in.
But they've got the old stripes on the arms.
Yeah.
Got the old Czechia detail on the back of them. They look pretty dashing. Look at that.
Yeah, looking very cool
looking
there.
Very nice.
I always think it looks like a moustache, though.
Yeah,
from a distance.
I thought they were being sponsored by a certain crisp company, but it's not the case.
I know what you're saying. Mason gets cut away. It's a nice shot. It's well timed. That's going to be the second boundary of the day. Georgiotta is going to put it away. In fact, it's the third boundary.
Yeah.
Second in that region, though.
Yeah, beautiful. This is a beautiful shot. Look, waits on it, gets back, plays it delightfully. Well, Sophia, go get that. What a lovely shot that is.
And you can see this outfield is very fast. We have had a couple of kind of random storms over the last couple of days, slowed it down a touch, but I still think It's a very fast surface, particularly behind the wicket, kind of slightly downslope there. Mason's gone for 10, halfway through her over. Pretty well bowled, right on target. They will get through for a single. Look, the other thing is, you know, we talked about it a lot during the CE Cup where I saw the Czech side along with Croatia and Gibraltar. But yeah, the extras, the ability to limit the amount of extras is huge. And just by not giving those extra couple of runs and over, that could be, say, 20 or 30 runs difference. That's good footwork. That's going to take some stopping. Excellent stop, actually, down there from Suchkova, who just swiped at it with her right hand. It's actually a wrong hand, funnily enough. Saves 3 runs.
Good stop. That's going, yeah, you're right. That's going to the boundary. That was hit pretty powerfully by Sophia. And Josephine gets a hand on it. Well done. Saves the boundary. So we're coming up to the halfway point here. Ball to go.
Pretty well located as well. They put the fielder back there. Makes sense.
Yeah.
I actually think that Mason comes back well into that over. And she's kind of in the groove. I'd be tempted to give her another. But anyway, that's the end of the 5th over. And the score is 47 without loss. Let's welcome you into the cube. Or sometimes we call it the marshmallow. It's Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Got Rico Full with me. Welcome to another weekend of international cricket live on ECN. Czechia and Greece going head-to-head in not only women's cricket, but men's cricket as well. The alternating format is going to take us through our last 2 days here.
Yeah, liking what I see at the moment. It is our 50th ECI of the year. Many more to come, and I think, yeah, I'm liking it. It's a good start, positive start. I can see why the computer is saying it's 50-50. I do think it might be, but at the moment, I'm liking what I've seen from Greece. From when I saw them the last time, of course, it was a different format. It was T20I, but they seem to have learnt a lot in that time, and the running between the wickets particularly, I think they've ran really well. But I'm also liking what I'm seeing from Czechia. They've kept the field nice and tight. They've allowed or waited to see what the strengths are of the batters. One likes to play the sweep, so they put a fielder back on the deep. The other likes to cut the ball. They put one back as a sweeper. So I'm liking it. Good little contest.
Yeah, I think you can train and you can train and you can train, but match play is always the best training to get out there and obviously to have the video analysis. And Greece would have looked at those matches, those T20s in Romania last year. They did really well, actually. They made it all the way to the final where they went down to the Isle of Man. But I think they played some excellent cricket through there, but by analysing things like the running between the wickets, if you're just told, it's very different to if you can watch yourself.
Yeah.
So you can already see that they're taking some calculated risks and they've gotten away with them so far, and I think they're building a very healthy total. 47 after 5. They're on track for something in the 90s. But I will say, Czechia, just if they can break this partnership, it could be a bit of a game changer. Maybe you can get into the middle order, and it's almost like they just need something to go their way. We had that LBW, which I think, I'm still amazed that that there wasn't more of an appeal. Well, maybe not amazed, but I'm amazed if there was an appeal that it wasn't given more consideration.
Yeah, women are just too polite. What can we say? They're too polite. They're not angry and aggressive like us men, are they? So maybe we need to. Maybe in cricket they just need to be a little bit more forceful with their appealing. What do you reckon?
Well, maybe we throw that one open to the chat.
I reckon before they come on to bowl, they should be thinking, I'm bowling to my partner who once again has left shoes, socks and clothes all over the place. So when the ball hits the pads, I'm going to scream at the top of my lungs. There you go. That's one way of looking at it, I suppose. But anyway, 47 without loss is a good start. But I still think Czechia will be quite happy with this. If they can keep this under 110, for me, 100 and 110. If they can keep it under that, I think they'll be okay with it.
Well, they'll know what they have to do, essentially, though, in the second innings. I suppose they'll know. That's the one advantage of batting second, is you know how aggressive and how risky, if you like, that you have to be. And that goes for stroke play, but also goes for running between the wickets as well. This is Pooja Shtole, who's bowling her second over here. But it's been a really good partnership. It's been a true partnership, really, between these two. We're 48 now into the 6th over.
Okay.
Aggressive shot in the air. And it's dropped. Well, some was a factor there. That's Rajashri Dodamani. They're going to come back for 2. That'll be the 50 and the 50 partnership for Greece. But it's a second catch going down in the first innings of the day.
Yeah, it's the second time that Maria has been put down. She was dropped on 4 and now being dropped on 18. Once again, just you saw there the hands crossed over, and that was a problem. She wasn't able to get the two hands together. They crossed over, and as a result of that, the ball went down. Unfortunate there for the fielder.
Yeah, definitely looking straight into the sun, even with the sunglasses. I mean, it couldn't have really been more in the sun, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. Still not able to break this partnership, Czechia.
You can see that the men from Greece are arriving now, and no doubt that once they get settled, they'll certainly be adding a little bit of voice and cheer and supporting the Greece women. That was one thing that was lovely to see, I think, in Cyprus, and I think we've seen it everywhere we've been. And that's why I like this, the mixture of the men's and the women's together, because when one team's playing, the other one is supporting, and I love that.
Yeah, exactly. Just note the stroke play is a bit more aggressive now, looking not just to kind of play a bit of small ball, but trying to hit the ball harder, trying to hit through the field. It was actually a pretty good stop there in the infield at the previous delivery. This one's off the pitch, so it's going to be a free hit.
Yeah, let's watch this again. Just goes a little bit too wide, and yeah, free hit call from the umpire. So license to go the full Monty here for Sophia. What if she uses her feet and tries to come down the pitch? Can't be stumped, remember. She stays put and plays a good solid shot towards the leg side. Josephine will once again make the stop. Oh, she's been good.
She knows what to do. I mean, the earlier fielding effort when she just kind of put a hoof at it, it wasn't the right way to do it. But she knows now that you've got to get down. She's young, she's athletic. That's a very good piece of fielding.
Goes with her hands. That's what I like. Goes with her hands. Doesn't try and put a foot there to stop it. Hands first. Well done. Well fielded.
Steps and maybe spoils a wide. Fumbled by the bowler. Looks her back. Now you might get one. So, see, even by looking for runs that aren't even there, you can just create a bit of chaos. They end up getting one after all.
Yeah, that was very good there from Sophia, because she basically played the shot, came halfway down the pitch, and she's almost challenges. Watch this. Even though she's not a single, she's challenging the fielder to throw it. She's watching all the time, and then as soon as it gets away, says, all right, come on then, let's do it. Good pressure from the batters.
Yeah, kind of induced the throw, didn't she, that resulted in an overthrow. That's nicely pulled away. That could test Suchkova out there. She'll do a very, very good job to pull that one back, saving 2 runs for her country.
Brilliant. Well, how about this? This is a little bit of the parry match play of the moment, I reckon. What a great bit of fielding this is from, once again, Josephine. Look, doesn't give up. And look, hands first, everybody. Hands first. Brilliant. Top draw.
Almost like the kind of error has spurred her on since then, because she's a very good fielder. I've seen her before. Also pretty handy bowler. I wonder if she'll get a chance at some point during this 10 overs. Anyway, that's the end of over number 6, and the score now is 57 without loss. Czechia just need a bit of a turning point, don't they? A great piece of fielding there from Joe. Pair of 22s there for the openers. Extras 13. I mean, you've got to look at it, what you think is a reasonable amount of extras. I think, if you can keep it to, say, 15 or less for the innings, and we're talking about kind of wides and no balls there, that's probably a realistic target. Yeah, but they're costing more ways than one.
I think what you'll see in these ECIs is similar to what I think we've seen in most of them, which is involved not just the women, but the men as well. I think with each match, the number of extras should get less. So, maybe you start with, say, 2 and over. So let's say you're going to go with around 20 in the first match. That's mainly wides and no balls. I mean, buys are probably slightly different, leg buys, etc. But say you go with 20, but then you're looking to reduce that with each one. And I think that's what the coaches will be saying as well. Right, with each one, we want to go low with the extras. That one is floated up, but no issues with the height. It gets well fielded, and it would just be a single. That's the other thing, I think, that even though they haven't got a wicket, the wickets, as we know in this format, not everything is about containing. If you can keep it economical, let's say you keep them scoring between the 7 and 10 and over, I think you're settled for that.
Yeah, it's probably about average somewhere in there. This is captain Karen DeCunha, who's bowling now. Imagine she'd get it 2 overs. This is hit pretty well. Excellent fielding out there, though. We'll say that some of the infield stops out of outfield stops have been very good from Czechia so far. But now Greece, they've got to look at it from the point of view they're not going to run out of wickets here. So they can afford to be very, very aggressive in both the stroke play and the running choices. Bowls these kind of drop balls, does Karen. We didn't see her in the CE Cup, but she is a bit of a leader. I think a bit of experience coming back into this side with Karen, and then you've got Desiree Champagne-Terrell behind the stumps, who we didn't see in the CE Cup for Czechia. So a couple of others as well in there, just bring a little bit of stability to this lineup. That one, again, is one of those droppers. Actually kind of hits the pad and then balloons up into the glove and, yeah, almost popped to the keeper. But, yeah, you can see what Karen does here. It reminds me a little bit of Murali Vandrassi during the ECS we just had here.
Yeah.
Really willing to toss it up there, make the batter make the pace.
One thing with Karen is you notice with that ball and the ball before, and that's why the one before actually catches the batter, she's getting it to spin back.
Yeah.
So she's not just tossing them up. That ball is literally coming back in to the batter. So that's why it's dangerous ploy just to watch and leave it thinking you're going to get a wide because the ball is coming back. So she's making the batter's play.
It's just like natural curve she's got to her delivery. That's a really good shot, though. That's fantastic footwork from Siriotti. He gets it on the full and bangs that one. That one's still travelling.
Shot of the day, this. HCO shot of the day. Does the right thing this time, uses the feet, turns it into a full toss and smashes it for 4. Great shot. 4 carreras. Que guay. Que genial. Que grande.
Well, Yogesh probably had some nightmares about the amount of ground he had to cover out there. He might have faked Yogesh back today. But that ball eventually comes back. Upcoming events, of course, Romania starts in just 2 days' time. Rico, in fact, is off tomorrow, off to Romania. And we've got 2 weeks there, 2 weeks in Hungary, 2 weeks in Bulgaria. And we have a bonus weekend in Croatia. We'll have Rome, which includes the Meltul Shield, which is going to be really, really exciting. And if someone has a breakout weekend this weekend, who knows? And the other thing is we are meant to have some cricket from Greece. I think it's slightly later in August, maybe just after the Valletta Cup. So just stay tuned for that. That's not quite on the list yet. Basale comes on. Again, I love this running between the wickets. Now look at Siriotti here. She's greedy for the strike. She's feeling more and more powerful, I think, the longer this innings goes.
Yeah.
She's about a good kind of 4-5 yards down by the time that ball's hit. And to be honest, she's running, so I think partner might as well get the memo. This one's going to be just a little bit off from Basale, but again, I think with Siriotti, if you think about how she scored that 4 last over, now she's got a free hit to deal with. I think she's charging at this if she's smart. In a matter of time, I think, till we get our first maximo of this ECI-W. You look at the power of Maria, she could certainly be the one to provide it. Free hit coming up. He stays back, but it's hit very hard, and that's going to get through the fielder. So Siriotti up into the 30s, and the Greeks are flying through this first innings of the series.
Yeah, it's another very good shot. And so we've seen her attack the ball coming to it to turn it into full toss. This time, she knows it's short. She knows it's going to be on the leg side. And look at the positioning. It's all about her positioning. She strikes it well, and because she gets on top of the ball and keeps it along the ground, it makes it a difficult one for Josephine to make a stop on. It's a good shot, 4 more. And Maria, yeah, certainly looking at the business here, batting beautifully.
Interesting, she stayed at home there, but still had plenty of power.
That's a no ball.
Yeah, it will be a no ball. They could actually run. Well, this is a funny one because it's eventually...
She could still be run out, by the way.
Yeah,
she could still be run out. So
walked out.
Czechia just got to... I think it's about knowing the laws of the game. So this is a no ball. And for those of you who are not aware, the ball has bounced more than twice before. So once, twice, 3 times actually before it hits some. That's why it's a no ball. Can only bounce once and then has to go over the batter's crease. But no ball, you can be run out. So the 2 batters, actually, they were daydreaming. But Czechia, they didn't seize on the opportunity. So free hit.
Big swing. Well, couldn't be stumped anyway because it was a free hit. But I think we've just seen with Czechia some of that inexperience coming through a couple of times. So the LBW needed a big appeal. That would have been given out, I'm sure, with more of an appeal. Even that opportunity to maybe create a run out of nothing. We had a couple of drop catches, so it's not like they haven't had their opportunities, Czechia. Just haven't been able to convert one just yet. Look, there's be a few nerves out there as well. It's only natural, but I think they'll get better as the series goes on. This one's going to be a wide. Draws Zeriotti wide of the off stump. It'll only be a wide though. So yeah, Pasali just getting a little bit raggedy with the line, but still, she's got 3 balls left. She's got to think of that as 3 opportunities to break through and break this partnership. Much better ball in the air. Just drops away from the bowler. And they'll trot through for an easy single. But I think that the Greeks, they have kind of created the feel of this innings because of their intent.
Yeah.
Right back from the first over. They were looking to score. They were running aggressively. They're basically showing they mean business.
Yeah. One thing that certainly is worth considering for Czechia, and they may be probably looking at this themselves. I'm just looking at the field on the offside.
Well, they're going to take 2 here. Well, half a chance. That would have been pretty close on the second run.
I think probably out, Vinny, if this is a direct hit. But while we watch this again, I think if they've got a sweeper on the offside, I think they can afford to have one person much closer on the offside to stop these singles. And also, that person would get involved when, watch this, close.
They've been very close.
I think maybe just out if it's direct hit if you go by that. But they could put more pressure on the offside to stop some of these singles. And that person could also then come into play when the batter's following up a long way. So the keeper gets the ball to that fielder quickly, and they've got a chance then for a run-out opportunity on the other side.
Good point. I think they could probably go a bit more in outfield. So you still have the sweeper back, but have someone that's actually aggressively trying to stop that single.
Yeah.
And they haven't been able to create dot balls here. And that's why this is kind of gone the way it's gone. So, yeah, deep mid-wicket, so bring in a close mid-wicket, bring in a close cover. They're also catchers, don't forget.
They're catchers, they're in short, and they're forcing the batters then to try and hit the ball a little bit harder, may get a few more miss hits. So watch here, this will just be a little touch and they'll take the single. They might get for 2 here because they've got past the fielder who has finally got hold of it, but not before the batters have run 2.
Yeah, and I think also the running's ramping up the later we go. We even saw one taken on the arm there, so a throw coming in a little bit too slow. They were able to pinch another run, even though it was half a chance for a run out there. End of the 8th over, and Greece 79 without loss. It's a brilliant opening partnership from the Greeks.
Still though, Czechia, if they can keep, if they keep this under 100, they'll be well happy. I was saying that between 100 and 110, so no wickets, but it's probably fair to say that this partnership, even though it's a good partnership from the women of Greece, it's not one that's hurt them that much. They'll be all right at the moment. It's going to less than 10. Keep it to under 100. They'll be very happy. They'll be over the moon. But I think they'll settle for a score between 100 and 110. So let's see how it goes. Let's see if these two can get a big finish in with the bat to go with. And that is very unlucky. That's really well bowled. And you knew that Maria's going to go for that shot again. She draws her out the crease. And it only misses the stumps by a fraction. And probably is, if the wicketkeeper could have got hold of this cleanly, probably might have been a difficult but sharp stumping opportunity.
Yeah, perhaps if she was right up, but she was just a touch back, was Des. Now up in the air, another ball that's just going to pop into space. They'll get through for a single.
Now this is one for you really. When you got bowlers that are bowling, with hardly any pace on the ball, so difficult for a keeper, right? Because your natural instincts first is to try and grab at the ball, so you could go over the stumps, because you know that by the time the ball gets to you, even though the batter's out the crease, they get back.
Yeah, that's true. At this pace, that's probably true. I think, this is, geez, that would have been amazing. It's going to just be a wide, I think. Yeah, so by being slightly further back, you do get a lot of these little deflections. So if you're right up to the stumps, then you don't have as much range. So it's got a bit of a decision to make, Des. But yeah, have a look at the backing up here.
This is a classic. On your marks, get set, go.
And you said it earlier. She's not leaving early. She's leaving when the ball's released. So have a look here.
Maybe this time she did.
I still think it's pretty much that the foot's back down there, and she pushes off when she thinks the ball's being released. Great footwork again. This is going to take some stopping, but it's a very good stop there. That's Prati Chowdhury who actually hits the stumps.
Yep. Awareness, batters, awareness. Yeah. So, though they've run well, there's been a few opportunities they've missed out on. So this one here hits the stumps, and it's an opportunity here because, look, there's nobody in the middle of the pitch. That ball hits the stumps, and I don't think Czechia realised there's an option for Greece to steal another one, and nor do the batters, luckily for them.
Well, now we might have one. Run to the keeper. They should have a run out here, and they will. That's nice keeping in the end from Desiree Champagne-Terrell. But you can see Greece, they're really going pedal to the metal, trying to steal every possible run. But it's a direct hit from Des that gives Czechia their first wicket of the series.
Desiree Champagne is the name, DCT, and she provides her team with a champagne moment with the first wicket. Look, doesn't get hold of it, and then look, with the gloves on, hits the stumps, direct hit, and what joy for the wicketkeeper. Well done there to Desiree Champagne-Terrell. A champagne moment there for Team Czechia, getting their first wicket in this ECI.
Yeah, no, I think that's unselfish as well from Sofia Jogota, who I think batted really, really well through there. But, I mean, still 7 balls left. You've got all those wickets in hand. So, I mean, think about it. If that doesn't hit the stumps, there's a chance you might even get back for 2.
Yeah.
So, it's just the price of doing business, I think. But, yeah, have you ever seen backing up like that? A pretty handy 30 for Sofia to start her series. Now, this could be stumped.
Hit him! He's got to it. Oh, well, it is another champagne moment, though. The champagne was maybe starting to take toll upstairs for a moment. She tried once and twice to grab a hold of it. I think if the batter went back straight away, she would have got back, because I think there's, yeah, look, watch this. If she's gone back, she probably would have made it. But in the end, DCT gets it eventually in her gloves, takes the bells off. It's another wicket.
Yeah, and so, well, really, it's 2 wickets in 1 ball, isn't it? Because that's a wide. Stumped off a wide. He certainly take the trade-off because Siriotti's been destructive. She'll be stumped for 35. It's a wicket for Palmer, first wicket for a bowler. That's I really like the hustle and the kind of the vibe about this Greek side. And Siriotti played some beautiful shots. 3 boundaries in her 35. As she departs, the score is 84 for 2.
Yeah, well, so two. Well, I suppose you've got to say that 2 openers dismissed of 1 ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, 2 openers of 1 ball. That's not bad. So you got 2 brand new batters out there now, and so well done to Czechia. Now they're really on the front foot here. Got the upper hand. Oh, that's a Gundy ball. And it will be a big wide.
But what they've done, the openers, they've set the example to the rest of the team. And a lot of it is not even cricket awareness. It's just common sense. It's not even cricket skill specific is what I should say. It's just, okay, you know, run this far before the ball's hit. Be ready. Be confident. And this is a pretty confident-looking shot from Macri. First up, Adamantia Macri off the mark, and she'll retain the strike. Not a bad over from Palmer. It's just a shame she won't get a second. She takes 1 for 7 in the 9th, and Greece 86 for 2.
Yeah, well bowled by Palmer, but also it's a great bit of work there in that over from Desiree Champagne-Terrell. The run-out direct hit, and then the stumping as well to get the first 2 wickets for the Czechia women. As we have a quick look at that scorecard, 86 for 2 going into the last. So they're going to keep this, you would imagine, under 100, which means it's a tremendous performance from the Czechia women.
Yeah, no doubt. As we'll get this last over, it will be Karen DeCunha, the captain, to bowl it. Let's see if Greece can have one final push. Not a bad start, comes off the pad. Not handled cleanly by Des that time. They'll get through. I think this is going to be a leg bye. But probably one thing strategically, I think, for Czechia, maybe don't bowl people's second overs until you've seen everyone's first over, and then you've got a good idea of kind of who you want to give a second, or whether you want to then try for a 6 bowl. I think they have used 6 during this innings. The other thing, though, I suppose, if someone bowls a really good first over, then obviously give them a second one straight away.
Yeah.
But, even look at kind of Rachel Pavlichkova early. She bowled out, which she didn't do a bad job. I just think maybe you could have kept her a little bit later to provide a bit of stability.
Yeah, a little bit like Mason as well. Don't forget, she didn't start well. A couple of wides to start off with, but then she got the radar right, and that I think you then say, right, now she's got the radar right. Let's just bring her straight back on.
Yeah.
you know, because if you're going to, let's say they used her for the last over, she could have the same issues again, just getting it right. So, yeah, little things like that.
This is the skipper now for Greece, and she's going to get a ball that's about waist high, and it's going to go for 4. So, Yona says, hello, I've been waiting 9 overs to have a hit. Now I'm going to smack it away for a boundary. Greece searching for the 100.
I don't think it's issue with the height, because I think this ball is always going to drop down. She turns it into a full toss. It was going to bounce before the line, so I think that's okay. But it's a good strike. Just gets away from the fielder there. That's Pooja, who couldn't make the stop on it.
Yeah, see, look at the angle of the ball when it's coming down. See, it's coming under that. It might have even bounced on the crease. So I think that's good pictures from Spring that show us that's a legal ball, but still a good result for Team Greece. That misses out on one that she probably feels she should have hit to the boundary again. It was there for it.
It's a peel, though, which is better. It's Ducana, the captain. Karen has an appeal, but I think this one probably just going down the leg side. So they'll take the leg by, float it up again, and well met. Now, will they go for true? Will they push? It's picked up. No, it's not, so they probably should be. And they will get the 2.
Excellent running going on the misfield. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if in the next game these 2 opened up for Greece.
All right.
I just think that they're obviously trying to get some batting into their whole batting unit. And you can see that these 2 look very, very at home so far as well. I've liked their hustle. I've liked the ball striking. Although not quite ready this time. Yeah, Greece, what a great weekend for them as well. Obviously, to come to Czechia to play international cricket. The men were able to do it last year as part of the ECIs. Cyprus were here as well last year. But now, having women's ECIs cricket for the first time in Czechia, I think it's fantastic. It's pretty well located from Karen Ducana. A low full toss, worked off the stumps. The other thing about Greece, there's just something in the water there that then they're real naturals with sport. I think it goes back to ancient times or something. But they are just very, very gifted, I think, with their sporting prowess. And you'll see that. I think you'll see in the men's side as well. You see a fair bit of Greek, native Greek talent in there. Last ball coming up, 95 for Greece plus this. That's going to be worked away. And that's vortex zone. Well, you might get a rare 3 here. Might as well keep running. They are going to pull it back. Now they're trying to hand it off. They'll go for 3. Will there be any more? Ball coming back. Will they keep going? They won't. So it'll be a rare triple to finish things off. And after the 10 overs, Greece are 98 for 2. I think you've got to give credit to both sides here. Again, she comes out of her crease. So I think that when you look at the trajectory of that, it's not going to stay above the waist. But then you got to love the hustle. It was a big chase for Dodamani, and then kind of took it to ground, tried to hand it off, wasn't in a throwing position. The batters, they look like they need a drink after that. They do the 66-yard dash, and Greece don't get the 100, but they're not far off. They've set 99 for Czechia to win this first ECI-W.
I think Czechia would be very happy with that. At one point, it was probably looking at being a definitely 100-plus score, maybe around the 110. They pulled it back pretty well. I think those 2 wickets falling in that one over from Palmer, the early over that she would get, the run out and the stumping certainly made a big difference. But applause all round for the batting and the fielding side. I think Czechia fielded very well, and in general the bowling was really good. Just a quick scan at the number of extras as well there. It weren't that bad at all. In the end, 22. 14 of those wide, 6 no balls and 2 leg by. So like I said, I think it'll be around the 20s, but I do think those numbers will come down.
Oh, geez. Love to have that time back again. And maybe a bigger appeal for the LBW. But I think you've got to give credit to Greece on their T10 international debut. They looked right at home. They kind of bought into the chaos of the format. I think they were willing to take these calculated risks from the start with the running. Sometimes we only see that happening towards the end. But I really like the aggressive approach. But the Czechs, I think they'll be kicking themselves a little bit because they did have opportunities.
Yeah, there were opportunities on 2 occasions. They could have removed Maria. One was early on when she was on 4, and then of course she was also put down on 18 and would eventually finish on 35 of 28 when she came out of her crease to a wide ball and got stumped. But it was a good partnership from the 2 openers from Greece, Sofia and Maria. But I like the way that Czechia just stayed a bit persistent. Here's the direct hit. Well, what a lovely champagne moment that was for the wicketkeeper, Desiree Champagne-Terrell, DCT, in the house. And it didn't finish there. She would get both the openers, and then there was this stumping, as she also did pick up the wicket there of Maria Sorotti as well. So well done to her. And that really, I think, was a little moment that kept this score under the 100. And that is definitely then achievable for Czechia. But of course, they're going to have to go out there and make a good start themselves. But I think this is where I think their coach will just be saying to them, look, just go out there and be brave and know that Appa is the coach. And he'll be just saying, look, great performance with the bowling. Fielded well. And there was some great fielding there. And I said they kept the score to under 100, and I think Josephine Skugova was absolutely brilliant, wasn't she, in the field? The number of runs that she saved there, diving around, running around, chasing it hard. I think she put a tremendous effort in. I think she made amends of the catch that she put down early on when she dropped Maria on 4. There's that scorecard, a great opening partnership between Sofia and Maria. And then, like Vinny said, I think Angelica Loni and Makari look pretty good as well. So maybe they will, I'm pretty sure, rotate the batting round at some point during this ECI. 98 then on the board for 2. That means 99 required for Czechia when they go out there and see if they can get a win first up on home soil. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return in around about 10 minutes' time. Hasta pronto, mi familia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back to the European Cricket Network. It's our international weekend, Saturday, Sunday of cricket between the men and the women of Greece and Czechia. We start with the women in action, and the visitors from Greece have batted and put the 98 on the board. And that means that this is a bonus point equation, which is always useful to see. So 68 or less, and all the points can go to the Greece team. They'll certainly have a go at that, whereas Czechia, well, they'll be feeling that if they really get going and get these runs inside the 7 overs, they can take all the points away. Otherwise, the teams will settle for 3 for a win and 1 for a loss. We're going to start off with Sophia with the ball first, and to play it away, put straight to the fielder, and they do take a single. But what you notice straight away here from Greece is they're much tighter in the field on the offside, and this is what I was talking to Vinny about. Have the fielders a lot closer to try and stop the opposition getting that cheeky and easy single on the offside, and they have got a sweeper that's covered. So the 2 players back at the moment, looks like the 45 on the fine leg, and 1 sweeper out the off. That's a good delivery that gets floated up there by Sophia. The 2 openers, and we've got Chowdhury and also DCT. And, there's Champagne Terrell, who's on strike. She had plenty of good moments behind the stumps. Let's see if she can also get a couple of good moments here with the bat. She's got to deal with Sophia first. Sophia, after a fine batting performance, in the action straight away. The big swing up. I quite like the stance here from DCT. She's standing there, a sort of baseball style, and having a go. And I like that because we are in the power play, and you might as well have a go and make the most of the first 3 overs. So swing and a miss first up, but that's the other thing though. Just you don't want too many dot balls. That's one thing that Greece did so well on. They didn't give too many dot balls away. And you see that's just another one, just not quite getting in line with it. Greece 90 to 10% favourites here. I mean, that's a big advantage to Greece already. But I'm sure if Czechia start to get a few out the middle of the bat, those percentages will change pretty quickly. But at the moment, it's a good start here from Sophia. 4 balls in, just the 1 run on the board. Edge, and gets through, gets past the keeper, gets through the fielder in that catching position. So Champagne Terrell will get off the mark, though a little bit of luck. Hay poquito de suerte. Just noticing the wicketkeeper there, probably just moving around a little bit too much before the ball is bowled. She needs to be really nice and straight, as Angelica Alona. And she starts to move from outside the off, starts moving behind the stumps, so moving away from the way the ball eventually went. Plays this back onto her foot. So that will be the end of the first over. It's nice and tidy. Applause for the bowler, and the bowler applause the fielders as well. And just to come off the first, so good tidy start, as you would imagine there from Sophia Giorgiotta. 88 matches then since a golden ball, or will we get one during this international weekend? As Vinny Sandhu joins me back in a sunny cube here today.
It is very sunny on my side at the moment. We do have form in ECI-W cricket this year as far as golden balls went. As this first one's going to go down the leg side. So Siriotti, the opening bowlers, are the opening batters for Greece in this game. But yeah, remember Spain and Czechia played a golden ball in Barcelona earlier in the year. And that was quite a dramatic finish. And Czechia, unfortunately, going down in that one to Spain. That's how the Spain national team are now known as the Golden Girls.
Yeah.
Because they've had 2 golden balls
one
in their first 20 matches as well on the network. So it's a good comeback from Siriotti. So I suppose, I like the fact that Greece are playing with a pretty tight cover, just trying to create some dot balls. Create enough dot balls, I think you win the game fairly easily here. Czechia need to find a way to score. The other thing is, so far, we've only had that 1 wide. So That's making a big difference as well. And that's a very good length from Siriotti. Gets it forward outside the off stump.
Good length, good rhythm, and good pace as well. You just feel that if Maria Siriotti gets one pretty full, that she'll go through the defences here of DCT. And I think she's been beaten for pace with every ball. And losing her balance a little bit.
The other thing is the pace of the game here. So they're getting through the overs really, really quickly. So suddenly just melting away, and we're going to see if it keeps up like this, 3-4 overs go by and not a lot on the board at all, especially if there's not too many extras being bowled. Des, a bit of a corner right on cue. We do get a wide. That was well taken by Yona behind the stumps. She's the captain and also the keeper for Greece. But Czechia, I suppose that's one of the issues with Teresa Kolchunova, who was awarded the batting award in the ECI up 2 weeks ago, but she's away, unavailable for this series. So's her sister Shaka, and just a few players missing for Czechia. It's hard to see where these runs are going to come from. Very good bowling though. Siriotti, I like her kind of slingy action. It's reproducible at the moment. She's only conceded 2 or 4 balls bowled, and this is a very good start for Greece. Yeah, the bonus point, by the way, it'll only be used if the series is tied. And best of 5, you'd be saying, how's it going to be tied? But for example, if there's a storm tomorrow and it ends up 2-2, then the points will decide it. So it still is a factor. This is turning out to be a really good opening exchange. This is probably one of those times that I would say, you've got the openers using the ball in this condition. They're bowling well. I probably would bowl them out and see if you can get right on top. She's just been running in front of the umpire a few times, Siriotti. I have noticed that.
I didn't think it was that obvious, to be honest, but fair play. I do think, though, DCT, if she gets hold of one, it'll go a long way. We could see the first 6.
Now that's actually well hit, but it goes straight to cover, and it's almost run out. That's excellent pressure. And you can see Greece, they're all over the Czechs like a rash here at the moment, aren't they? It's the end of the second over, and it's 4 without loss.
Yeah, and this is why I think having those fielders in close is so important. Look, no run, no single, and clean out if the ball had hit the stumps, and maybe even if it could have been retrieved there by the bowler, Maria, it would have been a run-out opportunity. So only 4 on the board. So falling a little bit behind here. Now that rate gain to around about if the score was 110, which I thought would have been challenging. And so a bit of a challenge here for the Czechia women. They need to get started. Both batters just got a single to the name. All the other runs coming as a result of extras, as we see somebody new coming on to bowl.
Yeah, Adamantia Macri is going to bowl, so showing their depth already. We saw her batting briefly towards the innings. First one sprays a little bit wide. I really love the footwork of Angeliki behind the stumps as well. It's got very good kind of long side stride, side skip to get in line with the ball.
Well, when they're saying roll up your sleeves, I mean, that's what they're talking about. Roll up your sleeves. Macri rolls them up and says, come on, let's do this. Let's get on with it.
I suppose that's a couple in a row have gotten away from it. Yeah, well, plenty of sun around. So now it looks like maybe let one sleeve, or she's rolling it up even further.
It came down on her. It came down. I was trying to work out whether she had a specific different top or not, but no, those sleeves have been rolled up proper. She doesn't want to get anything in the way. Trying to create that good angle, that good left arm would. And that's good delivery. That's where she wants to be. And no run again this time. You can see that the way Chowdhury is holding the bat, it's very much, it's a closed face, if you like. She needs to just open up the face a little bit more and be looking to hit the ball straighter. At the moment, she's dragging everything to the leg side.
That one pitches outside the leg stump. That was one that she did go at the pegs, but again, no production. Not able to get bat on ball here. Just cramped for room. Decent delivery. You can also just see there's a bit more confidence, I think, in the Greek bowling so far. Even though, okay, a couple have missed the mark, but the mechanics and the dynamics are there. Right on cue. There's one off the pitch. So it will be a free hit. This is where you've got to probably try and make something happen. And that sounds crazy, but maybe a little ramp or something like that. You've got nobody behind the keeper.
Yeah, Adamantia Macri. She likes to roll up the sleeves and actually got the trousers tucked into her socks as well, like the cyclists do. She's She's got her own little fashion thing going on, isn't she?
Free hit. And it's going to go pretty close to knocking out the off stump. So that's one of those times, I know it's tough, it's next level thinking, but maybe with that angle, you try and deflect behind knowing you can't be bowled. Might have been an idea, but you can see the batters combining for 2 off 16 so far. And obviously that's not going to be anywhere near enough to even get a point for Czechia here. That's bowled. It comes down, it's full. And there's the first wicket of the series for Greece. Macri right on target and 7 for 1.
Yeah, right on target. It's a full straight delivery. It's the one thing I was worried about because of the way you see Chowdhury trying to play. She's trying to go across the line all the time. And something's nice and full. Let's just see the height on that. What do you reckon? That could be, you know what? I reckon that could be called.
You know what?
That's over the waist.
It might be.
That's over the waist. That, for me, I mean, we go waist or above.
Because it's waist high.
And she's not out of her crease. I mean, it comes down a long way after it gets past her, but I reckon that's too high, you know. I mean, where's the sheriff?
Well,
where's the sheriff? I reckon it's too high.
Yeah, I agree with you, really.
But you got to be consistent, and that is over the waist. I reckon that is not out. Now, the umpires are just getting a bit of word in the walkie-talkie. I reckon she's going to come back.
It's in the red, right?
She's coming back.
Yeah, she's going to come back.
Well, here she comes. Let's capture her coming back. She's running back thinking, I get another chance. I don't often get a second chance in life. Go, look at her. Look at her. Under, Eva. I'm getting a second chance in life, she says. Number 13 on the back. Well, it's not unlucky for her. Well, it might be, but she's got a free hit here.
I think especially with the regulation saying waist or above, I think it was waist. But
one comes in and one comes out. Well, don't worry, you're not out.
I love
you're not out.
Pooja gives a little acknowledgement to the crowd as well. All right, so this will be a free hit because it's been given a no ball in the end. Wait, see what happens. Well, bat on ball. Well, I'm not going to get a run here. I was going to say maybe it would have been interesting just to see maybe a different batter as well. So obviously she's 1 off 8 at the moment. But I think, look, if you look, it was in the red of her shirt when it passed the crease, which is, well, it's in the shirt, not the trousers. So I think technically it was a good call in the end. But yeah, Macri still dealing pretty well. This is another similar kind of ball, actually. It's been called a no ball this time. And they're able to get through for a bye as well. Don't know if there's any bat on it. We'll wait and see. But
must be for the height again. Where's this one? It's about the same. I mean, this time around, I would say the batter is sort of arching down a little bit. But
yeah, I can understand.
I suppose you've got to be consistent with those calls. So that's 2 now, Vinny. You've got to remember that. That's 2 that's been bowled. So she can't bowl another. Can't bowl another no ball for height.
Yeah, that's true. This thing's taken a weird turn this over. That's the length. And it's hit pretty well. And hit into the gap. And they might get more than one. They might get 4 hits. The first boundary. And it's Desiree Champagne-Terrell that provides it. A beautiful drive through the covers.
Well, I told you, if she hits one, it'll stay hit. And she does hit it. Gets past the infield. Then there's an attempted bit of foot fielding here from Pooja. And she can't stop it. And it goes all the way to the rope. Cuatro carreras, DCT. And it hits the first boundary for Czechia in this innings.
Reviziotti there with the boot. Unfortunately not able to make any contact, but this time she'll go the hands. That's a better strategy. And that will take us to the end of the power play. Pretty interesting one. Few talking points. 15 without loss after 3.
Yeah, well, it made a difference. He gets called back, but it's not her. I mean, Chowdhury, she runs to the other end courtesy of the no ball. And then, well, it's DCT that gets a few off that one. So 10 come off that over. And that helps to more than double their score. It moves to 15 now without loss. They're around about, you'll see there, probably when the 2 charts come up, they're about 10 behind where the way that Greece were going. Greece never really accelerated any more than that. So if they can catch up and stay at that sort of 10-run mark, they can be pretty competitive in this match. So, okay, DCT gets the single at the end of the over, stays on strike with that attacking baseball stance. And ready to go big again.
Vivizziotti now grabs the ball for over number 4. It's a pretty good ball first up as well. In swing, and I'm going to take it on. Direct hit to be interesting here. Would have been out, in fact, but at least Czechia, they're taking some of these runs on. You can't just sit on your hands for their 10 overs. You need to take some risks, especially if you're not hitting that many balls. You've got to try and manufacture some runs somewhere. And that was probably a risk worth taking. They get away with it.
Yeah, Maria Vivizziotti. He is the bowler here now. But the thing is, can Chowdhury get bat on ball? She's got to really. And she does. Well done. Good. So she's getting a second chance out there. She wants to make it count. I think that's one thing that probably Czechia will be saying to themselves, and I think that's one thing to be working on throughout the next couple of days, to say, you know, let's eliminate the dot balls. Maybe stop trying to hit the ball too hard, bat on ball, take the singles. I know that Greece have got a very attacking field, very close, but take whatever you can. DCT ready to wind up. Will she get one in the slot? Well, that one she just leaves alone, so that's going to be called a wide. That's one thing that both of these batters have done well. If it is a wide, they've left it alone. They've taken the extra ball and the extra run.
Maria Vivizziotti, though, she's got some really nice natural in-swing shape that she gets. If you just have a look at how the ball's released. Okay, that one went down the leg side, but if she can start it to the left, I think it can swing in towards the stumps and endanger those stumps. Oh, that's a harsh one. I thought that might have got some of the line, but remember, the line belongs to the bowler now. Umpire says, no, that's going to be a wide. Czechs can probably use the extra run, the extra ball.
Can do. So back to the mark. And you can see some of the guys there from Greece doing their warm-ups and getting used to the conditions and the climate, doing a bit of fielding practice, taking a few catches. So that's nice to see.
Very well bowled. Very well bowled. Misses the leg stump only just. But you can see that. Got that swing back that time, didn't she? Yeah, Greece, of course, they were here last year. It was a three-way series with Czechia and Cyprus. We had a bit of wild weather here at times during that series. We're actually in July last year, but it was a really entertaining series. The Czechs seemed to have the better of Greece back then. Very good bowling. Locations there. This will take some stopping, you know. It's a very good shot, though, from Desiree Champagne-Terrell. Like I said, it was a pretty good ball, but she drives straight through the line of it. Yeah. And we know that if she hits them, they stay hit. This field is lightning fast.
Good hit, and I think that we're going to see probably a change in the field. So she's going to, especially when she's batting, surely she's going to push that field back in now. They'll put a sweeper in place. And that sweeper at the moment is worth noting that she's not on the rope. She's about, I would say, at least 5 to 10 metres inside. She's got to move on the rope and start from there. Otherwise, there's no point of being there. This is similar areas, but this time DCT doesn't get and make good contact. But she's dangerous. If she gets hold of it, she's dangerous. And I get the feeling that she will hit one pretty straight and high, and we might see a Maximo as well. She's looking threatening in that area. She's moved to double figures now. Good strike rate as well. 10 of 16 balls.
I was just going to mention last year, probably got time now with the shoelace, that when Greece played Czechia last year, they played 3 times in that ECI. First game, Czechia 103 defeated Greece 95, but then Greece won when they played again. They held Czechia to 77, chased it down in the 10th over, and the third time they played, Greece 85. Wasn't quite enough. Czechs chased it down. So it was 2-1 to Czechia last year.
Low scores, really. Low, but you said the weather, what was it, windy or?
Wasn't. Yeah, that we had some crazy rain at times. We had the field not quite as quick as well. And the pitch just seemed to be doing a bit more. I think, again, maybe the dampness. So it was pretty interesting, though. It's, we'll get to the end of the 4th over. At least that worm's starting to head upwards, isn't it, for Czechia?
Yeah,
seems to be a bit busier.
They're staying, again, like I said before, at the halfway point, they're about 10 behind. They're staying about 10 runs behind, but that could just change with one big over. So as long as they keep scoring, average between 8 and 10, they're thereabout. But this is where the issues are now here with Chowdhury. When that ball is this length outside the off, she won't get bat on ball because of the way she's playing. She's got to try and reach out or step out to the ball and get back onto it. She's just trying to paddle it on the leg side. So she's one that they can keep pretty quiet. Right, you can do the name of the bowler.
Yeah, it's Zoe Gramanu.
Gramanu.
It's not too bad.
Oh, spoils.
Oh, oh dear.
Oh dear. The umpire getting just a little bit premature with this signal.
I think he was worried he was going to get hit, so he was just getting ready to take off. But yeah, he was getting ready to signal, and then whoa, whoa, whoa.
Mind you, it's not his fault that the bowler running right in front, so he might have a little chat with the bowler as well.
It sounded a lot like the ball getting hit. That's probably what he thought. Charges though 2 off 12. I do think end of the over, maybe it's time to make a tactical switch here. In the air. We'll get a third run here. Might as well run. They will. Should get a third run. Yeah, I mean, only because I just think there may be other. It's beneficial to the team to get other players a bat.
Yeah.
And to see what they can do.
I don't mind that at all. I think that's probably not a bad idea. I think the batter will probably understand and may even appreciate it as well. Chowdhury, she's had 13 deliveries.
Oh, pretty well bowled. Somehow it goes over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, this is because no pace. The ball's getting a fair bit of flight, so a good bit of bounce there from Gramanu.
Yeah, used to work with a Zoe, and I know it's quite a common name there. It's pretty well bowled again. You see that cover though, in nice and tight.
Yep.
Only probably 15 yards, if that, off the bat. Just not allowing any chance of a run. That's something I think the Czechs will learn, I think, from this Greek field. Last ball of the 5th over coming up. Oh, just very close to taking out the leg stump, but Des Champagne Terrell survives. She's on 10, and at the end of the 5th over, it's 24 without loss. Players will have a drink. Let's have a look at what's coming up in the European Cricket Series, and I can tell you that it will be getting underway on Monday. I know that you're making the trip tomorrow, Rico. Charlie Hunt will be doing the same, and we'll have Gladiators versus Lankan Lions. Lankan Lions are a new side to the competition, and I think it's the most teams we've ever had in an ECS there. We've got 10 teams. I'll have to check on that. Maybe we did have 10 last year.
Yeah.
But Xenitus, that looks like something that you might cause by being exposed to loud noises for too long, but they will be back. ACCB, they're always around the mark as well. That's just day one. If you want to find out more about that series, you can go to EuropeanCricket.com and click on ECS Romania. You can see the squads there, you can see the teams and the fixtures. Yeah, it's always great. It's a fantastic cricket ground there at Moravlasia as well, isn't it?
Wonderful ground. It's beautiful. And of course, Bucharest Gladiators, if memory serves me right, they were the bronze winners when we were there last year. They played some good cricket. I think they lost out to Cluj in the semi. So they're a good team. Got some very good players. They'll be up for the fight. And well, the Lions, we know that Lions have good success on the European Cricket Network just recently. The Sri Lankan Lions of Limassol were the champions in Cyprus, so maybe the Lions there will be interesting to see what the makeup of their team is. Of course, though, I think Cluj once again probably will be the big time favourites. And is Giamata playing this time as well? There was the sort of the second Cluj team that got all the way to the final. That was a real surprise, and well, what a final that was with Giamata, sort of the B team of Cluj, took on Cluj in the final. But I think there was 10 teams last time as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, as soon as I said that, I thought it was 2 years ago. We didn't quite have that many. But yeah, this year, just looking at the sides, I didn't see Giamata in there. So I suppose they'll all be playing as Cluj. I imagine that's going to be a pretty strong,
they'll be very strong
Cluj side. As we get ready for Sofia Georgiota to come back, she bowled the first. She's going to bowl the 6th. She's going full and straight. Interesting, I just feel they should have made a tactical change here, just because I don't know how much you gain from leaving Chowdhury out there for another over or two.
Yeah, you get an opportunity. You got other batters out there. It's also a chance for the coach to have a quick look at the batters that he's got to his disposal, and also give everybody a bit of a chance. I mean, I reckon, to be honest, I think at that drinks break they could have made that tactical retirement.
Nice shot though by Chowdhury. Goes on the hit. Bit of a moon throw coming back. They do get through for the single. I'll tell you the teams actually. So you've got United CC Bucharest. They're a former ECL team. You've got Baniasa, who we know very well. Royal Eagles, actually formerly known as UNEFs.
Ah, yes.
So, but now known as the Royal Eagles. I
Yeah.
do believe you might have Pavel Florin playing for Royal Eagles. So same team he played for
He'll
last
be
year.
flying high.
Transylvania back for their second series. Bucharest Zalmi likewise.
The Vampires, they should be called. Gone. Good delivery. There's a bit of movement here. And from the bowler, Sophia. We'll have a chance to look at this as well. I mean, I reckon this is going into the pads of Champagne Terrell, then just starts to come back in. So let's keep an eye on this. I reckon it's going, and yeah, that's a beautiful delivery. What a great ball that is.
Yeah, and you're right, just leaves her a little bit towards the end. That baseball kind of set up, but not a lot of footwork, if any, just done by that sideways movement. So, well, finally, we'll get to see Pooja, who came out to bat earlier, but then before a ball was bowled, the decision was reversed. So she's getting out there very quickly. Quick glove punch. I like that energy. Well bowled by Giorgotto, who's having a really good game at the moment. Czechia 25 for 1 in the 6th. Yeah, so that's Group A are those teams. Then Group B in Romania, Cluj, Bucharest Gladiators, ACCB, Lankan Lions and Zenitis. Lankan Lions, the only new team that I can see in the series this year. But it's always a great series there. I'm sorry to be missing it. I know it's tough with the schedule these days that we can't all be everywhere, and definitely be watching along. And it's going to end up with another mixed ECI. So we get to see the Romanian women's playing their first T10 internationals, which I think is going to be great.
Romania, of course, with all its architecture, also known as the Little Paris. It's a beautiful place, actually. I know the first time I went there I was very surprised and always enjoy going back. It's just it's another buzzing little city, isn't it? There's so much happening there.
Chris Smith saying, I think even though it's going to be 31 degrees, I think the Greeks will be happy to cool down a bit because, yeah, I think it has been over 40. There's been some extremely high temperatures there. Nice ball, the 6th over. Pretty good one, but also well dealt with. Just kind of uses the pace, turns it round the corner. Come back for one. Good pick up and throw. Back to the centre. Means it's only a single. And it's the end of the 6th over. It's 26 for 1.
Yeah, the last 2 overs have hurt, really. Zoe, from her over, she only gave away just the 1 run. And that one from Sophia picks up a run. And also the wicket of DCT, who made 10 of the 21 deliveries she faced. That's that scorecard there. So you can see that plenty of batters to come. And that's why I think that Chowdhury, 15 deliveries now for 4. I think it's definitely worth maybe making a change. Well, talking of change, it's a change with the bowling as well. So another Maria comes in, and well, that one's been well hit. This will go down into the vortex. It will go suck that in, and a good shot there from Pooja. And you just go, that just shows a different batter, different approach, and you can just start to see a bit of acceleration in the runs. It was a wide ball, but she's played it well, lashed out at it, gets a thick edge, and it flies into that vacant third man position. 4 runs.
Yeah, well, Pooja's already outscored Chowdhury. He's batted for 6 overs just with that boundary. So, yeah, you need to start looking at that. Okay, to get a point, then 39 of 23. Let's hustle. Let's try and find a way to get close to that. But it's not going to be easy. That's a good comeback, though, from Siriotti. Think of it. They're going to do it, and they're going to get a bite. So, again, I like that. Chowdhury is going to stick around. She has to be really busy. I think they needs to take those kind of risks.
Yeah, I like the way that she's going with this. She's certainly got a bit of aggression in her swing as well. All right, Chowdhury, come on. I think Chowdhury, if he's at the pegs, she'll get a chance. But if he's outside the off like that, she's not got a chance. And I think really, I can see the coach, who is watching there from the bench. He's probably got to be thinking, right, I've probably seen enough of Chowdhury. There's a few other batters I could have a look at here. And before you're running out of time, look, after this, after this over, you got the last 18 balls to come. So if you're going to make a change, you're going to make it pretty quickly.
Nice shot. Oh, this could be trouble. Well, it won't be run out in the end. Steals a few yards. Didn't want to hand it off. And you can see Sirioti saying, what's going on now?
Oh, well, how? What's going on? This is like watching ping ball. Oh, this is like watching ping ball. It's happening. It's all happening, folks. It's all happening. We can see this real time, but I'd like to bring media to speed this up for us as well, because there's a lot happening. There's a lot to see.
Yeah, well, in the end, she didn't want to throw Boldy ball to get back to the stumps, but Pacey wasn't trusted, then misses from essentially point blank. Then they make a late decision to go for a second run. But then with the hesitation, this would have definitely been out, but she drops the ball, knocks the bails over with her body. So it'll be 2 runs in the end somehow.
I don't know how, because that ball...
Put that on the wagon wheel.
Oh, dear. That was the opportunity there from Zoe. So she's not able to knock the stumps over. I wonder if Spring Media can show us that again, but really fast. Come on, you know I love it when you do it fast.
Chowdhury's now got the lead back 6-5, and it's due to an overthrow that she basically sold Pooja on. But yeah, you can see there that the ball wasn't in the hands, and the stumps were knocked over by, I think it was the top of the arm or the shoulder. You can knock the stumps over with even up to your shoulder, as long as you're holding the ball.
As long as you're holding it,
wasn't holding the ball. That's a thick edge and well picked up. Clean pair of heels. But again, it's excellent running. I've liked Pooja's intent there. Look at the backing up. As she legally steals those 3 or 4 meters here. See here, looking for it, goes. Confident, runs a good line.
Very good fielding as well. Great stop.
Even with a good stop, couldn't run her out though, could they? 34 for 1 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up. Czechia-Greece in the men's ECI. First game for them. Stain leads the side. Listed to open with Sazi Buyan, with Vandrasi at 3. Sagor Hussain at 4. Tomar at 5. Ratul at 6 will have the glove. Davitsi batting 7. He was the player of the series in this previous tournament. Venkatesh Magashayam comes in. He's not umpiring, he's playing, and he's had some good success in ECI cricket as well. A hat-trick and a 5. But for Greece, I can run you through some of their players to watch. They're led by Aslam Mohammed, Mr. Evergreen, 53 years old, leads the side.
Player.
Sajid Afridi's an absolute gun at the top. Galanis, the leg spinner, not sure if he's still a teenager or not, but he is still a young player. And a few new names in there for Greece as well. So yeah, that game's coming up in around about 30 minutes right here on ECN.
Yeah, and always good to see Georgios Solanis in there as well. I mean, he's an incredible player as well. I remember seeing him in, I believe it was Bulgaria, when he took a sensational catch. And he came out of retirement in Bulgaria. That was a couple of years back. So it's good to see him still playing.
I can't call Galanis a teen sensation anymore because he turned 20 earlier this month. So there we go. Something, my internal clock just kind of noticed that. Well, this should be out. Well, question is who's out, but it looks like it's going to be Pooja that's out. It's well fielded by Gramanu in the first place.
This is like Chowdhury saying, I'll tell you what, I'll go. And Pooja saying, it doesn't work that way, unfortunately. I'm going to have to go. It's very kind of you. And now they're both there looking at the umpire saying, who's out? But if you look here, that Pooja, by just taking those extra steps, means that she... Well, we'll have to look at the shadows here. This is close. Look at the shadows.
It's actually way closer than I thought.
I still think Pooja is going to have to go.
You're probably right. But to be honest, I might say, hey, come with me. Because I think she's had to do a big shift out there with not a lot to show for it as Prati. But anyway, I liked Pooja while she was there. I thought she was quite industrious. Obviously got the boundary there. And that's the second wicket down, though. It's 35 for 2. And this will send Rachel Pavlichkova to the crease. Well fielded, well picked up by Gramanu. Chowdhury faces up. Seems to be bulletproof as this is whacked away and not quite all the way to the boundary. Now they're going to go for 2. You're going to take one on the arm. And well, this almost was out as well. Went straight through the bowler.
Wow.
We saw one of those in Khartoum in the domestic series.
What's the height on this like, by the way?
I think it's probably coming down. You look at how quickly it's coming down.
Probably. So that's been well hit. But then watch this. We've got time to see this. We probably haven't. Have we got time? No, we'll have to go back live, I'm afraid. as this one gets played out to square. They're taking it on again, and nice to see them actually attacking the field. I mean, that field itself is very attacking, very close. But you can see the batters saying, look, we hit it, we're running. We got wickets in hand. Come on, let's really try and get the acceleration in.
This is what happened here. It kind of went straight through the fingertips, and it would have been out if it hit the stumps. It went so close. Actually saw one of those, like I said, in the domestics at Carlton in the weekend series, where it was just a genuine bowler fumble. Wasn't even trying to get a run out, and the batter wasn't, and hadn't actually made it in yet. Deflected onto the stumps. This one just floats a little bit too wide of the crease. Gramenou's been pretty tight though, hasn't she? She's only gone for 6 off 11 balls bowled. She's got one more to come. And you can just see that Greece have just executed their skills a little bit better. I think their bowlers have looked a bit more confident. I think their running has certainly been a lot more confident when they were between the wickets as well. It's going to be another wide as Pavlichkova can't make contact.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I think Czechia have missed the opportunity to give some of the other batters a chance out there. I think 23 balls for 11 for Chowdhury. It's too many. I think you got other batters in there that could be just as aggressive as, say, someone like Pooja was. Let them out there. Let them. I think if I'm certainly coaching, because I know it's not a nice decision to have to make there on the cuff, right? But I think if you make a team decision when you're all huddled together before the start of the day and say, look, one thing we're going to do, I'll probably give most batters maybe 10 balls, and if you're going well, fine. But after 10, I want to give others a chance. I don't see it badly. It's just we want to do a rotation system because I want everybody to get a feel of the pitch and the bowling, etc. I think it works, and I think that's one thing that Czechia certainly could do here. I mean, nothing against Chowdhury. Yes. She's trying hard.
Not a knock on a player, and to be fair, she has kind of upped her scoring rate.
She has
recently. So she's obviously got the license, and you can even see that with the aggression. Unfortunately, that kind of caused a run out and away of her partner Pooja. But yeah, I think I agree with you there. I think that especially you're looking at what can you gain out of the game, and part of that is obviously points and potentially a win, but also what can you gain, and I think they gain more by having more batters bat and experience that, and then be able. So for example, her facing another 7 or 8 balls, they don't gain as much no matter what happens as if someone else got to face 7 or 8 balls. So and that's probably that internal calculation. Macri looks like she's coming back for the 9th. And it's been a really entertaining game though. It's only just the start of the journey, I suppose, of these two teams this weekend. First one goes a little bit too wide. Macri loves that round the wicket angle. I would love to see her just over the wicket to see how it would work, because I just think she takes a few things out of the equation by bowling from this wide. But one thing that she's pretty good at is not getting on the legs. And well, my voice must carry because she is going to go over the wicket now for the first time.
Yeah, well, interesting to see how she goes here.
See, I like that. That had some outswing on it. And that's quite a testing delivery. So she can still get that away angle, but she doesn't need to necessarily go around the wicket to do that.
Yeah, she looks, because of her action, she looks like she might even get more big natural swing if she does come over the wicket. You just got to make sure it's not running in front of the umpire. So this time she goes a little bit too much down the leg side. So I think because she's wary of running in front of the umpire, she just doesn't bowl her natural way. She's go back to the march. She's still practicing getting that arm over. That's good. One sleeve rolled up this time, but still has got those trousers sort of tucked up as well. All right, there we go. That's well bowled. Yeah. And hesitation from the two batters.
Just having that short cover made all the difference. Czechia kind of missed a trick doing that. It was also partly because Greece had hit the ball harder and forced the field back. So it's partly of the Greek batters that created that situation, but it's been such a handy position. You want a good fielder there. Gramenou's shown that she's got a good set of hands. Oh, that one actually, no shot off. It couldn't quite get out the way. Pavlichkova that time. Macri probably gets away with one that was heading down the leg side.
Yeah, she just pulls away from it. She would have done better if she just stepped inside the line of it. She may have even got a wide from it. But Pavlichkova, she's set well. If you look at her shape, really good shape. Oh, that's a no-eat. That one comes out of the hand completely wrong. So now this is an opportunity for Pavlikova. Maybe she can just think, right, I can't be stumped. Let me just try and really get to this ball and give it a good crunch. But I like the way she's set. She's got good shape, good balance, good technique. And looks like just needs a little bit of time out there in the middle. That's Rachel Pavlikova.
There's not long to go now, just 9 balls. That'll be another.
Could be a minimum.
It's going to get away. Could be. No, it's going to be 5 wide. So the free hit will remain in play as Macri. Yeah, you can see that she just doesn't have the consistency some of the other bowlers have at this stage. I do like her mechanics and the fact that she gets some natural movement, but she's probably still not quite sure what the ball's going to do. The free hit remains in play here, though.
Yeah, just watching that one, the arm was fine. That ball's just slipped out of her hand. It's come out the fingers, because if you look at where the arm was to where the ball came out, that's the only problem. Maybe he's just having difficulty holding on to it. Maybe go across the seam. Yeah, that's better. Yeah. Good delivery.
A lot more confident. I still like her over the wicket. I like her just kind of settling into that angle. I think she's more chance of an LBW there. I think probably more chance of a bowled as well, because the batter's not really able to block the stumps with their pads the way that they can if she's bowling around the wicket. She's got 2 balls to go in this spell.
Hello to crewman Chris Smith from the chat, saying hello to us. Hello to you. Hope you're having a great weekend.
Pretty well bowled again. This time they're going to make a late decision to go. Well, now they're going to back out of it. Maybe it was for the best, but again, that short cover's been such a useful position. Yeah, hello to everyone in the chat. Good to see you. And Chris saying it's been 46 to 49 degrees in the last 2 weeks, which is it's very, very warm. You have to be out in the ice fest there, wouldn't you, if you were fielding in those kind of temperatures. Last ball of the 9th over, or not, as that will be bowled again. It brings up the 50 for Czechia, so that's 1 milestone.
Yeah, well done.
And look, if the last over goes off the rails completely for Greece, not impossible for Czechia to still grab this point. But I still feel they've left a few runs on the table here, Czechia. Whether they would have got to 99 or not, I'm not sure. But yeah, just maybe not quite the intent there from the beginning. I know it's not easy. There we go, hit and run this time. It will be a single to finish the over. And at the end of 9, it's 51 for 2.
Yeah, 10 come off that one. So a few extras, of course, as Macri was trying to settle and get a line right coming over the wicket. There's a no ball in there as well. So 51 it is. We're into the last over. And I wonder if they can have a little flurry here and just decide that we've only lost, that's the thing, they've only lost just those 2 wickets. So they could have afforded to be a little bit more aggressive, but it's the first match. They've got 3 matches here today, the women. So no doubt that after this match that they'll come together, they'll talk about what they did well. And there were plenty of positives from Czechia, especially when they were in the field. And I like the bowling there from DCT as well, who's had a good game all round. But they'll probably work on just some of the tactics of the batting. That's nicely bowled, well played. And opportunity, and we'll get back.
Does get back in that short cover. Zoe Grummanu's been brilliant in that position. I think it would have been run out either way. I still think, last over, maybe it's worth just going for that run anyway, seeing what happens. Interesting also, they've just decided to bowl the 5 bowlers here with Maria Verviciotti coming back to bowl the last 18 off 5 now for Czechia to get that point fading away. Cracking shot there, but again, the fielding's been outstanding from Greece. Probably 2 there. Again, this is a little bit of inexperience because, again, you don't need to be running past the stumps here. You need to be looking for 2. The ball was in open space, especially when you're working so hard for runs. The opportunity for a second is pretty significant. So, yeah, Pavlicova cost herself a run there. I think never even really turned for 2. Basically comes down to watching the ball, even after you hit it, watching where it's gone and exactly what the situation is. Chowdhury has done the long shift, hasn't she? She's still there. She's 11. So, I mean, to her credit, She has been able to lift that scoring slightly, but I mean, she hasn't been able to hit a boundary in the 10 overs. That's what I mean. I think I've got to feel for her a little bit. She's established she can survive, and that's actually a very good starting point. But obviously, you need to, in this format, be able to contribute a bit more heavily on the scoreboard if you're going to have that opening position. This one goes pretty close to knocking her pegs out, but not quite. Good ball from Vervitsiotti.
Yeah, it's a good delivery. That's where I think Chowdhury will struggle. The ball that's just slightly outside the off stump. I think if it's on the stumps and on a pad, she's got a good eye. She's played those really well. That's where she's scored most of her runs, when the ball's at her. But where she's missed out on so many is when that ball's outside the off stump. And she has been able to get that one away. And that's the example of it there. So in that area, because what she's trying to do, the foot going out to the ball is fine. So the foot going out is fine, but then watch the way the bat comes. If she's hitting, if the bat was going straight, because look where she's trying to hit. So everything's fine, but she needs to continue with the shape and the balance and hit towards the offside. But she's trying to then hit that ball on the leg side. She's almost arched over herself and unfortunately the head goes down, eye off the ball, she misses it.
Down the leg side, that'll be re-bowled. So, yeah, 54. You're not going to win you too many ball games. 56 is the lowest score we've seen successfully defended on ECN. But, yeah, Czechia, they'll learn a lot from this, I'm sure. We'll see these teams do battle again 2 more times today, don't forget. So, this is only the first chapter. Vervitsiotti, can she get a wicket?
Good morning to Monica Ramos. Costa, how are you? She's saying good morning, friends. Yeah, good morning to you as well, Monica. Thanks. Oh, that could be close. That's Plum, I think. Yeah, that's hit her right in front. And Joy as well. Half the team were fielding the ball. The other half were celebrating. Now they'll all come and celebrate with Maria Visotti, who picks up a wicket. Well bowled, full and straight. And I think this is going on to hit middle of the leg, no doubt about it. It's a good length, and she knows it. She appeals. The umpire gives it, and finally the long innings there of Chowdhury comes to an end after 26 balls for 11 runs. She'll be LBW.
Yeah, 54 for 3 then, and we will get to see Josephine Suchkova here for 1 delivery, and yeah, well done to Maria Vervitsiotti for producing that ball. Nice in-swinger to take the LBW. So anyway, let's see if Josephine can get a run or 2 or even more off this last ball. But yeah, I think the distance between the 2 teams is reflected in the scoreline. Last ball coming up of match 1 of this ECI-W. It's a pretty good one as well from Vervitsiotti, who finishes well. So it'll be 98 to 54 in the end. Greece take all the points out of match 1. It's a pretty impressive performance from a team playing their first ever T10 International.
Yeah, it was a good performance, solid performance. You can see that they've applied some of those skills that they've used before in the longer format of the game, especially with the field setting, and it worked a treat for them here today. I think they really did squeeze the batters on the offside, didn't really give them any easy runs. Bowlers bowl well as well. Have a quick look at the extras. Not too, I mean, 25 again, so about the same. 18 wide, maybe slightly more wides than what we did see there from Czechia. 4 no balls, 3 buys there as well. But a good performance. And even though there probably will be, I think, Vinny, perhaps just a little bit disappointed they didn't get past the 100 mark with the bat. They did slow down towards the end of the innings, and they too had wickets in hand. But in terms of with the ball, and particularly with the fielding, I think they were solid.
Yeah, no, I agree. But Czechia-Greece, like I said last year, when these 2 teams met in the ECI, it was 2-1 to Czechia. Dylan Stein leads the side. Czechia bowling first, though. And nice to see Aslam Mohammed batting himself at the top. I still think, I know he's over 50, but if he's their best option at the top, he should take it. And Sajid Afridi, watch out for him as well. He's a steal if he's only 6 in fantasy cricket. We do have news that there's a 5-minute delay to that game, so it'll be starting in around about 20 minutes or so right here on ECM. Well, let's go back and have a look at the highlights of this second innings. That 99 start look a long way away. There was a lot to do with the performance of the openers, with Maria Siriotti and Sofia Jagota bowling really well. Well, that seemed like it was fine, but actually on a closer review, at the point it passes the crease, it was waist high, and that's why we saw a second life. This was a nice shot, although probably the fielding wasn't quite there. We saw it happen a couple of times in the game. This outfield's pretty quick if you can get hold of it, but I suppose Greece, they bowled pretty well and just didn't allow the Czechs too many points to score. That was DCT. He wasn't able to deal with that last one with a little bit of away movement, crashing the ball into the leg stump. I liked that Pooja finally got her opportunity. I know that she thought she was batting once and had to go back into the dugout. And late in the piece, we had a little bit of ECN chaos. So I think Greece, first time we've seen them playing T10 on the network, they look a good outfit to me. I like the way they did the little things well.
Yeah, they look pretty well drilled, though that time, on that occasion, it didn't quite go all to plan. And this, well, this time no problems. All we had to work out was which batter was going to depart. But yeah, I like the way they play. They seem to be a very good unit. They seem pretty polished out there in the field as well. I think Czechia, they will learn a lot from them as well. That's the other thing, Vinny. Every match they play, they'll watch what the more experienced Greece side do, how they manage the field, how they take their singles, and they'll learn from it as well. So this is going to be a massive learning process for Czechia.
Yeah, no doubt. But yeah, we'll see them back in the middle of the day, and then also with the last game of day one of this ECI weekend. Let's have a look at the scorecard. Well, the openers did stick around and eat up a lot of balls, 47 out of the 10 overs. Chowdhury with 11 off 26 and DCT 10 off 21. I liked Pooja's energy when she got there. She was able to manufacture a boundary. Pavlichkova had it hard going. We just saw Josephine Suchkova for the last delivery. 25 extras, probably for Greece, that's something they feel they can work on. It's in their control, because they would probably feel that they probably gave a few too many away for free. Bowling-wise, though, we just saw the 5 bowlers from Greece. Georgiota was pretty impressive, 1 for 4 off her too, but I also like Siriotti and the energy she brought with none for 9. Fermiciotti with the late wicket, 1 for 10, but really I think all the bowlers did a pretty good job in making sure that Greece go 1-0 up in the series. We'll take a break then, back in around about 15 minutes time to take you into match 1 of the men's ECI, Czechia-Greece. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll take a break and see you shortly for more action here in the ECI Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we've seen match one of the women's ECI. Now it's time for the men to take centre stage. And once again, of course, it is Czechia versus Greece. Now, these two do have a little bit of history. Greece were here as part of the Tri-Series ECI last year here in Prague, but this time it will be a best of five. And look, I think it'll be a very interesting series. Czechia, I think, probably a slight favourite because of the fact they have just come off 2 weeks of cricket and they probably know the conditions really, really well. But Greece, they've got some very good players. Should be a really good one. We're going to start, of course, with match one and the toss with Charles Croucher and the two captains.
Welcome to the toss for ECI match one between Czechia and Greece.
This one, Greece. Thank you very much. Awesome. Thank you, Aslam. Thank you. Good luck. You too. Cheers.
It'll be Greece to call.
Hi.
Heads is the call. And it's a tail.
We'll bowl first.
Czechia have won the toss. Bowl first.
Dylan Steyn leading Czechia in this series. He's won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. Well, much like the women of Czechia did this morning. But Greece, I think one thing last time, they did have a few issues just adjusting to the pace of this pitch and the fact that there is some slight variation. But watch out for their captain, Aslam Mohammed. He is quite incredible, 53 years of age, but he is evergreen. And to be honest, he's still one of the best players in that lineup. He'll likely take the gloves here, but if he needed to bowl, he does a pretty good job. He'll probably bat in the middle order, but again, if things don't go to plan, maybe he'll push up a bit higher. Watch out for Georgios Galanis as well. I think he's a really, really talented leg spinner. He's played all his cricket in Greece. And you'll just notice that with the Greek team, there's a fair bit of kind of native talent in there, which has come to the fore. And they're definitely a side to watch. With these two teams as well, we will see them in the ECC in the same group. They're both in Group 2 in the Challenger division. So they certainly will get to feel each other out over the next couple of days. I suppose for Czechia, they've got plenty of players to watch. Dylan Steyn looks in some incredible form at times during that ECS, but you've got guys in there like Ratul, you've got guys like Sazi Buyan, who's had an incredible series. Don't forget Davitsi, he was player of the series. So they're kind of in form. The only thing with Czechia, is there a bit of a fatigue factor that comes in, or you know, are they basically going to come in red hot? Let's find out. Let's get over to Rico Fu in the commentary box. I can tell you, Czechia in the first men's ECI have won the toss, bowling first.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo Vinisandu out there in the middle, looking gorgeous in his all red. Maybe a bit of Czechia feel to that outfit, as it is Czechia that taking the field here. So we'll see Greece having a bat. Well, we've seen the women, and the women from Greece are winning the first match against Czechia. How will this one go? Will it be the men or will it be the women? Let's have a look at some of those key players. I think, yeah, Vinny's pretty right. I think one thing that some of those Czechia players, after playing in a very tough and hard ECI tournament, is fatigue could be an issue. And certainly, I know that Dylan Steyn, Sazi Buyan, who was fantastic in the final yesterday. Congratulations to him, and of course Bohemians for being victorious there. Even Sagor Hussain, you know, he was really, those guys were pushed to the limits at times. Ratul and Tomar as well. So there's going to be some tired bodies out there. But I think the key thing is also they might be tired, but they know how the pitch plays, and they would have played a fair bit of cricket. Whereas with Greece, you don't really know how much cricket that some of these guys have played at the moment. So it will be a good test for them. I think you would expect Greece to be big-time favourites going into this match. And let's see if that pans out. Let's see that the win predictor, you just saw it there in your screens. They did have Czechia 68 to 32% favourites to win the match. And I can understand those percentages, bear in mind some of the things that I've already mentioned. So we're ready to go. The umpires are out there in the middle, just having a quick count of bodies as the bowler just practices his run-up. Umpire Farouk and Shubit are out there with Ragava. He's the third umpire. The boundary rope, some of you with the eagle eye would have noticed, has now been moved back to the 50-metre mark. It came in about 5 metres for the women's match. So we're ready to go. Ready for the action to start. And it would be Sajid Afridi opening up with Aslam Mohammed, the captain. Just played out on the offside. They're taking the single, and they'll get there. The field was pretty deep actually out there on the offside, away back on that 30-yard circle to start off with. A little bit a little bit defensive, really, to start. A bit surprised that they're not putting a bit more of a squeeze on Greece to start off with. So Afridi gets off the mark straight away. Hands the strike now over to the captain, Aslam Mohammed. This guy's just amazing. There's plays this into the ground, and they're taking on the fielder. And they will get the single. Yeah, Aslam, I've seen him play the last number of years, and he just keeps on going. And quality player, always manages to come up with the goods for his side. Of course, we have seen him at the Cardamom Oval as well plenty of times. It's a top player. Rahat Ali. Here's the bowler. And, just gets... Oh, they're taking it on. Oh, if they hit, it would have gone. If this hits, it would have been curtains for the captain. It's I think it was Saba. Saba does the back it up there. Let's have a look there, and it's a yes, no, maybe, and adios if that hits. Would not have made it back. The bowler does go down there. That's Rahat Ali. And plenty of energy and noise out there at the moment from Team Czechia. Going for it again, and this time this will be out. So he only just survives the run out at the other end. I don't really know what Aslam Mohammed is doing here. As the keeper, who's got the snazzy shades on, Mohammed Ratul, has to just deal with a very easy run out. Well, there they are. They're all friends now. Well, they're all playing in different teams in the European Cricket Series. And when they were fighting against each other, and now they're all united. And they get the first wicket, and just doesn't get close. He doesn't really believe he can get, because at this point he goes to think to slide the bat in. Maybe he's thinking upstairs to get the dive in, but he's not going to get there. It's not going to make any difference. So that's a real soft dismissal. The captain getting himself run out after being lucky not to be run out the other end. He'll go for just one. So that is the end of Aslam. A run out for one. Right, new batter comes in, is taking guard. And this is going to be Amarpreet Singh Mehmi who comes in. And there's Arvind Zidar, the fake Yogesh, who's making his way to his stick, which he's planted out there. And that's a nice looking shot. If this gets past the fielders, it could go all the way, but that's a brilliant bit of fielding. Really well done there. I think that is Bhuyan. Yes, it is. Sazib Bhuyan comes across and makes a stop. Keeping it to just the single. Well, it's a very interesting first over. All happening at the moment. Amarpreet gets off the mark and hands back to Afridi. Taking on the fielders once again. So it's good to see that they've got an aggressive mindset with the running, but you can't be suicidal, and some of that was suicidal as that first over comes to an end. And well, Vinny Sandhu joins me as first. We'll talk a little bit about the ECC.
Yeah, and the fact that Greece and Czechia will face off in Group 2 of the ECC, the Challenger Division, and look, both these teams would have the goal to progress from that group, so they need to be in the top 2 out of those 5 teams. It'll be really competitive. And yeah, the top 4 teams, so the top 2 from each, will play in the playoffs. So the top 2 out of the whole group then will be promoted to Premier Division in 2025. Yeah, just that first run out of Aslam Mohammed, I think it actually kind of spun back towards the keeper. He kind of took off, and that probably cost him 1 or 2 meters. It just was a bad decision in real time, wasn't it? Amarpreet Singh Mehmi is the new batter, but right now it's Afridi, who actually I've seen recently for Brescia CC in the Brescia European Cricket Series. So we've seen him fairly recently. Also, we've seen him play before for MSC Frankfurt, and also for the Greek national side. But yeah, Czechia, they've got a certain energy about them. I think they'll definitely have an initial burst of enthusiasm. Whether they can extend it over the 5 games, I think, in fact, they've played 2 weeks of ECS cricket, most of them at least, could be a bit of a factor.
Yeah, it's Shub with the ball, and of course it's Shub Chowdhury. And no run this time. Yeah, I mean, you talk about energy. They're fighting for the same ball at the moment. Our team Czechia. So there at the moment, there Sagar Hussain had to fight to get his hands on that ball. And
yeah, we only saw Shub a couple of times with Vinarati. It was last weekend.
oh, that's a nice looking shot. And that one could go all the way. And let the umpire say no, 4 runs, says Shubit. So we're still waiting to see the first Maximo for the start of our internationals here. And gets a good fair bit of this. Is a nice aggressive shot, but just bouncing before the rope. Cuatro carreras from Afridi. So Sajid Afridi opens his boundary account with 4.
Yeah, nice little pull away, but we didn't get up that high in the end.
This one, oh, it's a great effort there from the man who's at backward point. Flying through the air. Well, there's a little bit of Superman about this. That's a terrific effort. Sensational. That's Niraj Tyagi. Or is it? Or is it Superman? I don't know. Well, there's no cape. Well, watch him go here. Tremendous effort. Loses his shades. But I think he must have got a little bit on this to stop that one racing to the boundary. Short and tested upstairs. Doesn't get it right. It'll just be a single. And a little bit of everything from this over from Chowdhury. He really is testing them out. And hello to Shohag, who's well, saying hi to us. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful Saturday. And of course, it is international weekend here in Czechia. As we welcome Greece, the men and the women from Greece, to play in this T10 International Series.
Yeah, Freedy, 7 off 8, hasn't really been able to get going. Yeah, hi, Shohag, good to see you. As always, last ball, second over coming up.
This one is up in the air. This one might go all the way, and I think it does. Well, there you go. Volley, 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 as it flies over the rope in that backward point area. He swings hard. Probably not quite where he was looking to go, but he's got plenty of aggression in the shot. And the first Maximo of this international weekend.
16 for 1 then after 2. Early days in this series. It's best of 5. And yeah, hopefully there's no weather issues. If the series is tied, though, so for example, if it's 2-2 with a washout, then it will go down to the amount of points. That includes the bonus points that the teams accumulate during the weekend. Amarpreet Singh Memi is going to face up. Now, we did see him playing for Byron. Quite a few of these guys actually have seen in the ECL and other cricket. So we saw Amarpreet playing for Byron. Didn't really go to plan, though, for Byron in the ECL this year. Last year, they made it all the way to the final, where they went down to Hornchurch. They actually beat Hornchurch of England along the way, as Rahat will get a second over.
Yeah, interesting how there's something about his bowling I can't quite fathom out. Is he bowling sort of back of the hand, the ball's right? How's he holding this ball? Let's have a look.
He's just got a natural kind of kink in his action, and it just comes out with a little bit of extra backspin, and that's why that was a really good shot of it there. He's got slightly unusual action.
Yeah, the ball's not coming out as quick as you think.
Yeah.
And it's because he's using more the
slows it
fingers,
down.
not the wrist.
Yeah, again, can't quite time him up at the moment, can they? Yeah, Amarpreet, though, his top score was actually on this ground in ECN cricket. That's 43 last year. So yeah, he'll be pretty keen to better that. And I think, especially with a couple of players not here. Sinan Khan is probably the biggest out that I can think of. He scored an ECI century last year for Greece, and they probably didn't really fire here last year. He looked very, very dangerous. Also, probably quickest bowler they've got. But it's going to be a bit of a test here for the Greek men's side, I think. To me, they're underdogs, but maybe they like that tag. They're a very proud team and actually pretty skillful as well.
And this one gets away from the keeper. The wild swing once again from Memi. Ricochets off the keeper, they'll get a bye. But I noticed that it was the batting a long way outside of his crease there, Amarpreet Singh. I mean, with the line that's been bowled to him from Ali, you might even be better off just going back into his crease a little bit. And might change the way that he plays, but misses out on it. The strike does change. Afridi, who's going slightly better and Amrapreet at the moment gets on strike. It's played solidly outside the off. Good pick up, good throw, good bit of cricket, good running between the batters as well. They'll take the single.
Dylan Steyn, very, very good fielder. That's one thing I look at this Czech side compared to maybe some of the Czech sides a few years ago. They put a big emphasis on their fielding and holding each other accountable to those standards. So I think the influence from someone like a Steyn leading the side, he expects that from everyone. I don't think you're going to see any foot fielding or anything like that. And if you do, you can have a case to answer.
And now this one will be called wide. I think I mentioned that it's difficult to pick Rohit Ali with the, you think the ball's coming through a bit quicker. Maybe the keeper there behind the stumps as well, Mohammed Ratul. It's probably just standing a little bit too far back. He's not been able to take the last few with his gloves, and that's why he's struggling to get the ball in his hands. And the batters, that one's called a wide, and the batters take another.
They do play together for Bruno, so you'd imagine that Ratul should have a fairly good idea what Rahat's delivering.
Yeah, that's good carry through and good bit of movement this time round. So maybe that one was just slightly fuller, gets it through. So having difficulties picking Ali at the moment are both these batters. And they're coming up to the end of the power play. And they haven't broken into the 20s yet.
Yeah, not quite. A little bit underwhelming so far. But it is a bit of an adjustment, this pitch. It's slightly different to some other artificial surfaces around. Last ball of the power play.
And this one will go for 4. It gets a little bit of extra width. And Amrit Singh makes sure he gets plenty of it. That's going to go wide off that third. It goes into the weak field. So it's the first one that's gone in there, but the fielder's done pretty well. He's found it. I think, I'm not sure who the ball retriever is there, but as he gets there, he gets called away. So the boundary comes. They finish with 23 off the power play. 23 for 1.
So I certainly want to up things in the middle overs. I wonder if they'll want to go to spin now, or maybe they'll kind of stick with the pace because it's working. They've got Margashaim in with his off spin in the middle. They've got Vandrasi as a spin option as well.
Yeah.
But, yeah, plenty of options, Czechia. Obviously, our viewers would have seen them very recently over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah,
Murali Cricket Series. What about last night with Bohemians winning the series? It's their second ECN trophy, their first European Cricket Series, but ending the PCC stranglehold on the competition.
Yeah, I think people woke up to a different feel about Czechia and Prague here this time round, as Prague CC were no longer crowned the champions. So they've lost their reign, but I'm telling you, as I was saying last night, they'll come back stronger. But Bohemians, congratulations to them. And of course, some of those players are out there that have got the winners' medals. Of course, Boyan was one of those. But I was going to say Murali Vandrasi, didn't he have a good tournament as well? He scored around 300 runs, scored a century. And he was the leading wicket taker as well with 12 wickets. So he's definitely a good inclusion to the side. But talking about the side, isn't it? It's unusual to be talking about Czechia cricket and no Suresh and no Arun in the side. Of course, Arun away. Suresh, I think, as that one gets played away, it's a little bit too full. So they do go with the spin. And this one is just over pitched from Venkatesh, and that's played away beautifully in the gap, 4 runs.
Yeah, well, Venki actually did a fair bit of umpiring over the last couple of weeks, but now first ball back, not a particularly good one. Slipped down a little bit, full toss, put away for 4.
That's drilled pretty well as well, but straight to the fielder, no issues there.
But I think looking at this side that Czechia have picked, they're looking at guys that are confirmed and available for that Guernsey series, the T20 coming up, which is only a couple of months away. So a beast not available for that squad. I don't think, I'm not sure about Arun Ashokan, but I don't think he's available this weekend in particular.
Up in the air, it's a teaser for the fielder, but it's gone over him. That's going to be 6 runs. Manos, arriba, Vitro, porque eso es 6 carreras, 6 más.
Yeah, nice shot, gets just enough. And that one is up and out of the ground. It's Maximo, the first one of the day.
Well, that was the second. This is the third. That's cleared him by a long, long way. 6 more. Up go the fingers and the hands from Shobit. And this is better. This is better hitting. So it's an interesting, you were quite right when you said, I wonder if they go to spin when you consider that seam and pace has been working. So for me, it was an unusual decision to go to spin straight away. You got so many more seamers there, and they struggled against the seam. No ball called. I thought I heard no ball. Maybe I'm hearing things.
I heard it too.
Well, it sounded like somebody called no ball there.
That's what I heard.
I heard no ball shouted. Well, maybe somebody else is shouting from somewhere, but it might not be a no ball, but the ball counts, but so does a boundary. So this is really an expensive over here.
That was an interesting one. But anyway, it has turned out to be that way. Magical over. Last ball to come now from Margashayam.
Venkatesh is probably thinking he should have stuck to maybe umpiring. Well, this time's slightly short, and to be fair, it's missed out on really by the batter. Amritpit Singh, that's the end of the over, and it's a good one. Most of his runs have come from it, actually, as that over goes for 21.
I think he won't be too thrown by that. He's had some success for Czechia, of course. He took a memorable 5 for 26, including a hat-trick against Norway back in the ECIs in 2023. It was in Dresden. But, 44 for 1 then after 4 overs.
Yeah, and looks like Niraj Tyagi is being called upon here now on the captain from Dylan.
Interesting, Riaz Afridi left out of the lineup here. Thing is, you'd remember from that Dresden series as well, Riaz is super quick, but he can be expensive, I think, if he gets it wrong. But interesting, they've gone for a little bit of the, I suppose, a bit more, less pace, but maybe more control of Tyagi.
Yeah.
Over just the brute force of Riaz Afridi.
Yeah, Afridi is the 12th. I've got to say, I have my opinion on it. As we see the start, and that's crunch start. That's gone a long way. Lovely jubbly. Ginna Sona, Ginna Badda Shaka. That's 6 more. And there's Arvind. He's got to go a long way to fetch that. Oh, that's right in the middle. Thank you very much. Look, Vinny, I think if you talk about Riaz Afridi, his bowling has been spicy, it's been quick, it's been fast. He's terrorised batters. We know that.
Three for 8 in the final.
For me, if he's fit, he's got to play. As this is another one that go for big 6. So they're turning it on here. Last over went for 21. And well, they thought we're not just going after the spin now, we're going after everything. So Tyagi, his first 2 deliveries in this international series have gone for 6.
Yeah, not the start he was looking for. Things have really broken out now for Greece. Remember that Greece beat Czechia on this ground last year. It was 2-1 in that little mini series. But yeah, Tyagi, you don't often see this. He's going over the wicket, so changing the angle.
High in the air, more height than distance maybe. Fielders looking after it, but the keeper has taken a sensational catch. How about that when he's looking the business with his shades on? That is a great catch. Now, Vinny, tell me, where's the other glove?
Yeah, he threw it off.
Where's the other glove?
He threw it off probably thinking he's just going on a chase, but it turns out to be a catch. So he's only caught it with 1 glove on and an inner.
Wow.
It's just crazy. And to be honest, this is a ball that should have been put away for 6 as well, but it hangs him up. It's a hanging top edge. Ratul finds the drop zone. Well, it's either catch it or wear it in the sunglasses. Luckily, it was the former, as that's a big moment in the game. Sajid Afridi, just as he was getting going, he's caught behind for 31 and 56 for 2.
Well, caught behind, that's one way of putting it. That is an incredible catch because it is a keeper that takes it. He just, when I saw him running there, because there is a fielder out there, I'm thinking, what's he doing? He ain't going to get there shortly. And then when I saw the glove off, I thought, no way, but look at this. 1 glove on, 1 glove off, catch taken. That's a remarkable take from Mohamed Ratul. What a catch.
Yeah, I don't think he's actually he doesn't think he's a chance to catch it. And that's why he just basically throws the glove off. But actually, it's a lesson. You shouldn't actually throw it off too early.
Maybe he's helping get there quicker.
But
you know, you have to sometimes get rid of some weight to help you get there quicker. I don't know.
Then he's off balance, so he would have been veering one step to the side. Anyway, wow, success for Tyagi from over the wicket. I think he's more happy than anyone. And even, to be honest, that ball, if you time that right, that you're just whacking that for 6.
Yeah.
Or at least 4. But it turned out to be kind of like a hanging, kind of weird leading edge that held up forever.
Shamador Shadab is the new batter, gets off the mark straight away, and this one has taken an inside edge, and that one will not be caught. That's going to be 4 runs, and this is pretty close with Tyagi getting through. Amrapreet gets very, very lucky indeed. I thought that was going to cannon into the stumps. He goes for another boundary though, so even though they have lost another wicket here, the runs are being scored at a good rate, and that's now 17 off this over.
Yeah, run tool available solves one of the issues, which is the keeping for Czechia.
Launch and catching opportunity, and taken, no mistake there from Ritit Toma, who throws it back up in the end celebration. So in that over, two men that were going pretty quickly, Amrapreet Singh and also the likes of Afridi have been dismissed. Tyagi has been an expensive over, but if you're going to give away 17 and also take 2 wickets, I think most captains around the globe will take that. So well done. The wicket falls. We're at the halfway point with the score on 61 for 3.
Yeah, pretty interesting first 5 overs with 3 wickets, but Greece with that kind of fight back with the over of Margashaim going magical, and then kind of heading that way, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With Tyagi going the journey a couple of times, but then fighting back, couple of wickets there. I think it's a really even game right now. You're looking for probably something like 120. I suppose the question will be, can the Greek bowlers kind of find their straps? They won't have too much time to waste because you've got a lot of these guys in this Czech side coming off big runs, feeling confident. Probably the confidence in each other as well in the batting unit. But like I said, these two teams, they're pretty evenly matched because we know last year it was 2-1 to Czechia. But remember, Greece kind of playing out of their home conditions. No Sinan Khan, I think, hurts them a lot. But obviously, we're seeing some other people stepping up. Amrapreet, I think he'll be frustrated because, again, he's made a start and he hasn't been able to go on with it. And I mentioned he still doesn't have an ECN 50. I feel like he's good enough to have one. But I want to welcome everyone and let us know how you're enjoying the action in this Czechia-Greece series. Obviously, the women having a break right now. They'll be back during the next game. But yeah, some pretty good rivalries at play here.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. The other thing I think Greece have in their favour, which could work for them, is I think for me they have the advantage with the spin.
Yeah.
The slow options. And I think that could play pretty vital in this contest.
We didn't see a lot of leg spin, did we, in that series? I don't think it's something that the Czechia bats are used to playing, quality leg spin. And that's why I think Galanis, he's certainly a bit of a weapon. Sajid Afridi, who we saw get out during that over, he actually is a pretty decent bowling option as well. So he, I suppose, slightly covers the loss of Sinan. Anyway, time for Murali Vendrasi. And he's probably the only, I'd say, leg spinner that we really saw. And he's not even kind of regulation leg spinner. He will toss it up. In the air. And 6. Was right off the fingertips of Ritik Toma, the tank. I think he was slightly misjudged his jump. Maybe it still wasn't a chance, but he was going down. The ball was still climbing, and that's a Maximo.
Yeah, he's gone to take it one-handed. I think, in fairness to him, the ball is probably clearing him. The best thing he could probably have tried to have done there is keep that ball in play. That's hit firmly and too well, as that one will end up in the overgrowth. The ball retriever's going to have to get in there and find it. It's a good hit. I like the follow through here. Gets that, crunches it well and gets the bat to come all the way back over out the middle. Sweet shot, and almost gets it onto the fourth hole or green.
But yeah, for Murali, getting an opportunity in the check shirt. Obviously, it's interesting to see how his bowling holds up at this level. It's better ball this time, but that could still go for 4, if it's not cut off. Well, there's the foot fielding I said we shouldn't see. It's Venki, who, like I said, he's been doing the umpiring in the last couple of weeks and finds himself in the action. Vendrasi also, interesting to see where he bats. Remember, he is coming off his first ever ECN ton that he scored for his club, Prague Barbarians, and he's actually listed in the number 3 position here.
Yeah, Georgios Galanis is the batter. Takes Guy. He's a left-hander, so the field will have to change around. Yeah, wish him well. He's a very good, talented player. Is Galanis. He's going to be up against the spin of Vendrasi. I don't know if it's the spin or the flight of Vendrasi. And it's down the leg side, and this one will go into that vacant area. Nobody at fine. It's not a good delivery. Gets this completely wrong, and that's going to go all the way down. But yeah, not the best bit of bowling here, best start here from Riley. I am still pretty surprised that they have started or gone back to the slow stuff, because remember the early slow over we saw so far from Venkatesh went for 21. So got to get the areas right though, does Vendrasi. And that's better. And that's where he needs to be. It's the right shot to play there from Glanis. You've got to still be playing your shots here. You're into the last half of the innings. I know that they have lost some wickets, but you've got to be brave and positive. He just doesn't get his feet moving there, does he?
Doesn't really turn in like he was expecting.
That's hit pretty well, and what a pickup. Fantastically well done. I think that's Saba who's out there. Great one-handed pickup.
Yeah, you know what? So frustrating when you hit such a good shot, you only get one for it. That was fantastic fielding from Saba. End of the sixth over, and it's 79 for 3. Always interesting when I see a leg spinner batting against a fellow leg spinner. That was an interesting little contest. Just the 2 extras, so again, you see the difference, I suppose, maybe compared to the first game this morning. With Greece 79 for 6 on 132 pace at the moment, so it's a decent looking pace. But I suppose the fact the top 3 back in the shed does affect things a little bit. They've listed Zubair Ashraf to come in next. But I think they're going to go back to Chagi, who took 2 for 17 in his first over.
Yeah. We were talking a little bit about Riaz Afridi before. I mean, you can just have a look at the bowling that we've seen so far. So, I mean, Ali, we were saying that he's coming through, doesn't come through as quick as you think, so he was sort of pretty slow. I think Niraj here, bowling here, there's no pace about him either. I mean, Riaz Afridi, if he's fit, if it's my call, he's playing every match, because he's just a match winner, and he's been in exceptional form. I know when I was speaking to Danny Hudicek the first time he played on the song, Danny said that they've certainly worked on him, because sometimes before he was a little bit erratic. He would bowl a lot of wides and get things wrong. But all right, it's once or twice he's done that, but most of the time he's been spot on. And it's a real mystery that if he's available, he's not playing, as this one beats the fielder, ends up being in the scorer's marquee, where Marzi is, along with Paolo, Joe and Samir. But that's a nice shot, and that's what you've got to be. Be brave, be positive, keep attacking. And Shadab does just that. Nice shot.
Yeah, very nice shot. It was just hit too well. This field is still pretty quick.
Slower delivery, good comeback there. I don't think this is disguised in any way at all from Niraj Tyagi. He shows you what he's going to do, but the batter still doesn't pick it.
Since this slow ball, it might be that kind of rolling off cutter. Oh, it actually comes, it's like a spread 3-finger job, and it just kind of rolls out the front of the hand. Very clever slow ball.
And over the infielder, but stopped, plucked before it goes to the boundary. And that's nicely done by Rahat Ali. It'll just be a single. So now back to Glanis. See if he can get one out of the middle of his bat as well and just continue.
I think you can already see the fielding difference in the fielding standard compared to ECS cricket.
Well, he's going for the appeal. The umpire doesn't see it catching anything, so spreads the wings and calls it a wide.
Probably thinks it's off the pad, doesn't actually think it's off the bat, but he's appealing just to say, hey, that's not a wide. Umpire didn't pick it up.
Shot. Oh, yeah. Opens up, gets a bit of width, and gets it out of the middle. That's gone a plenty of distance. What a lovely shot. And beautifully watched, beautifully timed. Boom. Shaka Lagya.
Now, I remember my first conversation with Georgios Galanis. He was 17 at the time, and we were at the ECS in Greece. And he was bowling really well. So I kind of just assumed, okay, so where have you played your cricket? In England? Or as he's like, oh, well, I learnt from my dad. I've played in Greece, but I've learnt from my dad. I'm like, oh, okay, makes sense. Where did your dad speak English? He's like, no. He's just, you know, there's this kind of history of cricket in Greece that that maybe it's got a bit more of a native buy-in than in some other places that we go. Anyway, that's a cracking shot, that over, as he's moved to 13 off. 693 for 3 after 7. Let's have a look at what's coming up in ECN cricket, starting with the ECS in Romania on Monday. We have 2 weeks there. You and Charlie will be covering that one, I know. And then I'll be taking care of Hungary at the GB Oval. And have to see if we're playing from the bikini end or not, I suppose. I'll be there with Danny Hudacek for the first bit, and then initially taking over Bulgaria will be after that. Bonus weekend of cricket in Croatia before we head to Rome. But I do believe, like I said, I'll have to look it up, but I think Greece is on the calendar in some way, shape or form. Buyan gets the 8th over.
High in the air, Ritit Toma takes the catch. I like the way I watched him all the way through here. What he doesn't do is run in. Even though he doesn't find the ball straight away, his natural instinct is not to run, which is good. He finds it first and then gets himself in a good position. Watch this. Finds it in good position, takes the catch, and when you've got a good, strong base like that, you're normally going to hold on to it. So the wicket goes. It's a good one to get as the left-hander. And Galanis, after playing some lovely shots, he'll go for the unlucky 13 of 7 balls, 1 6 and 1 4 to his name before it's Ritit Toma who takes the catch as Sazib Buyan takes a wicket from his very first ball.
Yeah, brilliant effort. And that will bring Muaz Ali to the crease. Yeah, I believe we will be in Greece for a T10 ECI-W series, a 4-team series between the 2nd and 6th of September. And that will be at the Marina Cricket Ground in Corfu. That's on my calendar anyway. That I believe I'll be doing that. Geez, that's pretty close. First up, and he's gone. It's going to be a golden duck for Muaz Ali. Swings across the straight one. And Buyan, well, welcome. He's translating his form into international form. He's on a hat-trick, 2 wickets in 2 balls. His first 2 balls.
Yeah, full and straight. Watch this. Yeah, he's going across the line. He's shuffled across, and Buyan knows it. He knows it. I knew it. And it's 2 in 2. So, Sazib Buyan, who, of course, was celebrating yesterday. Well, this Goldie. Celebrating yesterday after putting a good day in, didn't he? I mean, I think he scored a half-century as well, didn't he, in the final, I believe. But this is the way it looks at the moment. We've had a long wait for a hat-trick.
Yeah, and how long was it going to be? It's been about 6 weeks now since we've had a hat-trick. Surely it's time. We haven't had one in a day series for so long as well.
Could it be done at the international level? The new batter comes in. I think this is Marios Bekios, who is the new batter, taking guard, but he's got Buyan fired up. First 2 balls of his spell in this international series have resulted in wickets. Hat-trick ball coming up.
First ball Bekios has ever faced on the network as well, and it's a hat-trick ball. Here we go from Buyan.
Oh, he gets a bit of inside edge on it. Oh, that's oh no, no way! Oh no! Oh, that is so unfortunate. It's the first ball that he's faced, and he's gonna get a run out. He'll get a golden duck. It won't be a hat-trick. It's a team hat-trick. Oh no! This is so agonizingly painful for the batter. As look at this, he plays it away. He starts to run down. How does he trip over? I think it's just the excitement. He goes down, but so do the bails. Oh, that is just disaster for Marios. Oh, Mario. Well, somebody pressed one of those buttons on the game board, and down he went, and they get the wicket. Oh, you got to feel for him. Vinny, you got to feel for him.
You got to feel for him. Yeah, he does well enough to get bat on, keep the hat-trick ball out, but then, oh, well, a bit like a baby giraffe here. It just goes down. And then how unlucky. It's a great bit of fielding. Take nothing away. It might have even been close if he'd stayed on his feet. We'll never know. But it was a direct hit. And, well, I suppose in 50 or 60 years' time, he might see the funny side of things. But anyway, it's going to be a big swing and a miss. Still no runs off this over. This is ECN cricket. I mentioned it's the first ball he's ever faced on the network. I bet he never forgets it.
Oh, wow, what a debut. You know what? Fair play to Czechia there, because they could have gone wild with celebration. They didn't. They saw that it was pretty unlucky, but there's nothing that they could do about it. Oh, Mario, you got to feel for him. Now, this is down the ground. He's hit it pretty straight, so it won't go to hand to the 2 fielders, but Saba comes across, tidies it up. So after a little good period of play for Greece, where they were going at a pretty good rate. The last few overs were going average around the 15 mark. And this one certainly has put a spanner in the works. And that's a dangerous looking shot, but he executes it well. It actually will go for 4, just bouncing before the boundary. Goes right across the line here, does Ashraf. But he had to get back onto it, and luckily for him, he does. Otherwise, well, that was a very similar delivery to how the first wicket that Sazib Bhuyan took, plumb in front. That was very similar, but he gets away with it, gets 4. The over comes to an end. Is 98 for 6 after 8.
So what you're saying is it's like Czechia were playing a game of Super Marios and they dropped the controller.
Yes.
Oh, that's so unlucky. You'll have nightmares about that. But look, like I said, it hasn't hurt them too much in the fact that Zubair Ashraf has come out. He's hit a boundary first ball. So it's just one of those things. We have seen it before. It reminds me of, I think it was Diego in the HCL software game. You might remember that from a couple of years ago. That was his first run that he ever scored. He actually got away with it, though. Unfortunately for Marios, he doesn't. Brilliant direct hit, though, from Murali Vandrassi. But even he didn't know what to do. I still think it would have been pretty close.
If he was on his feet?
If he was on his feet, because, you know, it was a direct hit. Ball was hit pretty much straight to square leg.
He did hesitate as well, didn't he? He did hesitate.
But anyway, it was more fun this way for everyone except Marios. This is going to be gone. Chowdhury comes back. And Shadab's going to have to go, trying to get on with it. So Greece losing wickets at regular intervals. And now they're 98 for 7 in the 9th.
Yeah, I've liked Shiv Chowdhury's bowling. He bowled a very good first over, went for 12, but he does bowl with a little bit of zip, gets that. Well, look at them. How many does it take to put the stumps together? There's about 8 of them over there trying to put those stumps back together. It's not a puzzle, lads. It's not a puzzle. And I tell you who is puzzled, the batter, as he's gone for the big shot here. Probably feels the need to try and keep the acceleration going. That's Shadab, but that's a good delivery, full straight from Chowdhury. And, well, not a bad strike rate of 200, but it comes to an end as after 2 6s and 1 4, it's 20 of 10 for Shadab, but he will go. But well bowled, a good comeback into the attack for Chowdhury.
I might have thought, okay, that would have been, with the run out again, I'm talking about, if it was clear he would have been out, I think maybe Czechia would have considered not appealing. You know, if it's a clear, it was an easy single, say it was all the way to the outfield. But I think it was kind of just close enough to say, I think we've got to take it. But, yeah, this is Georgios Stodianos now getting a bat at number 9. So, yeah, Greece a little bit top-heavy in their order. I think if you look at kind of the statistics of everyone in their side. But, I mean, even if they can scramble here, let's say, they get to kind of fighting 110, 115, they bowl well, and remove some of those check threats, maybe could have a contest. Like I said, I think, what was it last year? I'll get you the numbers again from last year. This one pretty close. I think you're saying it just hits the line. This is a very tight one, though. What's your reading of this?
Let's see here. Yeah, I think that's a good call. I think it's probably
1% of the ball on the line.
Probably a little bit on it. It gets pretty lucky, but that's where the umpires now have to be consistent with it.
Yeah, exactly. If you haven't watched ECN cricket in a while, the line belongs to the bowler now. As long as the ball hits any of that line, it's not going to be called a wide, even if it's a tiny bit of the line. But that line won't move if the batter moves. So that's kind of the trade-off. Yeah, I remember when these two teams played in the first game last year, it was 103 to 95 to Czechia. So it looks like Greece will get more than that 103 that turned out to be a winning score.
It's not. Oh, does it call a wide now? Is it called for height or?
He's called for leg side.
Leg side, yeah.
Down
I think
leg side.
I don't think it was high enough to be called for height, but let's see. Oh, okay. Yeah, I suppose it does go past and over and away from that leg stick, so that's a fair call for me, I think.
I mean, the field was in different condition last year, but yeah, 9.4 was the average run rate in the series, tri-series involving Cyprus. Okay, Cyprus actually dragged it down a bit. They were only going at 76 pace, but Czechia was scoring 110 per 10 overs and Greece was scoring at 91. So, yeah, they got 100 on the board, and I think they're well led by Aslam. And they've got some good bowling options in there. I do think this could be a tight contest.
It's up in the air. Should just be a single. I think it will be, as Niraj does eventually field the ball. So it looks like there is probably one more to come here from Chowdhury. He's put a good spell in, hasn't he? It's at 1 for 15 with the ball to go.
Kroom said he's off to his game. He says the sun's actually shining in London. We'll have a good time. Kroom.
And that is going to be the old French cut as that goes for 4 runs. We've seen that a couple of times here. Well, that will help. And they do get into the hundreds now with an over to go. They score 105 for 7 at the end of 9 overs. So they'll take whatever they can get at the moment.
Yeah, they will. 105 for 9. And Czechia, big favourites, but let's see if the bats hold up. Like I say, it's a bit of a step up normally. The bowling standard from club level to international level.
Yeah, but remember though, on this pitch, in this European Cricket Series, we saw scores in this sort of range defended. So, you know, it may look like a low score. It's probably, from what we've seen in the European Cricket Series here, it's probably about 20 runs short of what the average score has been.
Everyone wants to bowl this over. There's been a huge discussion. And I think
You've got to go with Bhuyan.
I want it. Who do you think?
You've got to go back to Bhuyan, haven't you? Didn't he? Or was he bowled out?
Bhuyan
Did he bowl both?
he took 2 for 5.
Yeah, he's only bowled the 1 over, so it's got to be him.
There are all kinds of arguments about why Sazib shouldn't bowl it, coming from players that weren't called Sazib. But anyway, he will get it. And it's 101. Well, 101 for 8. Well, hold on. What's happened here?
He can't hold on to the ball.
He hasn't stepped on his wickets, has he? Did the ball hit the stumps? He's bowled last ball. I had no idea. I thought it had gone for 4.
Well, what have we missed here?
So apparently, Sturgianis, that French cut, the ball hit the stumps on the way through and he was bowled. So that's why they're all celebrating. We completely missed it.
So it wasn't a discussion about who's going to bowl then. So there was a wicket, and now this one up in the air is another. I mean, he likes his shot, Ashraf. He goes right across his line. It's the second one he's played. So he goes right the way across. Bang, boom, Chakalagya. And I think here that Bhuyan maybe needs to just go perhaps at a slow. I mean, I don't mind him going for this because the batter is you hit. If you miss, I hit. But maybe just change his pace a little. Out the offside, and 6 runs. Says Karina. This is just timing from Ashraf. He doesn't go to it this hard. He just times this for 6. So 6 more. So yeah, I mean, it's Georgius. He goes back onto, hits his own wicket, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think he might have been the only one that noticed. And you see, he walks off. I think one of the fielders noticed. And, yeah, even though that ball went to the boundary, it flicked the leg stump on the way and knocked the bail off. So he was bowled. So it was 101 for 8 after 9. But bang, bang, 6-6. We're up to 113.
That one is going to be 4 as well. So far, well, this over's gone very different to the first over from Sazib Bhuyan. This one, everyone. Now, let's have a look at it again. This is what we missed because we were watching the ball. So he gets the French cut that we saw. But keep an eye on the bails. Look at that one bail. Oh, that is... Talk about unlucky dismissal. That must have just... I reckon it's hit the base. Yeah. I reckon it just hit the base and the bail's come off.
Or just flicked. But look, they're going to get a fighting 120 here. It's going to be a really interesting second half of this game. How quickly can Greece kind of step up? I think you might see someone like a Sajid Afridi opening the bowling. They've got Aslam Keepings. He's actually a pretty good bowler as well, but so he won't be bowling. But you've got Galanis with his leg spin. Azrar Ahmed's an option as well with the ball. Muaz Ali. Yeah, last ball coming up. Ashraf has been brilliant with the bat here, hasn't he? 21 off 7.
He's done well.
He's swinging for the fences here. Last ball coming up of a pretty interesting first 10 overs of this ECI.
Testing, but too good for the 2 straight fielders. So they will bring that 120 up. It will be 121 for 8. And Ashraf, what a very good response from him. When they were under attack, he's fired back with 25 of his own of 8 balls, and it puts them in to the 120s mark. So I'd say that they've more or less touched on what has been a past score here over the last fortnight.
Yeah, it's actually a really good point you make there, Rico, that Czechia, they can have to make an above par score, I think, to win. Yeah, 121 was actually the par during the ECS, but Aslam, unfortunately, just a misjudgment there. That ball spun back towards Ratul. And if you thought that was good from the Czech Gloveman, just wait till you see what he does next. But yeah, I like the energy from the home side. Now, obviously, Greece, they had those early setbacks, but they continued to attack. I think their attitude was pretty good, the way they kept going about it. They were able to really get something going here in the fourth with Margashaim going the journey. And then it kind of continued, didn't it, with Niraj Tyagi in the fifth over as well. But there was an incredible catch to get a freebie from Ratul. One glove, like Michael Jackson in his prime.
That, I still can't believe that catch. From where he's taken off from, he's taken one glove off, and he's taken a brilliant catch. Really good catch. That one was a little bit more straightforward from Ritit Tomar. He took 2 catches in that area. He was tested there once or twice as well. This one tested him when he got one hand to it, and that was that clever, slower delivery we've seen a few times there from Tyagi. And this was the catch that Ritit Tomar did take, nicely taken, and got into a good position.
And it all started kicking off, didn't it, with Bouillon coming in. He went bang, bang, and he was on a hat-trick. And there's only one moment that I really want to see again, and it's probably one that Marius doesn't want. He kept the hat-trick ball out, that's fine. But then it all went wrong. It's the stuff of nightmares, and then still would have gotten away with it if that throw hadn't hit the stumps. Mandrasi said, yeah, I was kind of distracted by the guy falling over in front of me, but I ended up being able to hit the stumps anyway. Late in the piece, we saw Shadab go. Saw Kalanis play a few nice shots in there, I thought. Before that, Mazuba Ashraf was a bit of a difference maker. Storgianos a bit unlucky here. Just flicked some of the leg stump. That cost them 4 runs. But they made it up pretty quickly, didn't they, with back-to-back sixes to start the 10th over. They ended up going magical. Bouillon went for 20. And Greece fight again. They had so many fight backs during that 10 overs. And they end up with 121 on the board.
Yeah, you're right. They always kept fighting. Remember, it was a slow start, and then they got a bit of acceleration in before those wickets fell in that over from Niraj Tyagi. 2 wickets fell in there. That slowed things down again. Then they need to up it again. And it happened. And remember that Sajid Bouillon, beg your pardon, there were 3 wickets that fell in his 8th over. Only 5 runs came from it, but his last over went magical for 20. That meant that 121 comes up on the board. There's that scorecard there. Afridi batted well there at the top 31. He'd be disappointed. That was a great catch. He'd be disappointed that he didn't put that ball to the boundary. Then we saw a couple of 20s there, didn't we, from Amarpreet, and saw the way, see that he's got talent to put a big score on the board, and Shadab as well gets 20 of 10. But then it was all about Zubair Ashraf towards the end, really getting some firepower into the innings. 3 lots of 2-fers there for Chowdhury, from Tyagi and Bouillon. Bouillon, I probably think he'd be very disappointed, having talked the captain into giving him his second over. He then goes for 20 of it. So Greece, they've given themselves a chance, they've given themselves a score that they feel that they will be able to defend.
Yeah, I think it's line ball here. Let's see who comes out punching in the second innings. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico for ECI Men's. Match 1 will continue after this break, right here in Czechia.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers, Rico Full here. We are in Czechia. I hope you're enjoying the European Cricket Internationals happening at the moment where Greece are playing Czechia. Well, I'm in the square. I'm going to find out what the locals know about cricket.
From Milton Keynes.
From Milton Keynes, you know about cricket?
Yeah, a little bit. Not too much. Used to.
All right, then how about we hit a few balls?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so this is the bat.
Okay.
You want to hold it like this, and I'm going to throw you the ball. No. But not so hard. Hey, good stop. Ah, nearly. One more. Hey, good hit. Hey, okay. Hey.
I am from London, UK.
And what do you know about cricket?
Honestly, a little bit. My dad loves cricket. He supports Pakistan. He's been playing cricket all his life. He tried to get us to play cricket when we were young, but we all love football. Innit? We're from UK. We love football.
Now, I hear you play a little bit of cricket. Would you be surprised to know that there's cricket being played in Czechia?
Yeah, a little surprised. Really, it's not really common like in Europe that much. It's more like West Indies, Pakistan, India.
My name's Amanda. I'm from Southern California.
And you're going to try some cricket now, right?
I am.
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Ah, nearly. We'll get some more. Hey, good hit. Whoa, that's gone a long way. Who's getting that one?
Joe.
Well, Joe, you got a big hit to beat there. You reckon you can do it?
I think I can.
All right, let's do it.
I'm from San Francisco.
And do you know about cricket?
Yes, I do. I played cricket all my life.
Here we go. Oh, look at that.
Nice.
Proper. Back foot now, back foot. Oh, look at this. Classy. Ah, brilliant. Oh, that's okay. That's good. Nice.
My name's Rohan. I'm from San Francisco, California.
Great to have you here, and you're going to try some cricket for us, right?
Of course, I'm going to hit a sixer.
Good start.
Netherlands. I'm also from the Netherlands.
And what are your names?
Leon. Ben.
Do you know about cricket?
No. No, I'm also.
But you want to hit a few balls?
Yes, sure.
It's not so easy, huh?
I'm Norsha. I'm from the Netherlands. Hello, I'm Danique and I'm ook from the Netherlands.
Hold the bat like this with two hands, and when the ball comes, just try to hit it nicely. Hey, good hit! Well done. Good hit. Good.
I'm from Oman.
And what's your name?
My name is Mohammed.
Mohammed, you fancy hitting a few balls?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I got it.
You got it?
I got it.
You sure?
Let's do it.
Here we go. Here's the first. Okay.
Wasn't a good move, bro. Make it equal to my...
Next one is a good one coming.
Please.
All right, ready?
Ready.
Okay, here.
How was it?
That was good.
Huh? Be careful, guys, okay? If you need me to sign a contract, I'm ready, okay? Thank you, European Cricket Networking, for this amazing experience in Prague. And I think you guys are going to have fun. So please, follow them. And let's go!
It was wonderful to see this magnificent city of Prague and to speak to some of the people that are here as well. But now, let's go back to the action.
Well, Rico Full there. That's a fantastic bit of bonus footage here from his time in the Prague town centre. Handing out a few tips to just some of the, it's kind of a mixture, I think, of some of the locals, and yeah, plenty of tourists looking a little bit confused with the cricket bat taking over. Not sure if the local police were involved as well. I'm not sure how many ball games are allowed in that Prague town square. Anyway, right now we're watching Czechia taking on Greece and chasing 122 for victory. Bonus point is in play just in case the series ends up tied on wins. And to take all the points here, Greece would need to restrict Czechia to 84 or less. Of course, Czechia, if they can somehow chase down this 122 in 7 overs, then they would get all the points. But yeah, Czechia got plenty of options, don't they? They've got plenty of players in form as well with the bat from the 2-week European Cricket Series. And looks like they've gone for the captain, Dylan Steyn, out there to open the batting with Sazi Buyan, who's going to face up first up. It's going to be Zubair Ashraf to bowl. So shake, rattle and roll, 122 for the Czechs to go one up in the series. First one's blasted and it's very well fielded. And Greece do pride themselves on their fielding. Muazzali with a good one-hand stop to his right. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, and now back live and probably with a few stories to tell is the man who just featured in that piece, Rico Full. That looked absolutely amazing.
It was great. I tell you what, you heard me saying a few times, you know, don't hit it too hard. The girls, they were clobbering it, and you could see one or two of them afterwards giving their apologies. Yeah, I mean, let's just say that the police, there was police around, but they were all in good spirit. Nobody actually came over and said, hey, what are you guys doing? But yeah, it was fun, and everybody enjoyed it. But yeah, the girls, they were clubbing it.
Well,
I'm telling you, they were clubbing it.
You know, a few hundred years ago, they probably would have thrown you off the Charles Bridge for attacking with a deadly weapon. But anyway, here's Dylan Steyn, who is going to face up for the first time.
And nice shot. He's going to get 4 runs for this. It's just like a little sort of short arm jab. As this one, he tries to tuck him up a little bit, but he plays that really well. Once again, not trying to hit it too hard because, of course, Dylan knows all about this outfield. If you time it well, you're going to get 4 runs. So his first ball, 4 runs. It's the first boundary of the innings as well. What a good bit of fielding that was. And that stopped by Muazzali. Of course, this is Ashraf with the ball now, who scored a very healthy, made a healthy contribution towards the end of the innings, didn't he, with a quick fire 25?
Yeah, definitely. It's a good start, though, from Dylan. They put the deep backward square in that spot that the last one went.
No, it's the call then. It's a good early call as well. As Buyan looked like he was pretty keen to try and get back on strike. But no, I've got to say, the square there, I know you were telling me about the square, that was right by where, of course, the famous clock tower is as well. But it was so busy, so many people. And yeah, had a good bit of fun there as well. And let's just say afterwards, the beverages that followed went down well because it was hard work, you know. Shot, but caught. Oh, what a moment! What a moment! Oh, I didn't expect that. That pinged off the bat, and I think that's flying for 6. That is an outrageous catch. What a catch that is. That's sensational. I think that's Thomas out there.
It is.
Thomas Zotos.
Zotos has just gone into Czech airspace. Ooh. That's an unbelievable catch. It was flying for a big 6. Again, short arm jab from Steyn. They just put him right there, but to chase the ball. Dylan can't believe it. To be honest, I don't think anyone can believe it. Check out this catch. He judges the jump perfectly. Still feel like it's on the way up.
Oh.
And he's intercepted it, and he's got the Czech skipper for just 4. Well, Dylan's fresh out of luck, and it's 5 for 1.
There was silence because I don't think even the Greek, he's trying everybody, that's my number, he says, we know who you are, Zotas, don't worry. Thomas Zotas had just taken an exceptional catch, and he has stunned silence into the Czechia and their supporters, and also from here, oh, look at that. That is amazingly well captured by Spring Media as well. That is one of the boundary catches of, off the moment, off the year. That is an incredible catch. I cannot believe he's taken it. I won't get tired of seeing that again and again. We'll go back to that. What a catch. What a moment. And now just tucks up the new batter. They will take a single. It is, Ritit Toma gets off the mark, coming in at number 3. Vinny, that is probably one of the most spectacular boundary catches I have seen.
It was actually timed so well that it probably wasn't, but it appeared like it hadn't really flattened off yet. It was still climbing. It was hit so well by Stain, but a perfectly judged jump, and then he lands. He knows, okay, doesn't have to worry about landing on the rope or do anything fancy, just sticks the landing. Ashraf is in debt to Thomas there. Last ball of the over.
Tucks him up, but he gets plenty off this. He's going to go behind the keeper, and a difficult part of the ground to try and protect. So it's going to be a boundary off the last ball of the over as well. So they're going to finish on 10. But I wonder if we can go back to that catch again, guys, when we get a chance, because it was quite amazing. Maybe after we talk a little bit about the Golden Ball, 89 matches since the Golden Ball. But that is probably one of the most sensational catches I've seen. It was so acrobatic. And he's literally, how many feet do you think he's off the air there?
Yeah, he's definitely gone probably 3 feet in the air, I think. But it's also the technique is perfect with the hands. It's just a fantastic catch.
Yeah.
It doesn't fall over or anything like that, but the judgment there from Zotas, sometimes it's good, it's instinctive, right? He didn't have too much time to think about it, but that ball was climbing to probably land 7 or 8 meters over the boundary. Instead, Staines taking off his pads, wondering what happened. Well, it's got to be a dead ball here because the umpire walked away. They're on the wrong side.
He's run through the isn't this a no ball?
But look at the umpire has basically called dead ball because he's realised.
But he must have told the umpire he's
I think the batter stood on the wrong side. Actually, I have no idea. Is that Sazib? Where Sazib thought he was going.
Well.
But anyway, that won't count. Let's start the over again. It's Samana Shadab to bowl the second.
Oh, beaut. Absolute beaut.
And see what I mean with Greece, though? They're no pushovers.
Nah.
And they took a game off check on their home soil last year. And this is spicy stuff from their opening bowlers.
Yeah, good start here outside the office. Samara Shadab starts well, holds his head because he knows he's pretty close to finding the edge there. Wants the single, running hard, and it's a good single to take. Just gets bat onto ball, no pace really coming off it. And it says, yeah, we'll take the single. It's too much to do for the bowler.
And I've got messages flying in about that Zotas catch already. Sandeep Chopra is watching, saying it reminds me of the Akshar Patel catch of Marsh. But look, this is ECN. You're going to get more action pound for pound than anywhere else in the world.
And he's going to get this over the infield, and it's going to go for 4. Good shot to play. We are still in the power play, of course, only in the second over. So batters, even though we have seen them sort of nudge and run, if the opportunity is there, you've got to get over the infield and take as many runs as you can in the power play and just try and give yourself a really good start and be ahead of the game. So that one's a little bit of room for Buyan to work with. But I'm liking the way that Greece are working here. Just having a look at this field, it's nice and tight out on the offside. Got a real ring on that offside. 6-3 field at the moment. 2 men that are back along on and third. And, it's the only thing really. I think we were talking a little bit about this with when Czechia women were in the field, that they could probably afford to be a little bit more attacking on the offside. And I just think that they've got so many bodies, Vinny, there out on the offside. One of them can be in.
Yeah, just
you can have one closer.
Kind of got angles, yeah, I know what you're saying there. But I think, yeah, Greece pretty happy with where they're at the moment. Need more wickets, though. So the other thing is you're facing people. There's cricket 2 here, actually. Had a long way to come around. Did Zubair Ashraf. You're facing bowlers that you're not really used to facing. So I suppose in the ECS, everyone kind of knows now what everyone bowls, so you can kind of attack them from the first ball. Whereas here, with some of these Greek guys, I suppose having to face them for the first time, see the Czechia bats a little bit more careful.
Yeah, it's a very good point. Very good point indeed. That's worth an appeal, you know. Worth an appeal. I'd probably guess that it may have been going over the stumps. Could be a height thing. I think it catches him on the thigh pad, but it's definitely worth an appeal. You have a look at the height there. Yeah, I think that's going over the stumps. It's a good call there from the umpire. Shop hit. It's the end of the over.
Because it looked straight enough, didn't it? But what the issue was, you can always tell, I suppose, with the stroke that's being attempted, that it was going to climb over the top. So, end of the second over. The score is 19 for 1. Really entertaining start to this one, and they're a fraction behind at the moment. And we've never had the Czech men's side play a golden ball. We did have one earlier involving the Czech women's side. Is that kind of total at the moment? I suppose the other thing is Greece, it's no good for just a couple of bowlers to bowl well. They need kind of really all of them to bowl well, at least 4. Anyway, here we go. Ashraf continues over number 3.
It's a good shot. He backs himself to get this away. He goes right across the line. We saw Ashraf himself actually play 2 or 3 shots very similar to this, where you just basically say, yeah, I know it's a risk. If I'm hit in front, I'm gone, but I'm backing myself to execute the shot, and that's exactly what Ritit Toma does. And he starts the over with a boundary.
Interesting. Obviously, you've got people batting in different positions, and they bat for their club because you can't all bat in the top 3. So someone like a Ratul is listed at 6. Sabu Davitsi is listed at 7.
Yeah.
So you got genuine threats here, don't you? As far as genuine batters coming at you. So there's no excuses not to be going at the rate. You've got wickets in hand.
Aggressive hit, goes for the short ball, but you don't get too much response. A fast bowler on this turf. It does slow down a little bit. This one holds up nicely, and Ritit Toma smashes it away. And so that's 6 runs. So 4 and 6, and looking pretty slick now is Toma. But yeah, even Ritit Toma, you think for Prague CC, hadn't been batting at the top of the order, though here on national tune duty he is. And somebody who batted so well in that series, the left-hander Ratul, well, we haven't seen him yet. Maybe it's next to come in, but yeah, interesting. I would have thought that Ratul, the way that he played, could certainly have a good shot at the opening spot, or either number 3, and also being a left-hander as well.
You've still got him up your sleeve, I suppose. I know they like Tanky towards the top, batting in the top 3. Again, probably thinking ahead to Guernsey as well in the T20s.
Good comeback from Ashraf after trying to tuck the tank up with a couple which didn't go to plan. He's gone outside the off. Hey, I'm loving the detail on the kits here. I wonder if we can get a little close-up on these kits from Greece. Well, that's a nice one, looking at the back of it. That lovely detail there, the different shades of blue, looking pretty snazzy. The front looked pretty good as well. Plays out of this. Is going to be a test for the fielder who goes with the 2-foot challenge. Well, in some sports, that'll be a red card. And he's already produced a highlight or 2 out there. But let's just say the 2-foot challenge doesn't quite work out for him.
Need to go hands first there. But welcome to the vortex. That part of the ground is super, super quick. It's one of the more famous vortexes we've got. I think the original one was in Bulgaria.
Bulgaria,
the vortex was very hungry, sucking in cricket balls. But Toma will take the 4. And now they are pretty much right on that required rate.
Yeah, he's batting aggressively, Ritit Toma. He knows that that's his job to be that way in the power play with both these batters, really. Ooh, almost carries this. He just holds the shot back here, Toma, and almost feeds the bowler back with a catch.
Yeah, I wonder if it did carry. Well, maybe not. Couldn't quite get the fingertips to the ground. I know what that feels like. But that's rough. Interesting that doesn't really attack that, play a full-blooded shot, maybe just deceived in pace, but Yeah, just checked his shot, didn't he, Tomar? Last ball of the power play coming up.
And it's going to be a biggie. Volley, volley, volley. That one goes all the way. That means that 20 come off this over from Zubair Ashraf. Doesn't go to plan as the tank is firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, really good pickup shot. And sends Fake Yogesh on a wild chase. End of the 3 overs. The score is 39 for 1. You compare that to the first half of this game, where Greece only managed 23 for 1 off their power play. So check in prime position, but yeah, Greece, I'll be hoping they can fight back through these middle overs and force a finish.
Yeah, liking the, once again though, one thing I'm liking there, you can hear quite clearly probably on your microphones as well, that Aslam Mohammed is really trying to G the guys up. He's talking to the fielders, he's talking to the bowlers. Come on guys, let's go. Back your bowlers, back your fielders. I like that. There's energy about the Greece side here. And they know that a couple of wickets can change everything here, the same way that it did when they were batting. And looks like they're going to go with Ahmed here. This is Asra Ahmed to see if he can get a break for it. So maybe we're going to see a slight change in the pace from the bowler. Buyan on strike, 10 or 4.
And call him slow medium at a push, Azra.
Oh dear. Well, if you can have a look at the reactions here from the captain and of course the wicketkeeper Aslam Mohammed. He's not happy. This is just a terrible delivery, and he doesn't. I don't think he said. Oh, he's very, very angry, very annoyed with that. That's going to be a minimo, and yeah, not a happy chappy. It looks like, what's he asking for?
Doesn't
different
like
helmet.
Doesn't like the helmet. Doesn't like the fit. But I mean, it all started with Azra. By the way, Azra does have 33 wickets on the network, so he's no rookie. Well, we only saw him recently for Byron in the ECL, but yeah, 3 overs for 40, not the return he was looking for. Didn't pick up a wicket during that tournament, so yeah, that's right. Gives 5 bonus runs to Czechia. And obviously the pace he's bowling makes sense to have Aslam up to the stumps, but just didn't quite track that one, did he?
A lot of aircrafts flying backwards and forwards here. I noticed a bright orange one about 45 minutes ago. They came in and now it's gone again, so not sure where a lot of these light aircrafts are going. Well, the aircrafts are flying around and so are the Grizzlies, as well, the Fake Yogesh, who is under a very bright red umbrella, has to leave his spot, put the umbrella down and go after this, because let's just say the women from Czechia who are doing the little warm-ups there said, nah, we're not getting it.
They don't want to step on his toes, that's why. It's a good shot by Buyan though. I think he's seen what Azra likes what he sees here, feels that he can time him up.
Yeah, he's in good form though, isn't he? As this one is going to get over the fielder who's being brought in from that the boundary position. It's the man who's taken the brilliant catch, Zotos. Not sure what the reason for him coming in was. I suppose that's to allow an extra fielder to go out on the leg side, so that's gone over him. And just mentioning that Buyan yesterday, of course, in that final, made 54 for 16, worst player of the match as well. So he's in good form. Now this one has been floated up there and is in between the 2 fielders. He goes all the way. Aravind does the fielding. There's Aravind there. It's 6 more. And these 2 muscle hitters at the moment are taking this match away from Greece pretty quickly.
That was probably catchable height if the fielders were on that line, but it was right in the gap. You can see the depth being tested here. Greece finding it hard to keep going. This one bounces off the pads, almost bounces onto the stumps, but I think he was safely home at any rate, Buyan. But yeah, this is a danger kind of period. To be honest, it's kind of what happened in the 4th over of the first innings, if you remember, when Margasheim got brought on.
He's a bit fortunate that he keeps his foot down there, actually, because that could have been a stumping off the pads. It's a miscue, and just out of the, I think there's fingertips on that. This is like a goalkeeper who's palming it around the post, diving full full stretch there is the fielder, but not able to get hold of it. I think that's our friend Marios who has trouble staying on his feet.
It's Super Marios, and to be honest, it just doesn't quite get their hands in the right position. Diving forward, you need to kind of scoop up, fingers forward. He went kind of fingers pointed upwards and couldn't quite make it happen. There's another slow ball, tries it out again, gets away with it though. This one was slightly ill-directed from Azra, who does go magical in the fourth. 23 come off that. Well, we saw Czech fight back from a similar position. Can Greece do the same? 62 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, those last 2 overs going for 43 runs, both of them being magical. But you're right, that's what did happen in the innings.
A bit surprised.
Greece.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I'm a bit surprised that you don't go to Galanis now when you've got 2 right-handers at the crease. I would have thought he'd be a natural choice to bowl the 4th over. You need to make something happen here. And he's a genuine wicket taker. But yeah, didn't go that way. And now they're going to go to another pretty strong bowler, Sajid Afridi. He's going to bowl over number 5. Of course, we saw him opening the batting in the first half of this game. He scored 31 off 15.
Yeah, I just think both these batters, they like pace. That's why I think I was saying when we spoke on the camera in between the middle of the first innings that the spin could be the key, and Greece have that. You can see here that if the pace is not right, if they don't get it in the right areas, both these batters are so dangerous that they'll punish you. So the first one is a loose one down the leg side, and it just helped along effortlessly to the boundary by Thomas.
Yeah, that was a bit of a gift from Afridi on the pads first up. You know, anything in that direction gathers speed pretty quickly. Sajid needs to get it right. Running out of runs, running out of time. I mean, still 9.6 over required, so it's not a gimme, but that's a very good slow ball to follow up.
Yeah, good comeback. I wonder if we can pick this. Let's have a look at this on the old slow-mo. Let's have a look. Yeah, look, ball in the fingers and the back of the wrist.
Yeah.
Cleverly bowled. Very good delivery.
Excellent location there from that delivery. Comes over the top.
Wide ball because it's gone wide of the leg stick.
I'm not so sure this doesn't bounce over some of the stump. Let's see. Do you think it misses the line of the leg stump? For me, I actually thought, you know, if the leg stump was taller, it would have hit it.
I think you're right there. I think the ball moves a lot more once it goes past the stumps. I think at the moment of going over the stumps, I think it's going over leg stump. That's a good watch from you. Good pick up. Umpire though doesn't see it that way.
Yeah, has to make a call in a split second. Free's going to try around the wicket now to Tomar.
And there's going to be a test for the fielder out there. Can't do anything about it. There is a man on the 45, but coming around the wicket, I don't really know how that helps. I always feel that if you're bowling down the leg side, coming a right arm over, how are you going to adjust to be better coming around the wicket? Surely you're going to just still be going on the leg side. If you're bowling way wide coming over the wicket, it makes more sense to me to try coming round. I think that when you're bowling down the leg side anyway, it doesn't help.
He's trying to cramp him for room there and kind of beat him for pace, but Tomar's quick to get the hands out in front and get something on it. He was hoping he kind of maybe tie him up, get it to crash into the pad. Back over, I like this. You need a wicket here if you're Greece.
Well, that is not going to get it for you. That crashes in to the stronger together banner. And it looks like Czechia probably come out a little bit stronger together in this one. That has been crunched, and just watch how quickly that clobbers the stronger together. 6 runs. And Ritik Tomar, he may not have been at his best during the European Cricket Series with the bat, but maybe he's been saving it for the internationals.
One thing you would say for Greece, this is just the start of a 5-match series. Remember that.
Gone. Gets the wicket. That's the area he's got to be. Now, a bit concerned about the bowler once he's bowled this, because as soon as he's bowled it, he's holding the top part of his hammy. So he could have a little issue here, but that's a great delivery, great comeback. He gets the wicket of the dangerous tank, but maybe he's caused himself a little bit of injury on the way through.
Yeah, let's see if we can pick it up on the replay. It was a very good ball, though. It was quick, it was straight. Maybe he's bowled a couple of slower balls, so maybe he's slightly looking out for it. That crashes into the stumps, but you can see he pulls up a little bit lame in the follow-through. No real histrionics from Afridi, but he does blast through the tank, who goes for a more than handy 39 off 17. And check out walking sticks, 77 for 2, with 1 ball to go in the 5th over. Hopefully that's not going to be a persistent injury or a persistent issue for Sajid. He's a very important player for Greece. You can see that. Now they go for Saba Wundavitsi at the number 4 position, so batting a bit higher than listed. I suppose it's always good to be able to throw in that left-hander in strategically, especially with maybe Georgios Galanis, the leg spinner around the corner. It might be a good matchup. And 45 off 31, Czech still big favourites. What I was going to say is though, okay, Greece might win this game, they probably won't, but it's a 5-match series, and you imagine they would get better as the series goes on as well.
I think so.
They're certainly going to give the Czechs plenty of stern tests.
Edge, genuine edge. I mean, in the longer format, you've probably got a couple of bodies in there, and you're taking a catch, but in this format, it's cruel. He bowls a good first delivery to Saba, and Saba, the MVP, of course, of the European Cricket Series here, edges it genuinely, but he'll get 4. It'll be the end of the over, halfway point, and it's a good start for Czechia. 81 they've got on the ball, 2 wickets down. It's an opportunity for us to welcome you into the Cube on this international weekend.
Yeah, it's great to be here, and yeah, hopefully you enjoyed the bonus footage. We'll even play it once or twice more, I'm sure, this weekend. When Enrico went into the Prague Town Square and took his bat, took a couple of balls.
Yeah.
It looks like you had a lot of fun there.
I had a lot of fun, yeah.
Hello to all of our viewers from Greece as well. I know we've got lots of viewers tuning in, so I'd like to say Kalimera to you as well.
Kalimera, yeah. Kalimera to everybody, and yeah, liking this matchup. I think with the men, I think the men probably may have the slightly advantage over the men from Greece, so Czechia. But then I also think, from what we saw in that last match, that maybe the women from Greece have the slight edge over Czechia. But one thing we'll certainly see, and you've touched on it, they'll play 5 matches.
Yeah.
With each match, I think the gap between the two will get narrower and narrower.
And the thing is, if you look at the women, I think the Czechia team will learn a lot from how Greece went about it in that first game. We'll see them, and we'll see the lineups pretty shortly. But yeah, I just think having that, because the women don't really get the benefit of playing ECS cricket at this stage, obviously it's something we're working on, but they're only ever really playing this format at the international level. So that's where they've got to do their learnings. Whereas, Greece, we've had an ECS there in 2021 in Corfu. We've seen their champion club at the ECL the last couple of years as well. So they've just had a bit more of an opportunity to play. So I think that's probably one of the issues at play. But yeah, I think that we'll see a bit more of a close contest between the women in the next game, which is coming up, by the way, in about half an hour.
I'm liking this number, by the way. I just noticed that you've got all the colours in here, not just the red of, say, here, Czechia, but you've got the blue there, all the shades of blue for Greece as well.
Yeah, of course. And we've got little hints of yellow because this ground, I remember when I really love this ground, the background, it's the yellow canola. Kind of blooming. And so, yeah, this is one. The Czechs like this outfit at least. Got the blue and the green. Here is Galanis for the first time in over number 6. And first one, oh well, it's a double fumble. The first one he got away with it, the second time he didn't. It's the last thing you need at this stage, 4 runs to start the 6th over.
That's disappointing. I think that's Amrutpreet that's chasing this. He doesn't get it first time, but that doesn't matter. I think he's still going to keep it in the field of play. Then trying to clutch it the second time, he's managed to push it over. Galanis, who's wearing his traditional shades. Good delivery. Do like watching Galanis bowl. I think he's a classy campaigner, and he always manages to pick up wickets, and he does trouble a lot of batters. Bowling to Buyan, who's well set at the moment on 31. Goes hard, but gets it well over that extra cover boundary. I think even if the fielder there, that's going over. We know that Sazib Buyan is a hard hitter. He likes to go Buyana, boom, boom, boom. That's what he does here. 6 more to him. So they are attacking Galanis straight away. Czechia, they don't want to let the spinner dictate them. They're attacking, and the Buyan is the right man to do it.
It's actually a really good shot. Wasn't a bad ball at all, I don't think. But gets met by Buyan. Looks like he's in a hurry. 31 of 27 required now.
Well, let's see if Galanis can get just a little bit straighter here to Buyan. No, he does keep it outside that the off stump. It's that corridor of uncertainty sometimes with the batters, and he's goes for the big shot, trying to clear the cow corner area. They've got men waiting there, so it's a risky shot to play. He's got to make sure he gets it bang out of the middle. And right, this is not out of the middle, and it's going to be tiptoed over for 6 runs by the fielder. It's a bit of a nightmare there for Amarpreet Singh Memi, because after giving 4 away, now literally here, by dropping this catch, he's given 6 away, and now he's going to be moved from that position. He's still staying on the boundary though, but he gets moved from that wide long off position to the extra cover. Big opportunity. Buyan puts down, and now he crunches this straight. Nobody stopping this apart from Maximo. And well,
what a shot.
Well, the reason I'm laughing here, Maximo just picks up his chair and just puts it in the way, and it rebounds back. I don't think you'll see this on here.
I don't know, we've got it.
Let's just, no, it's just out of the shot.
It's one of the best bits of chair fielding we've had so far.
Maximo there you go, look.
There you go. It was just a strong top elbow.
Fielders, you're not allowed to do that.
I mean, the fielders, maybe you need to allow the fielders 2 chairs out there.
Oh, dear.
Works for Yogesh.
Hey, that's
101 for 2 after 6. Yeah, well, Galanis didn't really get helped out a couple of times, but Amarpreet, I know, will be pretty apologetic. He basically fumbles a 4, then drops one over for 6. That last one, though, you just got to say it's good batting from Buyan. Bangs it down the ground. And now, actually, they're an outside chance here. Czechia, if they can get this over going magical, they'd actually take all 4 points out of this game.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's the last. Let's just go through the last 3 overs. We've seen 20, 23, 19 and 20. And that's how they've got themselves into this position of possibly, getting a win here. That's flicked away, but they've got a good field set here to Sabawun. They've got 3 men in that important catching positions, and I think Amarpreet Singh Memi has been moved from there. I would expect to see him somewhere inside the 30-yard circle now, because he's certainly shown that maybe he's not the man to have on the boundary. A couple of errors from him. One resulted in 4, the other resulted in 6 and a drop catch, and that was Buyan that they could have sent back. Here is Buyan, 47 of 15. And this one's been darted across him, but it will be too wide. And it is. Well, that's why Amarpreet is not fielding, because he's bowling. They say, right, you put him down. Let's see if you can get him out. So Amarpreet Singh and Memi with the ball. Smashed. 6. And that's going to be a half century for Sazib Buyan. Well batted. He's in good form. He scored a 50 yesterday in that final, a final they would go to win when he was playing for Bohemians. And, well, he's got a winner's medal on the European Cricket Network. And now he crunches a T10 international half century. Well batted. Bobadaya Sazib Buyan. And this one is going to be stopped on the outfield, but he's in good form at the moment, isn't he, Buyan?
Yeah, he's just picked up where he's left off in that last game. Here's the next ball from Memi, which just kind of drifts across as he slices it out to sweep up. It's well off 3 to take the bonus point as well out of this, which might come into play should we have an interruption tomorrow.
Oh, that's been crunched. Oh, that is a big shot. He gets a swivel on this MJ style. A little bit of the, as this one clears that leg side boundary. So they're going for it here, aren't they? They've got 2 balls to get 12 runs in.
Standing still's working for Davitsi. I wonder how long it'll take him to just do it pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
He just picks that one up really quickly and uncorks on it, doesn't he? 6 to win now for the Czechs.
He thumps this pretty well towards the fielders. They make the stop, just a single. But with the ball to go, Buyan certainly will have a go at this. Just can take all the points here. The bonus pot, which, as Vinny's already said, could be very vital if, for some reason, a match gets abandoned for whatever reason. Goes for it, but doesn't get it. So it will at least not give away that bonus point here, Greece. So well done. So Memi goes for 17, and Czechia at the end of 7. 118 on the board and 2 wickets down. This is what's coming up next. It's time to see the women in action again.
Yes, we will. Jana Kaminkova comes in. She played one of the shots of that CE Cup a couple of weeks ago. That was against Croatia. But yeah, Greece, I think they're pretty happy with how they started. You've got Paramitiotti coming in and Tonaro coming in for them as well. For all of you out there wondering what happened at the toss, the Czechs won it again. This time they've decided to bat first. I think that's a good decision. It's a bit surprised I didn't see some more different bowlers from Czechia, but probably won the second game. Delante Ianne's probably one to watch. Right now, though, 4 to win, and we get a proper boot job that's probably going to cost a run. Does. Oh, it was a pretty good hoof, wasn't it? It'll just be 2 in the end. It'll be 2 to win.
It's the strong arm from the fielder. Well, this is proper stronger together fielder. Look, he says, I'll pass it to you. There you go. Passes it on, and the fielder picks it up and fires the ball in. But meanwhile, the batters have completed 2. So just 2 needed for victory. And it won't come off that delivery. Dot ball.
Yeah, so a matter of time. Czechs have just outplayed Greece here, but I think there's a few things that didn't fire for Greece. No one went on with it with the bat. Maybe then they can score 140, 150. I mean, Aslam's an obvious one. He ran himself out. This is going to be going, and game over. It's a Maximo for Buyan, who swings his way into 60s, and he swings the Czechs to a 1-0 lead in this ECI.
Yeah, well, it's not the best of deliveries to finish with Glanis. He just over-pitches Buyan. He's eyes open, and the way he's seeing and hitting the ball at the moment, he's not going to miss out on that, so smashes it. He's going to finish with a 6. They don't quite do it inside the 7, but not that far from it. It's 3 balls into that 8th over, and Czechia get that victory. And probably Greece just falling probably some 15 to 20 runs short of where they probably wanted to be at the time. But I think it was just that little passage of overs, those 4 overs between over number 3 and number 6, and 3 of them, of course, going magical. And that's why it's in the end, you've got to say, pretty convincing victory for Czechia. Sazib Buyan continues his good form, 63 of 21 deliveries. Earlier, Ritit Toma, as you'll see here, played a good part as well. Good partnership he put in with Buyan when he scored 39. But we saw some excellent fielding. How about that for a catch to remove the captain of Czechia, Dylan Stein? That was just supersonic. That certainly is going to hit the highlight reels. It was quite amazing. Then a little bit of comedy as the bowler bowls from the wrong side in between the umpire and the batter. Well, we soon sorted that out. But then that came that partnership between Buyan and Ritit Toma. Toma, 3 6s and 4 4s on his way to 39. Hit the ball really well. I think it's the best I've seen him bat. Even when you think about the European Cricket Series, he didn't really perform too well with the bat in that, but he was up for the international. There was a bit of a chance there from Marios. Marios, well, we know that the poor guy, how he slipped and fell over when he was run out of his very first ball. Well, this time he slipped and fell over trying to take the catch, and was only a fraction away from it. This was a great delivery, though, to remove Ritit Toma from Sajid Afridi. And let's just hope that he hasn't done any damage to himself. Then he was quite unlucky with the very next ball. He could have had Davitsi very first ball with an edge, but no fielder there. There should have been a wicket there as well, where Glanis was unlucky, where Amritpreet dropped to Buyan. And if you give good batters the opportunity, then they hurt you. This 6 meant that they needed 6 of 2 balls to see if they would take all the points away. It wouldn't be. There was a little bit of stronger together team fielding there from Greece before that ball from Buyan smashed away for 6. A big hug between Buyan and Sabawun Daviti as Czechia win the first of 5 matches between Czechia and Greece here. So it's 1-up to the Czech men, but we know it's 1-up to the Greece women as well. So team-wise, I suppose it's 1-1 as we have a chance to look at that scorecard. Sazib Buyan continues the good form, the fine form he's in at the moment. He plays aggressive cricket, and if he clicks, he goes on and scores runs quickly. Pretty healthy strike rate, that going at over 300. Stern was very, very, very unlucky, thanks to one of the catches of the season so far from Thomas Zotos. Great catch on the boundary, and then Ritit Toma made a fine 39 before he had his stumps cleaned up by a good one there from Afridi. What about the bowling here, Vinny?
Yeah, I mean, they had some good performance. Shut up. Bit surprised he doesn't get a second over straight away. Took none for 8 first up. He's the only one to go at less than 15s. Wickets for Ashraf in there. I think did a stand-up job, and Sajid Afridi bowled with some fire, but also a little bit loose at times, 1 for 19. He'll probably get better along the way. Galanis, like I said, wasn't really helped out. The figures probably don't do him justice. Maybe could have been brought on in that 4th over. I think the 2 right-handed matchup was a pretty good one for him. Hey, that's the way it goes. We better have a quick lunch. We'll be back here. I think we're back on time as well. So we'll be back in around about 20 minutes with the first ball of match 2 in the ECI-W, with the Czechs winning the toss and batting first. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, in the bright sunshine with Rico Full. And we'll see you after the break with more European Cricket Internationals.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, time for the middle match of the day, which today is match 2 in the ECI-W. So once again, it will be Czechia versus Greece. We saw Greece take a 1-0 advantage in the first game. So I'm sure the hosts would like to fight back. Let's go to the other end now where Charles Croucher is with 2 captains for the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for match 2, ECI-W, Czechia versus Greece. Czechia to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it's a tail.
Yeah, so we will go with batting.
Czechia have won the toss and will bat first.
So Czechia win the toss, and this time they've elected to bat first. Well, earlier on we saw them bowl first. Ended up chasing what turned out to be a few too many. But I think Czechia, they've probably learnt a lot from that first game. In particular, I think they need to try and force more dot balls. Maybe you can do that by bringing in a short cover, maybe a short mid-wicket as well. And the other thing, I suppose, with the batting, I suppose you need to be unafraid to maybe make some tactical substitutions to retire out batters if they are using up a lot of balls. You just need to try and keep that innings moving. It wasn't really easy, though, against a Greek side that looked pretty well organised to me. Of course, we did see them last year in the Continental Cup in Romania, where they did make the final. But what I really liked about them was their energy. From the first ball, when they were batting, they were looking for singles, they were backing up. But it really came down to the fact, I think, that they just hit a lot more balls as well. And I suppose the Greek bowling seemed a little bit more polished than the Czech counterparts. But still, I think it's going to be a really entertaining game. Let's get ready for the start of match number 2. The Czechs batting first this time after winning the toss. Rico Full will take you to the first ball.
And I'm looking forward to it as well. I like that move from Karen Dukuncha, deciding that why not have a bat first? And why not? Indeed, it's a lovely afternoon. The sun is shining as we get ready to start on the hour here at 1 o'clock. The umpires will start to make their way out there. And I think it's a positive move. Try to get some runs on the board. I think in that last match, of course, batting was an issue where they struggled to get into the 50s. They finished 54 for 3. But I think we know that they can do better. I wonder if they'll shuffle the pack a little bit here and maybe give 1 or 2 of the other batters an opportunity. I did like Champagne Terror at the top of the order. She's pretty good. Chowdhury, of course, took her a while to get going. Pooja came out there and played some nice shots as well. But of course, a lot of those batters that we haven't had a chance to see at the moment. For the Greece side, I think Maria Sayoti, she was absolutely fantastic. I think she's going to be one of the key players again, as well as Sophia. And those two seem to control things when it comes to the batting and the bowling department. And as a result of that, I think that Greece going to this big-time favourites, 86% to the 14. So let's see, though, how Greece do go. And if their fortunes do change slightly, if they are going to be batting here first. And Greece, though, I think they'll like the challenge of trying to keep it to a low score. I think, once again, they'll be looking to keep this under the 70s, really, and try to keep it nice and tight, and then give their batters the opportunity to go out there and get a good win. Big shout out to everybody that's tuning in. Lovely to see that so many people around the world are. Stephen Kelk and Chris Smith are joining in, and of course everybody that's watching via fan code. Namaste, assalamu alaikum, sat sri akal, vanakkam, and welcome to the action. Glorious conditions at the moment. The good news is for the players, and I suppose for the match officials, and of course the ECN crew and Spring Media, is that there is a lovely breeze here today. You can see the back of the shirt there from the keeper, and there's Angelica Lona, the captain, who's just checking the field before the bowler bowls the first. It will be Sofia Giogota who's going to bowl the first, so she'll be looking to keep it nice and tight. One thing I think that Greece would definitely be trying to do better this time round. I expected, as I said before the start of the first match, that both teams would probably see a number of extras around the 20 plus, and that was what we saw. I think around about 25 for both teams, number of wides in the teens. I think they'll be working hard to keep the extras down. And just as I say that, the first one is a wide. But no, they will. I think that's the one plan that both the teams will have to say, look, if we can keep the extras down, because the extras were almost half the number of runs that Czechia scored in that 54. And, well, with Greece getting to 98, it was almost a third of the runs that were given away by Czechia as well. So trying to keep those extras down. Sofia just goes a little bit too wide. And it is a change in the batting as well. It's Palmer who's facing the first, and well, that's a no ball, and that one has Palmer in all sorts of trouble. Muncie Palmer. Well, what you will get is a free hit here, and I wonder if she'd go super aggressive in trying to put it away. Well, this one was a spicy one, wasn't it? It's that's not where you want him. So just too high. So a wide and a no ball. 2 on the board. And now she goes down now. Hope she's okay. She goes down nastily here with a real thud. And she's just holding her ankle here. Now, this could be not a good sign. She's in a lot of discomfort. She's in a lot of discomfort here. I think she might have just rolled her ankle over. So she's all right there. I wonder if we just have a chance to look at this again. I know Alex is with us in the injury room. Alex, just show us what happened here. See if we can pick it up. It does look like she's rolled her foot. She's in a bit of pain here. Well, we can see exactly what happens there. So puts the foot down here. Yeah, the front foot. She just twists the front foot badly, the toe end part of the foot. So she goes down, and of course that's going to be a bit of concern. I mean, she's sitting back up, but she was quick to go down, so that's going to be a real concern. And well, you can see that the coaches and the medics are out there. Well, they obviously won't be encouraging Sofia to get up too soon. They'll want her to just compose herself first, and it looks like they might be trying to get her to get up first, but it was almost like the foot part got her into trouble, and now I think they are going to try and see if she's able to stand up here. But that wasn't nice, not nice to do it. So she is being helped to her foot, but I don't think it would be wise if she doesn't continue. It's best that she goes off, and she's going to be assisted to go off. So she's walking. I mean, she seems to be moving the foot well, which is a good sign. But there's always going to be a concern, of course, especially early on. You don't want to see anybody go down. So, of course, there's an opportunity for her to get back. They'll probably put some ice on there, probably get a bit of free spray. But you can see that, she's basically walking mainly unaided there. So this over, there's one legal delivery bowled in it, so this will have to be completed by another bowler. Of course, we do hope that Sofia, it's okay. But I do like the way that most of the way there she's walking on her own. Yeah, there she is. She's walking herself here. That's a good sign. We get and she seems to. I think it's just also the initial shock of it as well. So get some free spray, get some ice on that, and hopefully she'll be good to go. And maybe even come back in this one. I mean, there's some wonderful ointments and sprays around these days that can maybe get her sorted pretty quickly. So looks like we're going to continue. The umpires there saying, okay, let's get back to this. So remember, just the one legal delivery ball, we saw a wide, a no ball, and then that dot ball when, unfortunately, Sofia goes down. So it looks like the over will be completed here by Adamanti Makari. So this will go down as one of her overs. But when you consider there's 5 balls to bowl, I think it makes sense to use one of your key bowlers. So Makari will bowl and complete the over. So you can see that the 12th player also comes onto the field, while hopefully Sofia receives a little bit of attention and will be fit to continue. Makari starts with one that's down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. So far, extras once again look like there could be a bulk of the runs. A nice look there at the field. You see the sweeper out on the offside, then everybody else pretty close in on the offside to stop those singles, and then back there on the 45 is where the other boundary fielder is deployed. And bat on ball, but to the fielder, no run. Good pick up from Adamanti. Yeah, it's onto it pretty quickly, isn't she? And that's uppish, but well hit. Got a fair bit of power on this. It's going to test the field. She does really well. Very good fielding. Just look at the team dynamics there from Greece in the field. First of all, the boundary field is really good, really well patrolled. Nice shot to start off with as well, though. But just watch this. I like the way, body behind it. And then just passes it on. And the team fielding completed by the fielder that comes in from the, goes out from a 30-yard circle to get involved in that. That's a good delivery. Slightly shorter. And beats the batter. Palmer. I like the way she looks very confident, doesn't she, Palmer, out there? Muncie Palmer. And once again, out of the offside. They are taking on the fielder this time. It is a good stop there from Zoe. Zoe Gamanou makes the stop, but the ball does just get away from her, which allows the batter still to take the run. I like the shots played here by Palmer. She seems pretty strong out there on the offside. Pooja, she played some nice shots, didn't she? Sheetol. See if she can also get a few away. And gets beaten here. Good delivery, good take from the El Capitan, Angelica Alona behind the stumps. That's the end of the over. It's not a bad one from for the batting side. Czechia. They keep all the wickets intact. They get 6 runs from it. And well, if you're liking the women's cricket or the introduction of women's cricket, then you'll love the Women's European Cricket Championships. That's the Euros of women's cricket. That'll be happening in December. It seems like a long way away, the way that this year's gone so far. It'll soon be here, starting the 9th of December. Of course, that will be happening in the beautiful province of Andalusia in Malaga in Spain, the Carmar Oval. There you can see that there'll be Challenger and the Premier Division. 5 teams in both, and Czechia, who will be playing in the Challenger Division. Hello to Terry Richmond, who's saying hi to me. Hello to you as well. That's played beautifully. Oh, this is a delightful shot. Well, Muncie Palmer. What a shot. Look at the way. I love the way. Look at the swag. And I love the way she just rolls that blade in her wrist. Watch this for a shot. Ay, ay, ay. Kinna sona. Dekh lo. Dekh the swad aa gaya. That is top draw. Beautiful shot through the covers. 4 runs. That's up there as one of my shots of the day, I have to say, there from Palmer. Delightful shot. Well, Alex likes it as well. Alex in the engine room says, I agree. Yeah, what a lovely shot that was. And talk about oozing with class. And, well, oozing with confidence, Palmer, as well. Now, this one, she just... Oh, a spicy one. This could go all the way down to the boundary. It will. And that's going to be a minimal 5 wides as well. So after that 4, 5, so certainly the injection of runs come pretty quick. That's a real spicy take. I think that just catches Angelica Lona on the shoulder as that goes through to the boundary. So Maria Sorotti. Few runs off this over, 9 off 2 balls. And once again, beautifully played. You can see that Palmer likes to play in the offside. She's obviously played these shots so many times over and over again. And now back to Pooja, yet to get off the mark. And, well, that's a delicate little shot. That will race to the boundary. And just a little nudge, is pretty wide from Maria. And she just backs herself here. It's a little bit, look at the confidence that's flowing. So you see, just dabs the bat at it. It gets over the fielder, Kanto's in that catching position, and it goes all the way to the boundary. This is one of the best overs that we've seen so far in the match. Well, the match previous and this one, I'm trying to see an over that went more than 14. I don't think there was one. That's the most expensive so far we've seen in the women's, and that's going to be another. That's got to be a no ball for me. I think that's too high. I don't know what the umpire's calling wide, but I think you've got to have a look at the height on this. Let's look at the height. This is too high to me. Oh yeah, I mean, how'd you miss that? There's no way that's a wide. That's a no ball. That's going to be a no ball. So the umpire's going to have to retract the decision. It's going to be a no ball, which it's still going to be 5 runs, but of course it means that the next ball is a free hit. So this over is going from bad to worse. I suppose the only thing here for Maria is not the whole 5 will go on her figures, only the 1, because the buys, well, unfortunately, will go down as a buys down to the keeper. Mind you, that's really harsh. She had no chance of stopping that. So this over has gone for 19 already and 25 on the board. That, I mean, when you think they only scored 54 in chasing 99, that's a huge bulk off the runs already. So the decision to bat first from Czechia really proving to be a good one. That's hit well. The batters do run. They will be a run out. That's disappointing. Oh dear. Well, Pooja is the second time I think she's run out. I'm pretty sure she was run out in the last one as well. I'm not sure what she's having a discussion with the umpire about something here. But Pooja is going to have to go. And she just never looked like she was going to get there. And she gets run out. Now they've got to hurry up a little bit here. Remember, same rules apply. You get 60 seconds to get in. And they're taking a little bit of time to get there at the moment. So, yeah, look, I'd get a jog on here if I'm the new batter. That's Rachel Pavlikova. Rachel, run, Rachel, run. The clock is ticking. You have 60 seconds. Oh, well, I wonder how strict the third umpire here, Wahid, and the tournament referee are, because that's pretty close to the 60 seconds already, you know. And umpire is looking at the other. Oh, looks like they're going to get away with it, you know. That was more than 60 seconds, you know. Anyway, there was a wicket, and I think going back to that again, it was actually Palmer that ended up being run out. Muncie Palmer. And she was looking good. Played a lovely shot outside the off. That over does eventually come to an end. And that's what the big disappointing thing would have been about that over. So 15 plus the 4 buys came from it. So 19. And there was the wicket, which is the run out. So really, I mean, when you're getting 19 off and over, the last thing you want to do is give a wicket away unnecessarily, especially that of a batter that was looking pretty decent. So Palmer gets run out. I think whether she called it, whether the non-striker just ran and she had to go, I don't know. That's firmly hit, gets past the infield, and good running, positive, hard running from Rachel. So Pavlikova gets off the mark. Hello to Terry Richmond, and a lot of people in the chat enjoying the cricket. And okay, that's nicely played, a little bit short. Oh, they're taking on the arm again. This could be trouble. And I think they're might be going upstairs here, but I get the feeling that this is going to be close. Of course, we'll have a good look at it here to see if it's been taken cleanly. And wicketkeeper, you can see there that Lana, the captain, has got her hands on her hip. So let's see here. It's hesitation. She actually stops. I don't see. Let's just keep an eye on how this is taken. I think the ball, is it the ball that breaks the stumps? That's what we're looking at here. I think, yes, I think that's out. If I'm honest, I think she has the ball in contact with the glove when the stumps are broken, and I think that looks out to me. I don't think she's broken the stumps before, keep an eye on it. In the gloves, in one hand, with the ball in hand. Now, is the ball in? Well, they're saying no. Well, at the moment, it looks like they're saying not out. I still think she's got. I still think. Hey, Alex, what are you thinking? Alex is looking at this as well. Alex, I'm saying that this is ball on the stumps here. Yeah, I'm saying out. Alex is saying out. So if this is given not out, I'd be very surprised. I'd be very surprised. She doesn't make her ground. I think that's out. If I'm honest, I think it's going to be another run out. Yeah, it's been given. And there's the delight. So the Greece will all come together here now. They'll be overjoyed. And it's another wicket. It's another run out. But it's another bit of not good running from Czechia. Now, I just get the feeling here, I wonder if this is the case with Czechia, that the news from the coaches and the management to say, bat on ball and run, come on, back yourself. But you don't want to be giving suicidal runs away, suicidal wickets. So that's going to be the end of Rachel as well. She will also be run out. And credit to Angelica Lona, the captain, does enough. Disappointment. Another wicket departs. It's another run out. It's another wicket that you really didn't have to give away. So it's all starting to happen here. After what looked like being a very good over, that second one, which went for 19. It was a run out at the end of that one. Now they've just got to make sure they got the. I think they can see the umpire still in conversation, and not sure what the issue could be here, but we might have just a little delay, which gives me an opportunity to give you some memorabilia about this day in history. On this day, on 2007, Apple's first mobile smartphone, the iPhone, went on sale, and it, of course, revolutionized the industry. And also, if you want to stick to cricket, back on this day in 2007, is the day that Sachin Tendulkar made history by playing Andre Nell delivery towards mid-off and scampering down the pitch to reach 15,000 one-day runs. And he finished with a staggering 18,426. So just trying to sort something out here. It looks like a Paulo and Marzi just trying to sort something out on the system. There's Samir in there as well. They doing a good job, and now Bowler will now probably communicate back to the umpire saying, we're good to go, we've sorted it out, I put the dots and the commas in the right place so it can continue. In comes Bervisotti, and that's going to be probably a no ball. Yep, gets called. I still like the start here from Czechia. I know there was probably two avoidable run-outs, but you still got to be positive, still got to back yourself here, and still play your shots. Pooja, I know she plays her shots pretty well. I like Champagne Terrell. I think she got double figures in the last match. Played some really good shots too. And she does like to wind up. It's going to be another wide, so the free hit will stay in place. Extras though, still the issue. Still the bugbearer here for Greece. That's 14 extras already. 3 no balls, 7 wides and 4 byes. And of course we've only seen 14 legal deliveries, so that hurts you. Another one. You can see that she's chasing though. She's better off just leaving this alone. DCT, leave them alone, take the wide. I don't think you're gonna get any extra runs by getting a little bat on those. In fact, you're more likely to get a feather edge and give the opportunity to the keeper to get the wicket. This is Maria, so just needs to get this a little bit closer. This is Maria Verisotti with the ball. So 2 Marias in the side. That's a better delivery. So gets this one through. Well done to Verisotti. So Verisotti gets 3 balls in. So apart from the extras, I don't think they've managed to get anything off the bat And this is in the zone, is it? But it's bowled. It's full and straight. It's on leg stick. And there's the wicket. So Vevisotti is going to be besotted with herself as she picks up a wicket, to the joys of the women from Greece. So even though they had that one over number 2, which so many runs came off it, and now Greece is starting to take the wickets. And it's the second wicket in this over. So 2 wickets and only 4 runs conceded. Still 2 balls to try and get through it. But unfortunately, this time round, there's no champagne moments for Champagne Terrell. She's going to go for a 3-ball duck. As the new batter running in pretty quickly is Josephine Sugova. Sugova, very good fielder. I'm pleased to see her out there. She fielded so well and made some very good stops. Let's see if she's able to get some valuable runs here. Look, I like the way that Maria Vivisotta just getting that arm over, saying, right, yeah, keep it straight, keep it straight. Winds herself up, you could say, and goes a little bit too wide. So it's going to be another wide. So extras, a bit of an issue, as Vinny Sandhu, I believe, has had a nice spot on lunch, joins us back in the queue.
Yeah, I have, and yours is waiting for you, so I won't spend too long together. But yeah, it was a really good ball by Maria there, wasn't it? Just clipping the leg stump and sending DCT back for a duck. So, you know, Czechia, they need to be busy. They got to trust that they can gather enough runs from their lineup. That's a good delivery as well from Viviziati. So you can see both teams are still in the kind of emerging phase, aren't they? And I think, yeah, you learn so much from these kind of this kind of atmosphere, and obviously being put to the test. This is Josephine, who's batting, and yeah, she's come through the Cricket Academy, of course. We saw plenty of their academy kids yesterday.
Well, it's worth an appeal. Question is, was it pitching outside the leg? Because when she gets it straight, it is nice and straight. Let's have a look at this.
It did hit 2 things. It might have hit both legs there, but it's pretty full.
What if it gets a bit of the bat first? I wouldn't mind having a look at it again. It's definitely you know, close, but might have just caught the bat. Might have been bat and then hits both the pads. Looks like the fielders will take time to take on some liquid at the end of the over. So they're taking drinks at the end of 3 because it is very warm. It makes sense. And well, let's do it. It's a good start. Look, 30 on the board already. They had 25 at the end of the 2 overs. So they had more than half what they got the first time they batted. The only thing is, though, 2 unnecessary run-outs. And I don't know if you got a chance to see some of the shots that Muncie Palmer played. Beautiful shots outside the off stump. One of them shot through the covers for 4. It's a shot of the day so far.
Yeah, it's just a shame with the run-outs. But like I say, sometimes I say they're the price of doing business, but it does hurt kind of when it's those top order batters that look like they are able to put something together. So, oh look, it's been another interesting start. I think Czechia, there's a bit more of a run rate this time. Remember that last time in the opening exchange they were able to keep Greece below 100. So right now they're on 100 pace. So they need to be telling themselves, okay, let's just keep gathering these runs, making sure we don't spoil the extras if there are extras, and yeah, maybe we can square the series at 1-1. But I will say that they're waiting for you over there.
Right.
We have the private lunch cart today. I've got to say a big thank you to our friends at Ravi for providing our lunch, and I'm going to leave you to enjoy a little bit of it.
I will go and have some lunch, and I will be back. As you can see, the umpire is waving goodbye to me, so I'm going.
Okay, sounds good. This is Zoya Grumman, who I was really impressed with her earlier. Not just her bowling, but I think her fielding was very good. She's been hovering around that short cover position. Pooja gets ready to face it. See the field there. I mean, you are entitled to have up to 5 outfielders out at the moment. I think they've gone for 3. Not really being forced back yet. It's a pretty good ball first up as well. Suchkova, you can see she's been kind of trained to back up and look for runs. And that was, I suppose, she does the right thing there. She's looking at her partner, and then she realizes, okay, if Pooja's not running, I've got to turn around and get back. At least they're looking to run, or certainly Josephine was on that occasion. hit and run job here. Clean pick up and throw might be interesting. Oh, that's very close. It's a very good gather by Gramanu, who we know has got magic hands. I just got a feeling she doesn't get her bat down here. Let's check it out in the replay. Thanks to Spring Media. Again, kind of flat-footed when she was going. And it's a quick gather, and it is... Oh, that's very, very tight. I'm going to have a look at that one again. Does that bat get down in time? One more frame, I think, probably there. Oh, it's very tight. Is the bail completely removed there? I tend to think they'll just stick with umpire's call here. The bail's still kind of attached. The first time it's almost off. It's not completely gone. See there, I think it's still connected to the middle stump. So for me, I feel like that'll be given not out, but it's a very tight call. Great work by Gramanu, as Josephine will push and she'll get her first run of the series. Suchkova, her brother Alfie, was playing for Vinorati in the ECS. I know her dad will be watching on as well. We have seen actually in ECN cricket before. That's Ben Sochek. Hello Ben, if you're watching. Able to lean back on this and pinch a run. Again, having to hustle. But yeah, Greece, I wonder if they might even sneak in a little bit more. It's not like they're being hit through or they've been hit over. I think they'll be frustrated with these singles being picked up in the infield. Well, in the air and gone. There's full toss. Was it coming down or was it not coming down? It's a pretty good catch taken there at mid-on by Macri, but let's have a look at it. How high is this? That's the question. Oh, it's probably coming down below the waist. Yeah, you'll see it here one more time. You look at the angle it's coming down, though. It's coming down so quickly that I think at the crease it will be below the waist. So you got to feel for the batter there playing an attacking stroke, but also you got to take your hat off to the fielder. That's Adamantia Macri, who takes a safe catch, so it's a wicket for Zoe Gramanu. Checking it here on the replay. Probably hit it about waist high, but she's slightly out of the crease. And there's a comfortable fingers up grab. Anyway, here's one of my favourites. It's Yana Kaminkova coming out. And the first one is going to go straight over middle stump. Now, Yana hit Erin Vukacic for 4. Probably one of the shots of the CE Cup a couple of weeks ago. Next ball, unfortunately, she didn't quite have the answers. You can look that one up if you like. But that'll be the end of the 4th over. The score's 33 for 2. Gramman has really impressed me today with her general energy. I like her bowling. I like her in the field. She kind of owns that short cover position. Yeah, but Czechia, 33 for 4. And we're going at 10 and over. But after that over, it's a lot less. Anyway, this one's in the air. Poked away. Mid-wicket's gone back now. So Pooja will get a single. One thing about Yana, if the ball's in the right spot for her, she can crack it. Still coming to terms with the techniques of the game. As this is Vlachopulu, who's bowling. Pretty good ball as well. And they're thinking about the run. Actually, it takes 3 fielders to stop it. Bit of interference, accidental interference from Pooja at the other end. See, Pooja's a good example. I don't think she's backing up quite as well as some of her teammates. Just watch her at the non-strikers end as well here. She kind of goes half a step out and is a little bit hesitant. It'll be a wide. But you can see there she's barely a metre out of her crease. We've seen when it's done well today, and I'm sure a lot of the players will go back and watch the footage tonight. When it's done well, you can really steal 4 or 5 metres legally by the time the ball reaches the other end. This one goes out a little bit too far. Daphne Vlachopulu, though, nice to see her getting a bowl. And I think it's really important as well that you really give everyone the opportunity to test themselves on this stage. Well, it's in the air, and Yana was pretty keen for the run, but Pooja sensed the danger at the bowler's end. But you can see the Yana, she's certainly enjoyed her cricket experience so far. Gets that over the bowler, but can't get it out of the infield. Now that might have just... Well, it's funny, this one. She's probably trying to avoid it. I don't think she wants to get hit by it. They'll run one. Now, what's the decision here? Probably a leg bite? Yeah. So I suppose she's not playing a shot, but she's trying to avoid that ball because she wants the wide. And you can just see that little move bent into the knees. She is trying to avoid it. So she'll get off strike one way or another. This one draws Pooja wide and will be called. And again, haven't been hurt too much on the scoreboard this over. Obviously, it's tough for new bowlers coming in to find their range straight away. She just gets natural outswing, does Lachapulu. And so maybe one of the things she can do is kind of start her run up a little bit wider, so she's kind of more facing towards the leg stump. And then with that movement, it'll just kind of straighten stump to stump. It is good that she has that natural swing, though. A bit like that. It's gone. Really, really good bowling. It looked like it was angling down the leg side, but it straightens down the line. That natural movement from Daphne Vlachopoulos is going to bring her first ECN wicket in the T10 format. Let's have a look at it. Again, hoping that it was going to just stay on that line, and it clips the bails. Good decision from the umpire as well. Always clipping. And so that's another wicket to Greece. And what a fantastic moment that is from Daphne Vlachopoulos. It's just made that adjustment, didn't she? So Pooja Chitole will go for 7, and Czechia now 39 for 5. A good ovation though for Pooja as she goes back to the pavilion. Last ball of the 5th. Not a bad shot here first up. But that will be the end of the 5th over. And the score now is 39 for 5. It turned out to be a really good over, didn't it? From Vlachopoulos. I know she had some issue with mainly balls floating outside the off stump. Yeah, I just want to explain to everyone this ECC format. This is for the men's, I should say. But Greece and Czechia, who are playing in the men's as well this weekend, they will play in Group 2. Now, after 3 days of play, if they're in the top 2 of their group, then they get to continue for 3 more days in the playoffs. And that'll be the top 4 teams out of that Challenger division. And if they're able to win that, then they'll get the ECC Challenger Division trophy. Edged and flying away from the keeper. In fact, that'll go for 4. So Kaminkova with her 2nd boundary in a Czech shirt. It just went a little bit too quick for the keeper, Ioana. Slightly wrong-footed. You can understand her kind of following the path of the ball, but then Crisula Kanta not quite able to get down and use the hands. Macri is a really fun bowler to watch as well. Got pretty close to a wicket there. That is the 3rd boundary of the innings. Oh, bowled. And a very good comeback from Macri, who got work to the boundary, but she does the work the next ball. Kaminkova will have to go for just the 4. And Czechia now in trouble. 43 for 6. Again, just a good length that kind of drew Yana into trying to hit that leg side. Crashes into the leg stump. And still, she's got something to show for innings. Does Yana Kaminkova. It's 43 for 6. Yes, I should mention there, the top 2 from Group 1 and Group 2 in the Challenger Division will make the Challenger playoffs. They'll play for 3 days. And the top 2 will make it to the Premier Division next year. The top team, of course, will walk away with that trophy. Czechia and Greece will both have those aspirations, I'm sure. Ali Mason gets a bat, and this is a good ball first up from Macri. I just like her a lot more over the wicket. I know she started around the wicket, but I just think brings in a lot more modes of dismissal. A bit of a breeze at the moment. Kind of little bit right to left, assisting that outswing. You can kind of see it on the shirt there of Macri. Getting the pad, but just go down the leg side. Now they're going to take off for a leg bye. Bowlers ends on, but they'll get home safely. That's good running there. Karen Kunha, the captain, is out there. She was pretty quick to spot the opportunity. Well, he had to run or be run out. Good ball from Macri. She's got kind of natural attributes, doesn't she, Macri? She's quite tall, can get some good bounce out of the surface. Hello to John Gray, good to see you in the chat. Hello to Terry Richmond as well, watching from Australia. Last ball in the 6th over. Pretty good one, good shot too though. Oh, went straight to the fielder, so there's no chance of the run in the end. No, Mason was looking for it. End of the 6th then, and Czechia 44 for 6. But you really do see that if you can build that pressure, if you can limit the extras. Again, extras still been pretty significant in this innings with 23 runs in extras. And you can really do a bit of a number on teams that are emerging in the game. Again, the only concern so far for Greece really was that Sofia Jogota went off after spraining the ankle after just a couple of deliveries. And she's a key player. Imagine they would have had her opening the batting. But I also said last game that we saw these two teams, maybe it's worth opening with your 3 and 4 because they looked very, very good as well. I think that's also part of it, is trying to give opportunities, and not just to be fair, but also because it's quite smart strategically to call on more players to do the job for you and give them that responsibility. You never know when you'll need different players to step up. Same thing I think goes for the Czechia side, the men's side I'm talking about in the next game. I wonder if they throw a couple of different players up to the top, not because they need to, but just because they want to give everyone that platform. Obviously the batters did the job in that last game. Jeff Mobbs asking, am I going to catch much of the Tour de France? Well, probably not that practical for me at this stage. We'll see what I can do. I am off for a couple of weeks after this. Here's Maria Siriotti. She's been impressive today, although first over didn't really go to plan. Ended up conceding 15. In fact, there were 19 in total. If you add in a couple of the extras. First one floats a bit wide, mishandled by the keeper. And, well, in the end, I think she just gets home. We called it wide. I think +1. Let's just check it on the replay. Just on him. Again, not the greatest bat slide there. I actually think, to be honest, from reading that there, I don't think that bat's down yet. Not sure if there was an appeal or not. But I think she'll be able to get away with it. Lesson learnt there. Get that bat down. Czechia, bat on. Pretty good ball. Interesting action, doesn't she, Siriotti? She really kind of slings it over at the last moment. I like the way she actually uses her front arm pretty well to just get something going in the action. Oh, nice looking drive there. Well, push shot from Karen. She'll get 1. Thinking of 2. Probably would have made it back, but they'll have to settle for the single in the end. Got a question from Chris asking, are there subs in ECN cricket? Well, just in the traditional cricketing sense, in that you can be replaced as a fielder, but the 12th can't bat or bowl. So sub fielders on right now. That's Theodora Messi-Mary, who's on the field. Substitute fielders for Sofia Jogota. Mason will be hoping she can get off the mark here. And they've got that tight cover at the moment. It wasn't too far away. Siriotti has this kind of habit of running in front of the umpire. That's probably not a wide, but to be honest, the umpire can't really see, so you're not going to get the benefit. Mason gets another chance. That one will be a wide. Yeah, but one thing I think that has been pretty key has been the attacking fielding positions of the Greek cover in particular, and also the mid-on, or the mid-off, the mid-wicket even is what I'm trying to say. So let's make it really hard to get away. That's her there, but you can see she's pretty close to the pitch. That's Zoe Grumanu. She's only just out to the left of screen. This one's going to be called a no ball. And Mason will get away. I think it's going to be a bye as well. Yeah, probably a good call. Go it. Going to wear it past her at the crease. Again, full. I think full's the key here as well, but yeah, do risk going too full. Check this one, the replay. That one's just a fraction lower. So there's no problem with that at all. 50's up, by the way, for Czechia here in the 7th over. Nice push and run. Kunha will get a second run. Jeffrey Mobb saying he's been at the Lawn Bowls State Playoffs at Guildford. His club, Hunters Hill, into the semi-finals. Yeah, I've got a few keen lawn bowlers in there. Siriotti, last ball of her spell. Pretty good one. No full toss, picked up cleanly, go to the bowler, and I think that's out. We'll have to check it out. So this will be an interesting one. They're going to have to look at it. But I think we might not be able to see that easily, but it feels to me that that's out. You probably almost see through the legs there that the bat, for me, it's looking short from what you can see. I think it's pretty clearly short, if I'm honest. And we'll check it out in the reverse, but I think it looks to me that she hasn't quite made the line, so I think we'll be out. I think it's a good decision from the TV umpire there. Yeah, but you got to feel for Mason, who does contribute a little bit to her side, maybe none off the bat, but obviously was running hard. Obviously able to get a couple of extras away as well, but she'll go as the 7th wicket down. And the score now is 52 for 7. Got to say though, Grumanu, she's a bit of a weapon in there at the short cover position. Very clean hands, and I really like the Greek team. They've been drilled on the basics, such as getting back to the stumps. You can see Maria Siriotti was very quick to get back behind the stumps and make sure she could affect the run out. It'll be at the end of the over as well. So new batter is going to be Shreya Basale. She'll be facing up. Start of the 8th over, 52 for 7 at the moment. Bat on ball. Oh, it takes off. Might have overcommitted here. That's going to be another run out. I've got to say that you can't really blame Czechia for trying to get on with the game, but Greece have just got this position nailed. I think Czechia need to learn a bit from it as well. It's a very good, clean pickup. This time it's Siriotti who's moved in that position, and really, she returns the favour from last over, because Grumanu went to the bowler's position and Siriotti went to the cover position. And 2 run-outs and 2 balls is going to make it 52 for 8 now. Nice work by the keeper. And, well, that's a fake Derek, don't worry, because Karen did score 2 while she was there. Oh, no, actually. That's Basale, who's out first ball because it was the changeover, yep. So it was a real Derek. Like, maybe should have been golden. Oh, that's a bit of a leading edge, hangs up in the air. Pratibha Chaudhary is getting a bat here. Of course, we saw her batting for quite a while earlier, so I think that's why she's been pushed down the order this game, but they still needed to do a job here. And these two build a bit of a partnership. Oh, she's bowled. It's very good work by Gramanu, who's on fire here in this ECI-W. Again, gets it stump to stump. And Chaudhary, unfortunately, it won't be a very long stay at the crease this time. She goes for a second bowler and checks down to their last batter, 52 for 9. Well, Derek's been busy, hasn't he, in the last few minutes. At Greece, I think they've just done the basics a little bit better. Delante Ionetti is going to get a bat, though. Now, Delante, remember, she took a brilliant catch off her own bowling when we saw her in the Croatian ECI. But again, you can see to try to play that with a horizontal bat. Zoe keeps it simple. Let's see if Delante can fight hard. Still, a quarter of the balls are available of this innings. First one outside the off stump, not quite a wide. Nicely taken by Ioana behind the stumps. This one does get away a bit, it'll be called a wide. And they'll get through for an extra, so creep up to 54. Here's the thing though, I mean, you know, there's no Sofia Jagotta. Well, you'd imagine there wouldn't be because of that ankle injury. You wouldn't see her opening the batting. Hit and run this time. Nice shot by Tkunhat, who manages to get through for a third run. Hello to Vlasti Volfova. Hopefully well. She was, of course, playing for Czechia a couple of weeks ago. Out with injury at the moment, but hello, Vlasti. Saying, come on, girls, you got this. You can do it. Let's go, Czechia. Let's see if Delante can get her first run of the series. Swings and misses. Good ball from Gramanu. Her bowling and fielding's been outstanding. In this game, she takes 2 for 6. And it's 55 for 9 after 8. Yeah, Delante mentioned that we saw her playing for Czechia back in that Croatian ECI. But she doesn't have a run yet. She did take a wicket in the only over she bowled, actually, during that series. Very good caught and bowled. Delante, she's still young. She's only 17 years of age. Verviciotti to bowl and loses his first one down the leg side. So I suppose if you can manage to get up in the 60s, you're talking more than run a ball, and then limit your extras and essentially try and squeeze Greece the way that Greece have squeezed you in the field. Again, finds that short cover position. Excellent fielding. Looks like Zoe's got her spot back. Yeah, I think Greece, even though they've had some issues as far as their control, but I think they have put a lot of balls in dangerous places. That's a good example there. Turn around the corner. That's a nice shot. Tkunhat will move to 4. I mean, it's also a great opportunity to test your players in the fastest format where they are put under a bit more pressure. They need to, I suppose, put themselves into uncomfortable situations. Delante spots that one going down the leg side. And wide called, creeping up towards that 60s, which, like I said, I think in this format, these dynamics, you can win a game with 60s, but you'd have to bowl and field out of your skin. Again, well bowled by Vervet. I also think the more you bowl in this weekend, the better the bowling will get. I do think genuinely that the extras will come down a fair bit. Yeah, pretty well bowled, pretty well kept out by Delante and Eti there. But yeah, checks, I suppose, batting out the over is pretty important as well. Even if they weren't scoring another one off the bat, you'd hope they get a few more. Maybe if there's a couple of wides or no balls that are delivered. Well bowled by Vervet. Well, I can see that she's improved a lot since we last saw her as well in that T20 series last year. That's the end of the 9th over, and the score is 58 for 9. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for ECN, and welcoming back Rico Full after, hopefully, what was a pretty scrumptious and nutritious lunch.
It was very good, and as you said yourself, thank you very much to Ravi for providing us with a very nice lunch. And it was good to mingle with both spectators and some of the players over there as we come back to the action. And when I left, they were doing pretty well in the 30s, but they haven't really been able to get any acceleration in, and lost 9 wickets since. I suppose Greece really, once again, have the upper hand here, Vinny.
Yeah, they do. It's a nice shot, though, from Kunha, who isn't really looking for more than one here. I suppose it's been a really good kind of choking of the innings, and I think that Zoe Gromanu has been incredible in that short cover position. Siriotti has done the job when Zoe's been bowling, but it's just made that simple one not so simple, and that's why I think we've had issues. I think we might have had 4 run-outs in the innings. And right on cue, Zoe will finish things. Iannetti will go for a duck, so she's still searching for her first ECN run. Vlachopulu has come to the party with 2 wickets of her own. First time we've seen her bowling in the series. And Czechia go close to batting out the 10, but not quite. They're all out for 59.
Yeah, good catch. Nice moment. The catch being taken. It was you had to work for it. It wasn't straight at it. And it's going to be the end, I suppose, to what you'd have to say a disappointing innings when it started pretty well with that second over, remember, gain for 19 when Maria was getting it all wrong. But the run out right off the last ball, the run out, of course, there of Palmer really then started the rot. Palmer would be run out, and then Rachel later also run out for just 1, and it was disappointing. And I think at that point, if they could have avoided those earlier run-outs, things could have been very much different, because both of those two were batting pretty well.
That was a big moment, wasn't it, when Jorgota rolled her ankle, and hopefully it's not too serious. I like she was walking off under her own steam. But, yeah, no, Greece, they just seem to have the tactics down a little bit with their field placement. I also think their bowlers, I know they're still probably a bit high on the extras, but they're getting things a lot more together. Got to say, I liked some of the batting early. You saw those 2 boundaries, 1 each for the openers, Palmer and Chitole, but unfortunately it was a bit of a cook-up. That was the first of 4 run-outs actually that would punctuate this innings.
Yeah, and that's the issue. This one they had to have a good long look at, and I think in the end the right decision made. That was a good teasing delivery to see the Champagne Terror go for a 3-ball duck. And this one, real no power in it, which was unfortunate. And a nice catch taken. The fielding was really good, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, I mean, that was a brilliant ball. Just when I called for Vlachopulu to straighten it up and straighten it down the line, she went stump to stump to bowl that one around the legs. And then, yeah, I think Macri as well, you know, she's had her moments. Then this was a pretty tight one. I think the right decision was made again. Another run out. This time it was Mason that had to go. But you can see this position, that short cover position, just creating a bit of chaos. And like I said, 4 run-outs created. as we saw Gramanu then moving into the bowler's position and doing a good job. Eventually, she'd finish things off in her trademark position, setting a runnable 60 for Greece in the second half of match 2.
Yeah, Greece once again though, they will know that they've done marvellously well here, keeping that to under 60. They have given away 33 extras, 22 of those in wide, so that's something that will still concern them. But when the bowlers did get it right, when they did get it straight, they were dangerous, they were lethal, and they were hitting the stumps.
And they're actually getting a bit of movement as well, which made it even tougher. Unfortunately, none of the Czechia batters able to make double figures, but Palmer did look decent enough at the top, 8 before she was run out. And Pooja eventually got outdone by a very clever piece of bowling from Daphne Vlachopoulos. She made 7. Did like the boundary though from Kaminkova. That was a bit of a highlight in there for me, but then she didn't last too much longer. She got cleaned up by Macri. And Greece, again, bowling as a team. We saw 6 bowlers. Unfortunately for Jurgota, she went off, and I just hope it's not too serious and doesn't keep her out for too long. But we saw 2 for 6, twin figures for Zoya Gramanu and Daphne Vlachopoulos. The other wickets went to Bhavat Ciotti and Adamantia Macri. Just Ciotti a little bit off, Maria Ciotti, in this one compared to what we saw earlier. She took none for 22 off her 2 overs. So we'll take a break and we'll be back pretty shortly. Well, 60, you'd imagine they'd do that, Greece, but we know they probably lost one of their openers from before. And Czechia, I'm sure that they might have learnt 1 or 2 things about where to put the fielders in this defence. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you in just a few minutes for the second half of match 2 in this ECI-W.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back. It's time to see the innings here of Greece after doing a very good containing job on Czechia, restricting them to 59 all out with 3 balls to go. That means that 60 required for victory. Remember, they did score 98, batting first in the first match. So this can come into play if the series is tied. It shouldn't be an issue with 5 matches to play, but you never know. The weather could play a part. We know the weather can change here and quite dramatically within a short period of time. But the bonus point equation, 41, so restricted 41. And the fielding side here, Czechia could take 4 points or, well, get the target in 7. Then it could be Greece that take all the points. It's nicely played down the ground. Now this one is going to be a real test for the fielder. On the Iba, and it's going to be 4. It's going to be 4 runs. It's a hard chase there. It's a Palmer. Kafi कोशिश की अपनी मनसी Palmer ने पर चौका लग गया. So good start, positive start. And well, with the intent like that, who knows? They could be looking to wrap this up pretty quickly. That's Alona that goes for a good shot first out. She's got Macri there with her. Floated up, and in the up, this time she goes on the offside. Won't get the boundary, but they will come back for 2. That's very good calling. And, well, it is from the runner who backs herself to get there. And, well, not so much for Macri. Bosale, here's the bowler. And they need to keep this nice and tight. And one thing that they'll be very keen to do is take them deep as possible, getting these runs. Bosale floats it up again. This one's played in the same area. This time they're taking no chances as the stumps do get thrown down. I suppose that's just a sign, as Alison Mason says, well, if you're going to take me on, this is what I can do. Direct hit as the stumps go over. Lawana. Good solid left-hander. I like the way that she keeps an eye on the ball, hits it nice and straight. And this one's leg side, doesn't quite get contact with the bat. I think this will probably be a leg bias. Keep an eye on the umpire. And there's the signal. So leg bias, well balanced, well balanced. Umpires out there, Rugva and Vishal. All the, I was going to say men in black, but there's a bit of, this more men in blue really here at the moment. The men in blue with some go faster stripes on the arms. So there you go. You can see the umpires' gear looking pretty sharp. Yeah, they've done a good job here. And Macri not messing around. Nice. I like to see that. A lot of the times you see batters take a guard and then say, right, let's go. But they never mark it. You see them doing it with the foot or with the bat. But of course, this is artificial. So it's just going through the motions of doing it for the hell of it. But you can see she's marked it with the chalk. Knows where she's standing. And that's hit down the ground. Good start. Takes one for the team there. Gets into line and says, it's not getting past me. Nicely done there by Ellison. And, I wonder if that one, it was maybe in danger of perhaps just bouncing probably twice before the line, but we will never know because as well, starting to see some of the spectators there in the background watching as well, obviously supporting maybe Czechia, I'm guessing. Bit of width and good delivery. It's a nice area to be to the left-hander. It's the end of Bosale's over. And despite a boundary coming off the very first ball, she's done well and just kept it to just the 8. Remember, there was the one leg by in there as well. 8 off the over from Bosale. Welcome to everybody that's tuning in. John Gray, hello to you. And hello to you as well, Dave. Hope you've been. Dave said he's been lurking. He's getting ready for an open mic session tonight. Well, good luck, Dave. And don't forget, have plenty of egg in the holes before you go. That's a Gundy ball and probably a no ball, I would say, with the height. Let's see what the umpires call here. And going with a wide. I suppose it depends where the ball lands as well. So does it go past it? So it's definitely no ball with the height there. And let's see where this goes. I think that's a no ball, you know. I think it's too high. If a couple of times that this has been called a wide and they then retract it. So let's keep an eye on the umpire, see if they do then change this to a no ball. And yep, there's the no ball and bye signal given. Just a little bit too wayward that time. This is Delante Lanetti. And that one's going to be down the leg side. And it gets past the fielder, so he'll be keen to get back and make that into 3. That will get 3. So Delante just having a few issues, and well, Delante Lanetti is bowling, and I'm going to say adelante, adelante, adelante. Come on, un poco más adelante por delante, and get it right up there. That one there, she just lost her shape. So that one gets chased. 3 hits still in place, and a bit of bat, and a long chase. Not going to get there, I don't think. This outfield is rapido, and it's going to be 4 more. So 4 más. So this is a very good positive start in Greece. They certainly are looking to finish this pretty quickly and try to pick up all the points here. We see some more spectators arriving to enjoy some more of this festivities of international cricket here in Czechia. It's a lovely place as well. Hello to Sharif Ahmed. And what's happened here? I think has Delante got this one on a foot as the ball's being passed back to it. Right, come on. Let's see if you can get that arm nice and straight. And he's bowled well to the lefty, and did a bit well. It's going to be a no ball, I think, because of the height. So I think the free hit will still stay in place. That's too high. Yeah, that's the call. I think there's a good call this time. I don't think there's any doubt about it. It's a head height, isn't it? Problem is now for the bowler, I think that's the second one. So with still 5 balls to go in the over, Lanetti here is probably in danger of maybe taken out of the attack because of too many high deliveries. Mind you, what do you expect? They keep breaking their foot with the ball, which is every time they pass the ball back to it, lands on a foot. On the pad, that's okay. That means he gets that no ball out of the way without too much damage. They'll take a leg bye. Leg bye gets taken. Very humid here at the moment, which is why I think currently temperatures up in the 30s. So I think that drinks will be taken once again after 3. Now that's a really good shot. Cracking hit this. Beautifully struck. Clobbers it out of the middle of the bat, and that one will go to that boundary, and well, that's work to be done for. I don't think we have the ball retriever over there. Probably having a bit of lunch as that one gets matched away. So Lona, what a lovely shot this is. Gets into position nice and early. There's nobody back there on the boundary, and that is in the rough. And well, we've got well, I think maybe a member of our team that's in there now. I'm not sure who's looking for the ball. In fact, I think it's a coach. The manager from Greece is in there, and he says, leave it to me. A little bit of Greece lightning from the coach and the manager. They find the ball, it comes back out. They might need to maybe make a change in the field here. That was a glorious shot from Lona. Right, so issues continue here for Lanetti. 14, but she's still got to get through another 3 deliveries. Yeah, one thing about the heat at the moment is the breeze that we did have seems to have disappeared. That's better delivery, and oh, well, let's have a look. Is the bat down here? I want to have a look at this. We couldn't see because the umpire was in the way from this particular angle. Well, let's see this first from this angle. It will tell us that the bat is down. I wonder if we see, maybe go with the normal. Yeah, let's have a look at this again. I'm just concerned about the bat. So, is the bat down? Can we tell? Oh, it's so difficult to tell. So difficult to tell here. So, it's going to have to go with umpire's call because we got nothing. We got nada. We got nothing. He can't really tell, but I suppose we'd be guessing. We'd be guessing either way. So, we'd probably have to. The umpire, I think this is with Charles Croucher saying, over to you, buddy. What do you think? Because we got nothing. And I don't think the umpire was in a position really to see either, so they're going to have to go with not out. No, not out is the call. It's another light aircraft takes off. A number of airfields around here. That one might be a no ball because it bounces. Well, it doesn't really even bounce. It sort of hits the deck and rolls a couple of times. And no ball. This is a long over. 16. Now, I think 17 now off it. No balls wide. And Lenetti just having a few struggles here. But come on, everybody get behind her. I am. Let's get behind her. Come on. She's had a bit of a rough one here on a hot, humid, sticky day. Let's see if she can get one nice and straight and get a highlight here. Bowling to Muckery now. And, ooh, just out of her hand. That's going to be 4 runs. It's a good, solid shot from some of the women players out there, and the one would-be player who makes the stop there in front of the cube. And that's Deanna Oro, the ECM photographer. And I don't think you'll catch her on the camera here. We're just outside the shot, but that's a nice shot, solid shot. Brings the 30 up. And this over now in danger of going magical with the ball to go. So it definitely is. We saw 19 off the second over, funnily enough, when Czechia. Now, hang on a minute. What does that catch? Does this hit anything? If it doesn't, I'm appealing. Have an appeal. He hasn't called over yet. Appeal. 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 No signal from the umpire. Must have been bad. I like to see it again, though. It was a good ball to finish with. Good ball to finish with. There's no signal from the umpire. Let's have a look. What am I seeing? I just saw the bit hitting the pad. I just seen the ball hitting the pad. There might have been a little bit of something on it. But I did say I'm getting behind. No, I tried me bit. I got behind the bowler. I tried to get the umpire. To change it. Hey, it's the way it's looking at the moment. Greece have 4 points. Czechia, nothing to their name. And, well, I think some people in the chat might have seen there was just a little bit of bat on that one. But hey, I tried my best. The over does go more than magical. Goes for 23 in the end, to the most expensive over that we've seen. 23. And good start now from Borsali, who comes straight back. Good score on the board, 31. So they're, well, you can see that 29 more runs and they're there. So, flights it up and yeah, good delivery. You can see the batter wants it. Thinks she should get this away. But well, that's the difference. The ball just outside the off stump. The batter's got a bit of work to do to get there. So Muckery trying to get the big shot through herself. Borsali, can she go just a little bit fuller? And she does, but strays onto the legs. That's hit up in the air. And oh no, it's a wrong footer, but there is some backing up. Well backed up. And a nice strong arm from, that's it, Pratibha Chowdhury. Just watch this. Watch the spin on this. A vicious spin, a wrong foot. I think that's Josephine that's there. But well backed up. Chowdhury does the backing up and gets the throw in. Muckery will come back for 2. Right, good areas again. Borsali's getting this outside the off. She's getting good bounce in that area as well. It's an International Fisherman Day today, by the way, so I like the way the Borsali is keeping the batter fishing outside the off. Yeah, it's a unique festival that recognises and interrogates the efforts of fishermen around the world. This one, in the air, doesn't quite go to hand, but I think that's dealt really well. This ball is thrown in, but no strength in the arm really, but ends up making a decent stop. Does Muncie Palmer. It goes to her in the air. She did need to get something on it, otherwise with the pace of this outfield that would have gone to the boundary. So ball to go, and I think the players will then take some drinks. It's played away nicely. Fielder beautifully done. Josephine. Who else? Let's see somebody back it up. They do. That will be just a single. So that takes the score at the end of 3 overs to 36, but without loss. We've seen some nice shots being played as Vinny Sandu joins me back in the cube.
Yes, I'm back, and for Czechia, just a bit of a tough power play for them to stomach. And Delante, you can see that when she gets it right, actually, she's got a beautiful bowling action.
Yeah.
But I suppose this is the thing when you're not playing that many matches. I know she wasn't involved in the ECI a couple of weeks ago, and she's still developing. But yeah, just kind of a shame that extras seem to bring more extras sometimes. I think it's probably natural. You'd be a little bit more jumpy, a little bit less natural. But
I thought she had a plum LBW at the end.
Yeah,
I thought that was no doubt really.
Shane Watson
Might have
would
been a
reviewed
hint.
it.
Might have been a hint of fat in it, but I think it was close.
But she does have an ECN wicket. She took a caught and bowled last year. I remember that very, very well. And she was thrilled about it. So I suppose that's one of those things to have a kind of glass half full attitude, especially when you're starting out in the game and you haven't played too much competitive cricket, to think, okay, let's, rather than focus on what we're doing badly, and that is important to know what you can improve on as well, but also to kind of recognise what you are doing well. I think that Suchkova there, Josephine, a very nice bit of fielding there, perfect technique, hurled it back in. But I think you've got to say that Greece, they've come well prepared for this, and it just seems that they've been pretty well drilled. I like the way there's that urgency between the wickets. Seems like they've got their kind of risk factor about right, so they're taking risks but not necessarily crazy risks. And I think also, Czechia have learnt from the Greek field that's been so good. They've got the short cover in now, potentially saving that run, and it's also a catching position. Here's Pooja in the 4th over.
Goes a little bit too wide, and that will be called wide. Of course, it's going to be, as we both suspect, is going to be an issue on day one. It's something that both teams will be looking to do better on when they come back tomorrow. That will certainly be top agenda in both sets of team talks today. And back at base, back at base at the Dua Hotel. Must give them a shout out. This one's going to be called now a no ball, so free hit to come. Dua Hotel, fantastic place. I know that all the teams are staying there as well. And not surprising, it's big enough. It's big.
How many breakfast rooms did you have going there this morning?
It's 3. Well, I must admit,
3?
It's 3 now. I must admit, I just put a few things in my fridge now because I'm used to not giving myself too much time for breakfast. That's it, high up in the air was a free hit. It doesn't really matter. But where's this ball going? It's still rolling. It's rolling, but it gets caught up with, and the batters do well. Yeah, I don't give myself a lot of time in the morning for breakfast. So we're so used to just going down to breakfast and within 5 minutes being done and dusted. But it's so busy in the mornings at the Dua Hotel that 5 minutes is nowhere near enough. It takes you you need about 15 minutes.
It takes you 5 minutes to fight your way through the crowd, I think.
It's very busy, isn't it? And I've never seen so many coaches in a hotel. Just the amount of coaches you'd normally see at a football match. Good shot and well fielded. That's good bit of fielding. Not for the first time. It's the safe hands of Chowdhury that makes a stop, because that was hit with a bit of welly.
It's a really awkward stop as well. It's right out of the screws, but yeah, it does really well. Just gets enough behind it to stop the boundary. This is Yona Adrapoulou to have another go here. He's looked brilliant so far.
To the fielder who makes the stop.
And I like that they've changed the openers. One was kind of forced, I think, with the injury to Sofia Dragota. I think that she'll be just being careful with her. But also, obviously, we saw earlier Maria Siriotti doing a really good job opening the batting. But I like that they're changing things up, Greece.
Well, that's hit pretty well. But, oh, it's a great effort. It's a great effort. That once again hits the hands hard. I like the way that she took control there. She calls Alison Mason off and says, I want it. Comes in, but unfortunately, I think because she's running into the ball, Vinny, that the momentum takes the ball away from her, but it's such a great effort.
Yeah, for sure. I like the way she made it hers, but she's kind of still on the move, never settled, kind of hard-handed. But that one goes down. This is another good piece of fielding from Czechia. There's been a fair few dotting this first 4 overs. That's Mansi Palmer, who got right behind that one. Yeah, Rachel's one, I think she just doesn't quite get the hands organised, and because she's still on the move, kind of palms it back out. But hey, Pooja a bit unlucky not to break through in this over. She's got one more chance in the 4th.
And it's nicely bowled, but also nicely played. Quite happy just to take the single. So 9 come off the over, but Greece, they're getting closer and closer. Just 15 now required of 18 balls if they want the bonus point. There's certainly something that they'll keep their eye on to give them a good advantage if the weather should take a turn. Shitole, though, that's not a bad over, like you said, from Pooja. She got the ball on the money most of the time. Didn't start well with the wider no ball, but once you got the radar switched on, it stayed switched on, and the rest of the over just 1, 2 and 5 singles. 45 it is.
Yeah, so you start to wonder, could they do it this over? Pavlichkova won't want that to happen. She's got the ball.
Oh, I wonder if she got any fingers on this, you know. Did she touch this? If she did, this could be out.
It's definitely an appeal.
I think the umpire's saying, did you touch it? She's saying, I think I did. I reckon she did, you know. I thought she got a bit on this. Let's see this.
Oh, yeah, I reckon it's a touch.
That's out.
I reckon that's out.
That's right out. That's what the umpire is clarifying. And if she did touch it, I think here, if you watch this, I reckon there's a touch on this. It touches the hands. That is going to probably be an unfortunate dismissal.
Yeah, I think it actually flicks a little bit of the palm, the right palm on the way through. So there you go, Pavlichkova with a little bit of something out of nothing. That is going to be the first wicket for Czechia. And yeah, well, at least they've got something to shout about now. A bit unlucky for the skipper, Ioana, who's going to have to be run out for 17. The score now, 45 for 1.
Yeah, well, that's the way it goes sometimes. So, Luana will go.
The best thing about that for me is that Rachel did not appeal because she had no idea what had gone on. As far as her, she was just thanking the stumps for stopping the ball. But yeah, you could definitely see that there was a little bit. Well, it's actually the fingers. I think it's actually more the kind of
bit of the palm.
Yeah,
right?
A little bit of the edge of the palm, if you like, of the right hand. So yeah, Czechia do make the breakthrough in unusual circumstances.
It's a horrible way to get out, but I think most people that have played the game have experienced it once or twice. Okay, up in the air. It's going to get over the close fielder. And now needs to be job done there by Muncie Palmer, who does the sweeping. So just a single, so you'll see that now Macri hands the strike over to Maria Sorotti, who batted very well in the last match.
Yes, she did, so they go for it 3. Thought it might be a good opportunity to send someone else out there, if I'm completely honest. Maybe someone that hasn't had a hit so far.
Gets teased into play this. A bit of fishing on the World Fisherman's Day.
Good to see. It's a bit of a fight back here from the Czechs as well. I know it's a bit of a stinking hot day out here in Prague, and you want to create some highlights. You want something to celebrate. Had something there, even though it was a little bit of an act of God.
A little bit too wide this time. And, called by the umpire, but I like the fact that Pavlikova is making the batters play at these. He's teasing them outside the off. Sometimes she's gone a little bit too far wide, but most of the time she's been there or thereabout. Let's see what she can do here this time. And that one gets called. It's a close call. I think umpire's call really. Probably just, maybe just, I don't know.
I think that's some of that's on the line. I don't think it's completely outside the line when it passes the crease. A bit of a harsh call, but hey, that's the way it goes. Siriotti faces up again.
And that's been hit hard. That's going to be 4 runs. It's a cracking shot. It really is. And that's a good way to get off the mark for Maria. He senses this one is a little bit too short. It's within her reach. And well, as soon as she hits this, it ain't coming back. Lovely hit.
Yeah, brilliant hit. Actually fetched it from about the same as the one before it was called a wide. I know Chris Pearce in the chat, you know, he's worked a lot on I've worked a lot with a lot of these players. He says one of the core values he teaches is honesty. So if Rachel says she touches that, then she did. That's what was being asked. I think the video supports it though. I think the video,
yes,
you could see a definite change in direction of the ball. Isn't that nice to hear? Chris, who's a wicketkeeper by the way, is also capable of being honest and encouraging it. No, Chris, that's fantastic. And look, there's lots to celebrate here. Czechia still think they've got about 6 months until the ECI-W where they're going to play for the first time. They need to keep working very, very hard with that goal in mind.
And that's well struck. And if you don't get anything on it, it's going to get to the boundary. It's a difficult one, that one, because I think that one ends up yorking Pratibha Chowdhury, who's been very good out there. She's made some really good stops, but this one's difficult because by the time she gets to this, it's sort of bouncing around about close to her ankles. And yeah, that's a spicy one to have to deal with. So another boundary, and they're almost there. We can have a look at the fantasy dashboard for the next match coming up. The men will be back in action. And let's see if there's, looks like Magari coming in the side there.
Afridi comes in.
Afridi, yeah.
Afridi comes in. Navid Ahmed, the off-spinner, comes in. Evangelos Lollis comes in for Greece for the first time. I wonder what Czechia will do with the batting. The batting order didn't look much like that in the first game. They had Davitsian at 4, I think. I'd love to see Vandrasi getting a go as well. We saw him bowling, but maybe a chance for him to bat. Sagar Hussain likewise. Anyway, that's going to be gone. Very good bowling from Palmer, who comes back. And we talked about Czechia needing something to celebrate. Well, they've got something there. Siriotti swings across 1 for 5. And it's 57 for 2.
Muncie Palmer, I know she was very unlucky to get run out in their innings. But the way she played and some of the shots she played outside the off was super. She's played the shot of the day so far today. And now she's showing that she's a bit of an all-rounder, gets a wicket off her very first ball. So well bowled, and well, that's the end of the dangerous Maria. We know that she wanted to be super aggressive. Fair play to her, though. It means that she's probably just thought, I'm going to go for it. If I get out, somebody else gets a chance. I don't mind that at all.
I think you've got to give credit to the bowler, though. It's well-located delivery. All starts with the bowler.
Yeah.
So bowler controls the game. Where they put the ball, everyone else is reacting to that. I love that. It's one of my favourite expressions. And so if you can do that pretty much every ball, you're going to have success in the cricket match. Palmer, wicket with her first delivery, gets another chance. Just 3 to win for Greece.
They'll take the single, and well, a good throw here. Could have really tested them, but Alison Mason just struggling to get hold of it. Palmer, though, liking what I've seen from her. Yeah, great to hear from Chris Pearce. And Chris did a fantastic job yesterday, and Renata as well. Renata was saying that Chris's fingers, because I mentioned we were talking about, of course, some of the hiccups you had behind the stumps, and she was saying that well, your fingers are very similar to those of Chris, as we see the end of this match, and it's done in style with a boundary. So all the points here will be going to Greece, and they came out there with the intent to win it in style, and it looks like that's exactly what they do. So that one gets mashed away. I think the umpires will confirm that is the end of the match, and it's done and dusted pretty quickly. Remember, we just saw the fancy dashboard of the next match. That's coming up in about half an hour's time, so you've got a little bit of time. If you haven't had some lunch yet, go on, go get yourself a little bit of lunch. I know that you can be a bit more relaxed at the weekend. It is a Saturday. If you've got a few chores to do, well, go on, get the ironing board out, get a few shirts ready for the start of Monday. But then join us right back in half an hour's time, because we'll see action on the men, and I get the feeling that Greece will be pretty keen to fight back and try and level this series after going down in the first one.
Yeah, no doubt about that as well. So just a confirmation, the next game just under half an hour's time, with Czechia winning the toss and batting first in that one. Greece hoping to square the series at 1-1. Hey, Thomas Sotos, what about his catch to get stayed? One of the catches of the season so far. Make sure you join us for that, but right now let's look at the second innings of this game. I suppose just the ability to find the boundary, in addition to a couple of other factors, made a big difference. Made sure there weren't any wobbles in this chase. This one rolled all the way, but they hit 7 fours in total, Greece, in knocking over this total in 5.3 overs. But having said that, Czechia did have a couple of moments to celebrate along the way.
Yeah, they did. Look, I mean, I think there's more positives in this match for Czechia than there were in their first. I think the way they started their innings with the bat, I think they've seen Palmer and how important a player that she can be, when we saw her with the bat and with the ball. And also, I think the fielding, I know that Czechia, they get beaten here, and Greece win quite quite competently. But look at some of the stops that Czechia made. Some of these were difficult. They threw themselves around. And that one was a little bit of a break that they perhaps needed and deserved because of the way they fought. It gets a little bit of the palms of the bowler, and Rachel ends up getting the run out. But there was some big shots then. That one was a difficult one to stop. But once again, Palmer comes on to bowl and gets a big wicket, gets the wicket there of Maria. So they're the positives. I think the things that we know, what the areas that both teams have to work on. I don't want to keep harping on about it, but of course, it's something that they will work on. That's the number of extras, Vinny.
Yeah, that's definitely true, but I think probably all sides can learn something from that. But yeah, nice ball by Palmer at the end to get the wicket of Siriotti. But 5.5 overs all that was required for this game to be done, with Greece chasing down the 60. As we look at the scorecard, 25 for Macri, batted through the innings. I think she's turning out to be a very, very good player. The captain, Ioana, was run out in very unlucky circumstances. Not for, but she played a few nice shots in her 17. Siriotti went late in the piece. Lachapulu also had a good game, couple of wickets, and was there when the final runs were struck. As Greece make it 2-0 in the series. These two teams, they will play later on one more time here on opening day. And I suppose for Greece, they'll be hoping to solve the series before we even get to day 2. Looking at the bowling, Mansi Palmer, it's a shame we had to wait so long to see her because she took 1 for 5 off her 3 balls bowled. Apart from that, Pooja bowled a decent over, only went for 9. And Busali, I thought she was pretty tight as well. 2 overs, none for 12. I know for Delante, she'll be disappointed probably that she couldn't get it right more often that over. But if you isolate, the best ball she bowled, she knows she's capable of reproducing that if she does get another opportunity this weekend. We'll take a break then, and we'll be back in around about 20 minutes' time. We'll go into match 2 of the men's now, with the Czechs batting first against the Greeks. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. We'll see you after a short break right here in Prague for more ECI.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Well, we're 3 matches into opening day here in this European Cricket International weekend. And coming up, we have the men back out in the middle, Czechia versus Greece. We saw Czechia take the advantage 1-0 in the earlier game. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. First up, the 2 skippers with the Sheriff, Charles Croucher.
Welcome to the toss for match 2 between Czechia and Greece. It'll be Czechia to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call, and it's a head.
We're going to bat first.
Czechia won the toss. We'll bat first.
So Dylan Steyn wins the toss. This time he wants to have a hit. Well, Czechia did it on the chase before. This time they will set a score. Now, Dylan is a bit unlucky to go. Went to an incredible catch from Thomas Zotos on the boundary. Probably one of the best outfield catches that we've seen all season on ECI. And I imagine he'll retain his spot. I just feel it's an opportunity, though, with so many bats in the lineup and several performing already, maybe to make a change to his opening partner, maybe make a change to that top 4 as well. Not because they need to, just because they think it's beneficial, of course, going forward into more international cricket and particularly those qualifiers in Guernsey in August. For Greece, well, you've got to feel for them a little bit. I think that their captain, Aslam Mohammed, might step up with the bat this time. He ran himself out in that first game. I think Galatas probably could have come on a little bit earlier with his leg spin, but they've got some good players in there. Sajid Afridi, a player we know really well here on the network. I think it's another opportunity for them to show what they can do, and I think they'll be a lot improved, I think, despite showing a fair bit in that first game and holding on for quite a long time. Can Greece make it 1-1, or will it be 2-0 to the host? Let's find out. Rico Full standing by as we get ready for the start of match 2, with the Czechs winning the toss and batting first.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandhu on a very warm and now pretty muggy Saturday afternoon. The heat is certainly on. Well, maybe we're going to see a little bit of Greece lightning as well, as Greece are looking to bounce back after the defeat in the first match between these two. And Greece, remember, batting first last time, got to an average score about 121, but it wasn't enough as Czechia knocked them off with 15 balls to go. But as Vinny said, there were some highlights there for Greece, and I think this time their captain, Aslam Mohammed, is looking to go bigger and better. And, well, there's a Afridi on their side who didn't play badly, but there's also a Afridi on the other side. Riyad Afridi comes into the side, and, of course, I think a lot of people will be waiting to see some fireworks from him with the ball. He has been bowling fast. 74% to 26. No real change from the first match, really. Czechia are big favourites this time around. And as we saw there from the middle from Vinny Sandhu and, of course, Charles Croucher, the Sheriff, that Czechia this time around have opted to have a bat first. I think that's something that they would be and should be keen to do in every match, really. They've got a really strong batting lineup. I was just talking to Vinny off here that, you know, you could quite easily, I don't know who they go with here, we'll soon find out, but you could easily go with even someone like Sagor Hussain and maybe have the right-hander up there with somebody like a left-handed Ratul, who's been superb, and he was great during this European Cricket Series. Also, you've got Murali Vandrasi in the side, and if you've got him in the side, I think you've got to use him at the top of the order as well. So they are just loaded with batters, there's no doubt about it. So I think win the toss, especially with conditions like this, I think you should be looking to bat first, and if you get off to a good start, you can really then apply the heat onto the opposition. Zubair Ashraf, he did play very well in the last match, and he will open up the bowling. Also scored some valuable runs for his side and helping them get to that 120 mark. Scored 25 off just 8 deliveries, so he's a good player to have. So the Buyan is going to be opening up with the captain, Dylan Steyn. Buyan is in good form, so it makes sense. And gets a little teaser out in the offhand. Oh no, misfield. That's a clanger. That's a real clanger from the fielder. You got to do better than that. And you're just talking about how well they fielded, but this time that's a Muaz Ali gets this gone completely wrong, and we might have got a little bit unlucky with the bounce, but you got to be able to stop those. We saw the women do very well stopping those kind of deliveries in the last match, so maybe the men can learn a thing or two from them. So a bonus forward to start off with for Cesar Buyan, but he certainly doesn't need to be given any runs. He's scoring plenty of his own bat. Well, try again. Oh, no. This time there's nothing. Well, he has the second chance to redeem himself, but unfortunately Muaz Ali doesn't, and I get the feeling that he might be changed from this position. This time it's worse than the first. Oh, that's not good. And look at the captain. The captain not happy, and it's not raining, by the way. Those umbrellas are just telling you just how hot it is. Arvind Sridhar also has his umbrella, and just as I suspected, that is the last time that we'll see him, Muaz Ali, on the boundary. But I'm telling you this, it's not the last time you'll see him in action. Smashed, and oh, fingertips, fingertips. That would have been a great catch. Now, he could have done himself some damage. I think that's Glanis. It looks like him. I'm confirmed with you at the moment, but that was absolutely smashed. It is Glanis. That was clobbered. That was absolutely clobbered. Watch this again. It is right out of the middle. It's, oh, he does ever so well to get hands to it, but he's lucky that he's still got his fingers there. So that's got to go down as a chance. As Buyan getting put down on 8. Ashraf probably thinking, what have I done to deserve this? First 2 misfields, and the ball going to 4, and then a catching opportunity not taken. Now, not sure what's going on here. The 2 umpires come together because it looks like the batter. Now, what's the issue here? Wrong gloves, maybe? Something wrong with the gloves? Yeah, he wanted to change his gloves. Wasn't very happy with them. And now the umpires think, well, if they're changing gloves, we'll change balls. Oh, it's all happening. What is going on here at the moment? And now there's some, Glanis getting some treatment. Oh, it's all happening. We can't keep up with it. So the batter's changing gloves, the umpire's changing balls, and probably because that one still had the fingertip stuck to it from Glanis, who then has a little bit of treatment on the boundary with some freeze spray. We are back. We're back to continue. And we're only halfway through the first over. And Ashraf now bowling to Dylan Steyn, and don't forget the way he got out. Of course, Vinny mentioned it, to an incredible catch in that last match. Certainly that will be up there on the social media. That's not a good delivery down the leg side. Aslam makes a good stop. So got to now adjust to the left-hander. Of course, the catch that we were all talking about was Thomas Zotus on the boundary, leaping up in the air and catching hold of that grizzly when it was flying past him. Short, but doesn't get this right. He'll be made to run though, and yeah, that's good running. And you got to take those. And I think, yeah, you see Dylan Steyn giving the thumbs up to Buyan, say, yeah, you're right, have to take those. So good comeback from Ashraf, who's obviously taken the option to go a little bit shorter, but I think he has to think about that option when you're bowling to Sazib Buyan, because he does like it short. So I wouldn't go with the same line to Buyan. Buyan likes it there as well. That's a big 6. That's an almighty shot. And that goes straight into the zone behind us. We sort of call it the fan zone if you want. Some of the players are there. And some of the spectators. That's a big hit. 1 bounce. Comes back pretty quickly because it gets fielded. There you go. Look, 1-hand pickup. And straight back into the field of play. Thank you very much. Nicely handled. Well done. And this will go the other side. And I don't know if Arvind is there yet. He's somewhere. Spot the red umbrella and you'll find where Arvind is. But we're going to need somebody else to get this one, as that one gets muscled big time over to the onside. So Sazib Buyan continues to show the good form he's in. He's just blasted 21 of 5 deliveries. The first over goes for 23, though there was a chance in there when Buyan himself was dropped on 8, though it was a difficult one. 23 without loss. So you have a look at the ECC happening and starting there on the 23rd of September. And have a look at that Group 2 in the Challenger Division. Both these two teams are there, Czechia and Greece. So this is an opportunity for them to sort of eye each other up and, well, make some, put some tactical plans in place for when those two teams meet at the Cardamom Oval. As Vinny Sandu joins me back in the cube.
Yeah, it's nice to be back, and yeah, looking forward to this contest, which has gotten off to the start with a bit of a bang, hasn't it? Czechia 23 off the first. Here's Asra Ahmed. He's a kind of wily customer, not too quick at all, has some variations. Here's over 2, and it's going to start with a wicket. Stain fails again. This time he tries to drive on the up, doesn't quite get the contact. Amarpreet takes the catch at mid-off, and the Czech team lose their skipper early again. It's 23 for 1.
Yeah, well, 4 in the last, and he lasted, I think, 3 deliveries. This time he lost just a couple of balls, and he goes for 1 and doesn't really get any power in the shot. And wicket gets taken, and that's Asra Ahmed says, yeah, it's as easy as that. So still hasn't, for me, found it. I've heard a lot, Vinny. A lot of people have spoken to me about Dylan Stain, and I know he is a very good player because I've seen the stats. Haven't yet seen it myself. He hasn't really clicked the time I've been out here.
Thing is, when he does, he just looks absolutely untouchable. And you'd say he's the best player in the country.
Yeah.
That's not an overstatement. I remember in the final last year when he was playing for Brno against Prague CC, he just went into this kind of, almost this kind of trance where it was just impossible to bowl to him. But okay, maybe you could argue he shouldn't have gone after the first one. Azra's probably a bit slower than you think, hard as that is to believe. And so just taking on the mid-off and losing. But I think he'll get another opportunity at the top of the order. He'll get 3, I suppose, tomorrow potentially. And he's certainly someone they want to get going. I remember when he was captaining the Czech side a couple of years ago in the ECC, we had a bit of a tough trot of form as well then. But, you know, he's the kind of guy, he's pretty level-headed. He'll turn things around, I'm sure about that. Murali Vandrasi gets an opportunity, though, at number 3. So one door closes, another opens, and Azra will be happy to have the wicket. And straight away, he's going to get horned away. Well, Yogesh says no thank you. Fake Yogesh. He basically backs away from that. Didn't want a piece of it, but that's maximal 6 runs to Czechia.
Yeah, look, I like this. You probably just heard me saying, was talking about the options they got with the batting, and I did say, if you've got something like Murali Vandrasi there, he's there because of his batting. He scored a ton out there in the European Cricket Series. He's got a bat, and he comes in at 3, hits the first ball for 6.
Likes round the wicket, does Azra. But this could be 6 and out time. Should be caught. Fielding's been an issue so far, but not this time. So it's going to be 6 and out after all. Sajid Afridi with the catch. And just like that, Azra's got 2. It's 29 for 2.
Yeah, look, this one is away from the body. I think one hand comes off the bat, loses his control, loses his shape. And as a result of that, Vandrasi, loses his wicket. You can see he doesn't get it right. And it took a long time. It hovered out there a long time, but Afridi holds on to it. So that's 2 wickets for Azra Ahmed. He's been hit for a big 6, but he has taken 2 wickets. And now it's time for us to see the new batter that comes out there. And this is going to be Ruthraj Magari who gets a chance.
In the side for the first time in the tournament. Yeah, Vandrasi tries to go across the line. Worked for him the first time. I suppose you've got to say it's unselfish batting. I mean, he would, of course, love to kind of stick around, maybe be a little bit more careful to establish himself. But I think with this long check batting order, you've got to go after the bowling pretty much straight away. You have to trust you're not going to run out of wickets, not run out of batting. Still in the power play. He felt he could go after it. But I've got to say, it was a pretty well taken catch there. As Greece now get down to number 4. Well, they run into Magari for the first time. Goes a bit quite wide. Umpire says it's okay. Remember, as long as it gets any piece of this blue line, then it's okay. What's your reading of this one?
I think that's okay.
It probably is. It goes straight over the line.
I think you can always, when the keeper's standing up, you can always tell. I get the feeling it's difficult when they're standing further back. That one probably isn't.
Yeah, that's good. Good example. Probably what is and what isn't. Azra probably has to get off the same side of the pitch he's bowling from. I've got to say that's my pet peeve. There's bowlers running in front of the umpire. I'd be going, first time, warning, second time, final warning, third time, new bowler, please.
Yeah, which is the laws of the game.
I'd want to do my job, which is to be able to see straight down the wicket.
It's the laws of the game as well. You're absolutely right.
This time it's a slower ball, holds up. That's out as well. 3 in the over. Well, he might have risked permanent retina damage there, Thomas Zotos, but he has taken the catch. A triple wicket over. Wow, watch that. How's he seen it? No one's quite sure, including Thomas, but it's 30 for 3.
And he'll be so disappointed with Raj Magari. He's been ruthless in the European Cricket Series here, but he's on the leg side and thinks, yeah, I'll have that. And they've got the field set for it. I suppose you set the field for a bad ball, but it's worked. And Thomas Otos takes the catch, and it's going to be a duck, unfortunately, for Magare. But one good batter goes, and another one comes in. And well, Sagar Hussain, this guy has been in awesome form. He was the second highest run scorer in that European Cricket Series behind Saba. Scored almost 500 runs. So not a bad guy to come in at this stage. You think they're in trouble, but really, when you look at their batting lineup, they're not.
Haven't wasted time. That's the thing. Although, I suppose Greece doing a very, very good job. Sounds funny to say this about a team that fumbled the first two over the boundary, but they're a very good fielding team. They pride themselves on it. Anyway, Sagar doesn't beat the field here. That'll be the end of the over. What a strange over. There were 3 wickets, a 6 and a wide off it. As Azra, the move to move him to second over pays dividends. 30 for 3 after 2.
It's quite an exceptional over. Yeah, 3 wickets falling in it. And the thing is, all of them, I suppose when you look at it, especially the last 2, probably cheap wickets, ones that you'd feel being given away. In fact, you could even say the same about Dylan, just finding the hands of the fielder. But you got good batters in there, and they probably feel that was a plan. Hit hard in the power play, and then after that start to think about batting a little bit more sensibly as the field gets spread.
Bhuyan. Well, let's see if that rattles him at all. He's 21 off 5, did the damage in the first over. Facing Ashraf. That's a good ball. Ashraf gets that one to leave him late. Interesting they do go back to Ashraf, even though he did get taken down a bit in that first over, going for 23. What do you think about that?
I don't mind it, because I think that was just Bhuyan hitting the ball really well. There was a chance. He was half a chance, which got put down. Also, I think because 3 wickets have gone, they're probably thinking, look, we've got to use him at some point. Let's use him now. And he could come good for us. This time around, that half chance might get taken.
This one's in the block hole. Jammed away. Pick up, throw, single. Greece certainly have the energy of a team that doesn't want to go down 2-0 in the series. I don't understand a lot of Greek, but I think, let's put it this way, the management were pretty animated after that first loss. I think they were a little bit unhappy with a few things. And so, yeah, there's been a bit of training that's happened in the meantime, and they've come out to play here. Oh, that's sliced away. It's going to get away from the fielder. It's going to be 4. Well, that's Vortex territory. I like the bowling. I even like kind of the field position here. I actually think he beats them all ends up, but it's Czechia that get the 4 runs.
Yeah, it's a bit of luck. I suerte, what Sagar was saying. Gets off the mark with that rather streaky and lucky 4. Not sure who's ball retrieving on the leg side there. That might be Monesh. He hasn't got the umbrella. You can always know where Aravind is. He's got the big bright red umbrella. He's now on the offside. Oh, that's a bit of a wild swing from Sagar Hussain. And again, though, I think we're also seeing the difference here. Of course, we've talked about all these batters, Mandrasi, Magare, and now Hussain, who's out there. Before that, Stain, who all played pretty well in the European Cricket Series. But of course, in the European Cricket Series, it's the domestic level. This is international level. So the standard of what you're up against should be better. Maybe a bit more pace on the ball.
Yeah,
that means you're not able to. Yeah, that means you're not able to play the same sort of shots. Yeah, that one does stay a little bit lower.
I like this pitch because there is something in it. There's sometimes a bit of variable bounce. It's got an interesting kind of clay base. So what they normally say is when it rains, it actually becomes a bit firmer, binds it together. And we had a little bit of rain a couple of days ago, but it's also been pretty dry since. So that one certainly kind of seemed to break through the surface a bit. This time muscles it to the right of the fielder, just can't quite get there. That will run away into the boundary, but Hussain living dangerously. End of the power play, 39 for 3.
Yeah, well, this one again, not out the middle, just out of reach for the fielder in the 30-yard circle, couldn't get to it, and the sweeper gets there a little bit too late. So he's got 2 boundaries, but both of them being a little bit streaky. And, well, the heat has knocked out my laptop, but the score is 39 for 3. Yeah, it's getting very warm here. Well, this one is burnt out. I'm going to have to rejuggle things around here. I'm going to have to get Arvind to come over here with his brolly.
So 39 for 3. off 3. And Czechia, 13 over yet. Your laptop's been fried there, hasn't it?
It's fried. And that's the thing. You know, my old one, which was obviously smashed to pieces. I never had this problem with that one. These new modern things are not made the same way. They're not there to stand the heat. A little bit of heat like this, they've had it. One has had it as well. That's the Grizzlies' time to get smashed out of here. That's big and strong, and that will go the distance.
Yeah, really good shot. Buyan is just in the form of his life right now. And not surprisingly, they go back to Azra. He got whacked for a 6 last over. He also took 3 wickets. So I suppose if he can remove Buyan, then you can't ask too much more of Azra. But that round the wicket tactics, I think that Sazi Buini loves it. And anyway, let's see if it works this time. Well, maybe in the air, gone, and he does get Buyan. It's 4 play for Azra, and he's removed the top 4 of Czechia. Unbelievable, another 6 and out, 45 for 4.
What can you say? He's finding a way. 4 wickets now. Well, it's been a long time since we've seen something like a hat-trick or a 5-wicket haul on the European Cricket Network. Maybe we've got one coming up here because he certainly has the opportunity as Buyan wants to go big, but he doesn't get this right. So that's going to be the end of him. So he departs. And now all of a sudden, he's getting to a point where Czechia probably now starting to think, right, okay, hey, it's time to get serious because we can't be losing wickets like this. We might not bat the 10. Now let's have a look at this. So Neil Charles, 5 for 9. That was in that night series in Portugal. And that was way back on the 1st of June.
I did that game, the Silver Fox, Neil Charles, with some spin. I actually liked it. Some people called it filthy, but it was a very good spell against the Coimbra Knights for Porto Wanderers. And Azra Ahmed, he's got 3 3-wicket hauls previously. Now he's got a 4-wicket haul. Can he get his first ever 5-wicket haul here? Davitsi comes into bat. Gets cramped for room. Good appeal. You always appeal when you're on a 5-wicket haul, but it's going miles down the leg side.
Well, Davitsi, of course, we know that if he can stand still and stop dancing around, he can be very useful. Scored a ton in the European Cricket Series. He was the highest run scorer. He was the MVP. But they need a good knock from him here now. But he's out there with a very good batter in Sagor Hussain.
In the air, gone. That's 5 for Azra Ahmed. Davitsi goes for a duck and checks in all sorts here in match 2. 45 for 5. All 5 of them taken by the same bowler. Rico, let me tell you this. If he takes 2 more wickets off his 2 last balls, he'll have a 7 for. That'll be a first.
Oh, this is just great. Absolutely brilliant. So Saba coming in, and once again, maybe when the going gets tough, Saba doesn't get going. He, of course, was a flop in the final yesterday for Prague CC when he was out for a royal duck, and now he's gone for a duck here as well, 2-ball duck. It's all going badly wrong here. Buyan, of course, went for 28, and he was been in good form, but when he fell, you knew that left the door open for Greece to do something here, and well, at the moment, Greece is the world, isn't it? A bit of Greece lightning happening here. And now you got Mohammed Ratul. Now hang on, Mohammed Ratul. Now this is one guy that I was saying I'd like to see maybe him open up Ratul. He's a left-hander, so he will make things a little bit different. But take a bow, the bowler. 5 wickets to Ahmed, 5 for 13, still 2 balls to go. And he's going to have his name in the Hall of Fame. But he ain't finished yet. He's still got 2 balls here, Vinny.
He does. Can he join the pretty exclusive 6 for club? Only 12 6-fers, I think. Lifetime. Oh, geez. Lucky he hit that. He won't get a 7 for at least. Yeah, 6-wicket hauls are pretty rare on the network. We're talking all the way since 2019. We've only had 12 of them. Lorne Burns actually did it earlier this year in Gibraltar. Took 6 for 20. At one point he had none for 20. That's another story. Last ball here. And it will be worked for a single. So I'll finish with 5 for 14. What a spell. What a decision to have him bowl overs 2 and 4. And Czechia, they're 46 for 5 after 4. There we go. That's a lifetime 6-wicket hauls. We haven't seen too many. We've seen one this year, and that was on the first week of the season. Surya Balu did it late last year in Barcelona. And yeah, I can tell you it's one of those names, Naveen Gunasekharan for Prague Spartans versus Prague Tigers. He's the only 6-for in Czechia. That was 6 for number 6 back on the 6th of June, 2022.
Wonderful. Well, great bit of bowling there, though. That's Asra Ahmed, 5 for 14, which means at the end of 4 overs, Czechia, 46 for 5. But I still will say that they still have 2 very good batters out there. Ratul. This one is just going to end up going to the boundary. I think well, it's called a wide, so no bat on this at all. There's going to be a minimal as Glanis just doesn't get it right to the left-hander. And I hope Ratul proves me right and my faith in it, because I just think that the way he batted in that European Cricket Series, that he certainly showed me that he's certainly a top 3 batter. And if he bats well here, maybe he will get that elevation up to the top of the order. I think he's a very good player, sensible, plays all the shots. And of course, we all know about Sagar Hussain as well. Oh, he watches this onto the bat, plays it nicely, takes a single. Hussain, how will he play? Sometimes we see Sagar Hussain play super aggressive, and then other times he's a little bit more cautious and he lets the other batters do the hard hitting, and he stays there until he gets about 10-15 runs to his name, and then he gets going then. But the thing is, though, he hasn't got a load of time. The score that the rate they're going at is pretty handy still. They bring the 50 up, and that's elevated, that's big. It's a little bit too short from Galanis, and he rocks back and he hammers this over that square leg boundary. It's a big hit from Sagar Hussain. You can see it's not that short, Vinny, but he's so good because he's back in his crease anyway. He's so good to get back and get this hit away. So 6 runs for Hussain.
Yeah, very good shot. Just kind of summed up the length very quickly, didn't he? But this is in the air. Is it going to go? It does. Maximo. Back to back. Hussain fighting back. This is really going to test the depth of the Czechs so far. They're passing the test up into the 60s.
Yeah, this is what these two can do, and they do bat deep. They've got plenty of firepower, and we're starting to see now just some of that depth they got. I would say that these two is probably the last of the main recognised batters, and that's one that's got away, really. It's the wrong choice of shots from Hussain. He should have gone the other way and looked to just tickle this around the corner. So, hey, one thing we didn't focus on who took that catch for the 5th wicket.
Yeah, it was Marius Bekios. Yeah, already a crowd favourite, Marios. Super Marios, as we call him. This will be a single out to take me a wicket for 1, but nice to see Marius getting on the stats sheet.
Yeah, well done to Super Marios. And once again, though, he didn't stay with his feet. He likes to dive and slide around, doesn't he? Sometimes it works to his advantage, sometimes it doesn't. So, 19 off the over. Ratul, a left-hander again, and again it's onto his pads, but he does play at this. He'll take the single, cleverly played, and that means that 20 come off that over from Glanis. So despite the 5 wickets that have fallen, you can see that Czechia is still going pretty well. 66 for 5 at the end of 5, and we welcome you to, well, it's been called the cube, it's been called the marshmallow. Right now it's like a microwave oven.
It's better with the sides off, though. I will say I'm quite enjoying the sides coming through. Hey, if you think this is bad, a couple of weeks ago you were in Cyprus, and you had some real heat there, right? And I think Greece has had similar weather.
Yeah, I mean, Cyprus was very, very hot. And yeah, I know I was speaking to some of the players from Greece who were saying the same, because they were saying, yeah, we were watching while you were there, and it was the same in Greece, too hot. They were actually saying, we couldn't believe you were playing on some of those days. It was really hot.
Yeah, I think we had a first ever, didn't we, with the bronze final having to be abandoned because of heat there, and because of the government warning there in the ECS that was in Cyprus. But welcome to our office anyway. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, Rico Full with me. Rico, it's your last day in Czechia. I know you got here, I think, just towards the end of week 1. But how are your impressions of the country being here for the first time?
It's wonderful. First of all, this ground, I think, of my memory, I think is the only place we've been to where there's 2 pitches. There's 2 grounds.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's too many of that, which is really encouraging, because what we've seen already while there's cricket on here, we see some cricket being played on the other pitch. I'm loving the landscape here. I think the golf course around it really good, fantastic clubhouse. I love the cricket. I like seeing the development. Judy is playing, of course, we saw some of that yesterday. We also saw Danny Hudicek bringing the school kids over here as well. Just loving what I see. And for the 2 times that have been out into the city, I love it. And that plaza is fantastic. And of course, I was there with the cricket bat and ball and getting some of the locals and some of the tourists involved with some cricket, and that was great as well.
We'll have to get that on the social media as well. That's a great package of you in the Prague Town Square. It's very, very famous. Yeah, not too many places. I have been to a couple of others, probably when we were in Brescia. They actually had 3 fields side by side by side. It's a pretty good facility there. The other one comes to mind is when we go to Albyzami to Sweden. They do have a couple of fields at Norrisborg. But yeah, you're right. It's pretty rare that you see it. And I think it's great because it means that when you've got games going side by side, it just gives you that community atmosphere, doesn't it? Anyway, time for over number 6. That's first 6 overs. First 5 overs had a bit of everything, didn't it? Wickets, runs. Ratul faces up, gets a Gundy ball down the leg side. This is funny. He actually takes the ball and then knocks into the helmet. I think Aslam, I didn't realise how close he was. He actually boots it.
It's good if he takes it as well because he almost kicks the helmet in the direction of the ball. Look.
Yeah, probably learns a lesson there, Aslam. He's about as fit as you like. I was asking him, how do you keep so fit? And I don't think it's just an accident. He says it's the Greek lifestyle.
Doesn't he remind you of Marvin Hagler?
That's a pretty dangerous reference.
There's some, I'm telling you, people, when you have a look, I don't know who, is Alex still with us or are we going back to Chris Tats? But we're going to have to get a close-up of the wicket keeper here. He's a lovely guy, Aslam Mohammed, but there's a bit of Marvin Hagler about him, I'm telling you. And when he's grumpy, he's more like a Hagler. Well, here he is now. He takes that. Well, there, have a look at that. Isn't that Marvin Hagler? I'm telling you.
For those of you out there, i.e. me, who has no idea who you're talking about.
You're joking me.
Talk to me.
The boxer? Come on, Google it. Marvin Hagler, the boxer. That's him. It's a spitting image of him.
All right, I will do that.
Back me up there in the chat, some of you. But anyway, that's a good delivery from Shadab. And he plays onto his own stump, so Ratul will go. And that's major disappointment. That's a big wicket coming at the right time. Shadab gets a breakthrough. There's almost a smile on the face there of Marvin Hagler. It's another one bite to dust. Now I think you start to worry if you check here. With that wicket going down, because now you're really getting to the point of, okay, maybe people are also batted as opposed to batters that you could say, well, they would normally open the innings anyway, so we're not too worried. Now you're into an area where you're going to be struggling.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit of a build-up of pressure. And Shadab, he's bowled with a bit of fire today. Jackie comes out now. You can see this is a really good matchup, Czechia versus Greece. I enjoyed it last year. I mentioned that it was a 2-1 mini-series win to Czechia, who actually won that tri-series. But Greece, the kind of competitiveness is in their blood, and they've got the whole deck stacked against them here. Foreign conditions, coming out, having probably not played a lot of cricket.
Yeah.
They're coming out here, and they're not making any excuses. That's why I think after they lost that first game, they got the good old-fashioned rocket, I think, and it's worked. They got 6 wickets in just 32 balls to start this one, and they're actually ahead in the game now, according to the stats, for the first time. Chagi faces up. It's a pretty good one first up, keeps it out, gets a single.
Yeah, this is Niraj Tyagi that now comes out. Had a good European cricket series, but now he's got to dig deep here. His role really, I think, has got to be, whilst the goes out there, is to say, right, okay, let's try and get as much strike as possible for him. And that's what he does. He takes a single. So 3 balls to come this over. So Gohan was saying, though, he doesn't want to be throwing his bat at everything, give his wicket away. He's got to be thinking about batting the innings through here now.
Yes and no. He likes to attack, gets a back of the hand slow ball here, but he picks it and he puts it away. It's really smart batting. He puts that one into the long grass. 4 carreras.
Yeah, that goes into the long grass, and look who's lurking over there as well. It's Diane Oras with a burrito, snap it away, and of course, look out for those photos on the social media, and of course, Instagram, Facebook.
Marvellous Marvin Hagler.
Do you see him?
Yeah.
Now talk to me. Especially
it's pretty good. It's actually a very good one.
So Marvellous Marvin behind the stumps. And gone! And that is a boogie, oogie, woogie, grizzly 5-ball. Hussein will go. Well, that's a knockout blow. And I think, well, Marvin will be happy with that. And, well, he'll be singing, won't he? As it's not Marvin Hagler, maybe Marvin Gaye is singing to joy as he sees the stumps get knocked down. Timber. And Hussein, well, I said he had to stay there about all the way through. He gets a good one, full and straight. That's the way to do it. Another one bites the dust.
Yeah, well, when I've got that feeling, I won't complete the line, but that is, yeah. You never know when you've crossed the line from aggression to recklessness till you've crossed it. And just looking at that shot, it probably does. Interesting, they still have got Riaz down the order. He's come good with some contributions with the bat. Remember in Austria when they were playing ECI cricket, remember the series with Austria and Hungary?
Yes.
He came good batting low. He's going to bat in the bottom two here. And that's an obvious one. And I like yours, but he always reminds me of Mr. T.
That's a good one. So,
anyway,
yeah.
last ball of the over. Edged and gone. Well, can you believe it? Shutter breaks through. He's on a hat trick. Naveed Ahmed with the golden duck and Czechs collapsing and folding. The house of cards coming crashing down. 72 for 8 after 6.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's the marvellous Marvin goes across and takes a sensational catch. Well, he's got the gloves on as Marvin and he's doing the business. What a good catch this is. Goes down and low. Oh, that's tremendous. And you see that? Age is nothing. Age means nothing to Mr. Evergreen, who takes an absolute blinder.
Thing is, technically, it's a really good catch as well. As unfortunately, it's going to be a golden for Naveed. Welcome to the series, Naveed. Anyway, maybe he'll get a chance with the ball. But look how his stance, he's slightly open here. Look, he's not square on. See how his right foot's further back than his left? And yeah. And so you might say, well, why is that important? It gives you a split second extra time to see this and kind of almost catch it behind you. Whereas if you're too square on, you're kind of fighting the angle. It's like a right angle. So he allows the ball to come to him. Great stuff. And suddenly, we've got a hat-trick opportunity, or maybe we will. Samad Shadab takes 3 wickets in the over. It's another 3-wicket over. And now we do have Riaz Afridi coming out at number 10. He won't be facing. Time for the next over. It's Sajid Afridi to bowl. Dug out first up by Chagi for a single.
Riaz Afridi, he thought he was coming into the side to show what he could do with the ball. Well, we might as well have a look at this. So there's Arsenal Ahmed up there. I tell you what, I mean, Shaddad, he's only bowled his one over. He'll come back, so we'll have a genuine hat-trick opportunity as well.
Might have a bit chance at something we've never had before. Let me just wait 1 second. Riaz gets a good block hole delivery, tries to hit it for 6 anyway. So, you know, one thing we've never ever had, and it's possible here, I'm not saying it's likely, 2 5-fers in one innings, because there's 2 wickets left.
Yeah.
And it's so unlikely because you hardly even get one in an innings. We've only had 10 all year, and we're talking in over, I don't know how many games, 600 more. I'm glad that Aslam kicked the helmet out of the way so that it didn't get into his way when he was taking that diving catch to the right.
This is just sensational stuff. You gotta admit, this is just wonderful what we're seeing here. What a fight back this from Greece, and it just goes to show, doesn't it? As we see Afridi, the battle of the 2 Afridis are like that as well, and we see Riaz Afridi with the bat and Sajid Afridi with the ball. But just got to show, look, when you look at that batting card of Czechia, you think, wow, you know, it just oozes with class and skillful players. But it just takes one ball.
He's itchy to hit. He does, slices away, gets plenty of it, and that's what the man can do. Maximo! Even though this looks like a very ugly scoreline, I'm telling you that they're a couple of overs away from it being kind of 115 for 8, and Riaz makes his intentions very clear.
Yeah, it gets plenty of this, doesn't it? It flies over the boundary and into the long grass. Arvind has to put his red bright umbrella down and get stuck in there. So Afridi, well, one Afridi to another. That's 6-2. Riaz Afridi. Sajid Afridi will look to bounce back. And digs this one in a bit deeper into the body of Riaz Afridi. He'll take the single. Just remember how this innings started. Remember that? The misfield, and then another misfield, then a drop catch, 23 coming off that over where it all happened, and you thought, then a good over there from Morali. Ahmed, nice over, and 3 wickets fell in there, and you thought, what's going on here? Just a very strange start to this match. So that's the upcoming events. Of course, we touched on this before. I'll be travelling to Romania tomorrow to do the European Cricket Series, and the ECI's there. And of course, then after that, we also have Hungary, Bulgaria, Croatia, Italy there in Rome, and the Valletta Cup in Malta. It'll be interesting to see how that Marsa International Cricket Ground is looking. Of course, that's had a bit of a refurbishment.
Yeah.
Sure, it's looking as pretty as a postcard. Well, here we go, hat-trick ball. It's up in the air, but it's going to go to the boundary. That's going to be 6 runs. So no hat-trick still. That still eludes us. This one has been well struck. It's the area he likes to go, Freedy. And that's all it's about, getting as much power and much elevation into the shot. So 2 sixes from him takes the score deep into the 80s now.
I genuinely think it's quite possible for him to get a 5 here. If he gets 1, and we know that Riaz is going to give him a chance, then you're going to come out bowling to Shoop Chowdhury, the number 11. And that's something I just wouldn't think is possible in like 100 years, to have 2 fifers in one innings. I'm going to try and work out the odds in a second. Anyway, here we go. Freedy could be gone, full toss, but just gets enough to get it over the top. They should come back for 2. In fact, they might get 4. They won't. It's a good stop, good pullback. It's living dangerously right now, Ria.
Yeah, this is a pretty full. It's not a bad delivery actually to bowl. I think on height is probably okay. And then look here, I think they just get the pullback in time. Yeah, no problems there, so well done. But yeah, I mean, it's not a bad way to go to a 3D. Just keep it full.
Yeah.
Well bowled, well played.
Good smart, to not hit across that, because you can't risk missing one at this stage. It's very critical to your innings. But Shadab's been a bit of a live wire here as well. Just got to love the way Greece go about their cricket. Think about the fact these two teams, you can already see they're a good match. They all play each other in the same group at the ECC as well, which I think is fantastic.
So nicely played. It's well watched onto the bat there by Tia. Almost some issues. They are going to come back and take the second. Oh, they could even go 3. They should go 3. Oh, you've got to be looking to go 3.
I'm just spooked by the fact there's 8 out. Otherwise, I think you definitely go 3. I want to say hello to Akeef, who's saying he's proud of Samanda Shadab from the Kalathea Sixers. I remember we had Kalathea in the competition. I know you weren't there at the Marina Ground in Corfu for that series back in 2021, but we had such a great time there. You could argue too good. Down the leg side, this will be called a wide. Again, good movement from Aslam. But the only issue with that series we had back in 2021 is that it's at the marina, so kind of all the water drains to the ground. And they had something like 2 years worth of rain in 3 days before we arrived. And the first day it was beautiful sunshine, but the field was like a sponge. I won't make the sound effect, but you get what I'm saying. So we couldn't play at all. In the air, doesn't carry, the run on the hit. Chagi survives, gets another single. But we did manage to play Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But here's the thing. There was another big storm coming, and we knew as soon as there's one more drop of water on this field,
it's done.
It's done. It was meant to be a 6-day series. So first day we lost. We did play Tuesday, Wednesday. Thursday they said the rain's coming, so I even thought, okay, maybe we'll get a game today. Never came. Friday, we thought, surely it's coming. Never came. Last ball of the over. Chopped away. I'll actually test the fielder down there, and he's not going to get there. Again, he likes to go the 2-foot slide, that Super Mario's flying through. But he's going to have to go fetch it from the bushes. That will be the end of the over. 97 for 8. Remember what I said about an over ago?
Yeah.
With these two there, particularly Reza Freedy. This score could still climb on the verge of it. A non-standard 100 here, Czechia. But anyway, even Thursday night, we're waiting for this storm. Never came. Friday we got through, and then, oh, great, one more day. We just got to get through finals, which is Saturday. So we played all 20. We caught up the games. Instead of 4 a day, we did 5 a day for Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Just need the finals. We were on Friday night. I remember we were all sitting for dinner, and then we heard it. And it poured. And we knew at that moment, unfortunately, the series would be over. But it was yet Corfu that won it back then. Well, that could be 4 runs. Yeah, it's a bottom edge. I thought for a second it might have beaten the bat, in which case it was plumb LBW. But that brings up the 100 for Czechia. Doing it the hard way here in match 2.
Yeah, it's a dirty 100, isn't it? And it's hard fought, though. But Czechia, remember, these two, Tiagi now getting in the end against the boundary. Afridi has moved to 20, so this is probably one of the best partnerships they've had so far.
Afridi's going to be fired up as well. I know it stung him a lot yesterday that Bruno got knocked out. He played a great game individually, but expect him to open the bowling. Just keeps the back foot back here, Chagi. But one thing I remember that Riaz did bother really all players in this series last year from Greece and Cyprus with his raw pace. It was something that really was a handful.
If he bowls like he did, then he's gonna be a big handful. There's no doubt about it. That's going to be a wide, even though he does go for it. Of course, the line now doesn't move, so that's a good call from the umpire.
So anyway, Saturday morning, we go to the ground, 7:30. Actually, I think a lot of the crew, we said, don't come in. I remember I left my bag there, which was a strategic error. There's a big swing and miss from Chagi. Probably doesn't have to go too crazy trying to hit everything out of the ground.
He should be looking to go straight here. There's 2 he's trying to go across the line. He really needs to be hitting straight. And Chagi knows it as well.
I think I went down to the ground in my pajamas, mainly just to get my bag.
Yeah.
And it was, normally it looks like I'm wearing my pajamas anyway, right? Anyway, Galanis gets swept away. It's right off the middle of the bat. It's 6 runs, Maximo. It's actually not a bad idea when you think about it, because if he does get it, it's going to go a long way, because it's kind of spinning onto the middle of the bat. It's a low percentage but high return shot from Neeraj, but he gets a Maximo.
Yeah, I think also because he's come down the wicket and he's sort of fetched this from outside the off, LBW is out the equation. So I wonder if Galanis, knowing that he's going to try and do this again, tries to go a bit quicker outside the off.
Clever bowling, a bit flatter. And I'll get through for a single. Yeah, but anyway, this ground, I think even the entrance, it was about up to my knees in water.
Oh, that's just
when we got there. And obviously it meant it had to be washed out, and it was kind of just went on the group standings. But we still had a great time. And it looks like I'll be back there. They're planning a 4-team T20-I-W series between 2nd and 6th of September. This is a dead ball. I'm sure something's happened here. I don't know if the umpire's hat was going to fall off or something, but he definitely moves and then he calls the play dead. I'm not quite, I think he's explaining why he's done it. But yeah, something's happened here. It spooked the umpire. He said, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Yeah, why is that? We don't see, he's looking straight ahead, so we don't see anything. So what is the reason here? Was it already over maybe? Was it already over? Was that the 7th ball perhaps?
If it is, then I suppose it wouldn't have mattered anyway. But yeah, you might be right. Well, at the moment, I still have one to come. I've got 6.wide.61. But anyway, they'll work it out. But what about the fact that it's a 50-50 game right now? I like that. So I actually think this thing is you can actually bowl the 7th ball now, and we know if it is the 7th ball, it'll be cancelled. So I think they've sorted it out. Probably the right thing to do now. Anyway, Galanis still searching for a wicket. Last ball of the 9th. Up in the air, but doesn't carry. Afridi will get a single. He'll get the strike, and we will go to the 10th. And the score is 110 for 8. But look at the lesson here. The lesson is, keep backing yourself if you've got a long, strong batting order. I mean, the fact that Afridi comes out at 10 is quite crazy. And enough people should come off to actually get you to the score. Now, I know it doesn't always work. I mean, they were a couple of balls away from getting routed, but I still think it's the right strategy. 5 for 14 for Azra was an absolute star here. His first ever 5-for on ECN. 3 for 23. Shadab was very good as well as we get ready for the final over.
Yeah, good partnership this, worth 38. Came together with the score 72 and 2 wickets fell at the end of that Shadib over. So now they go back here to Afridi, Sajid Afridi. So once again, it'll be the battle of the 2 Afridis.
It's got a very good slow ball. First one isn't a slow ball, and it's skewed away. That's going to be 4. Thing is, to Afridi, the way he bats, you always need somebody out there, whether it's a kind of a 45 on the boundary or someone a bit finer. I know it's a bit of a lottery where it goes, but because he tries to hit a lot of these kind of, he either opens the face deliberately, or if he's trying to whack kind of tape ball style over the leg side, then he gets a lot of leading edges over there. So I think now they'll realise and they'll put somebody there. 114. And suddenly, yeah, you're looking at 120 plus realistically. Seemed a long way away a moment ago. In the air, bowler should take an easy catch and will. So Afridi versus Afridi, and it's Sajid that gets the last laugh. 4 and out in the 10th, but a nice contribution from Riaz. He'll fall for 25, batting number 10. It's 114 for 9.
Yeah, 25 or 12 deliveries, and I get the feeling here. Just have a look at this. There's this one, the shorter delivery, and I think this is Rio for Freddie. Says, turn around. Let me have a look at your number. I'll remember you when I'm bowling.
Yeah, I think it's likely that Riaz will probably bowl to Sajid in the first over. So that'll be a fiery one, no doubt. Here's Chowdhury coming out at number 11. But what about that for a 9th wicket partnership? They put on 42 in just 20 balls.
Yeah.
And that's with your number 10 at the crease, that's a good luxury to have, isn't it? Chowdhury probably doesn't have to be crazy here. I still think if you see a ball you like, you can go after it, but your first instinct is probably to just get bat on ball and at least get something. First one hurries him up a bit. It's actually a very good run. Even though Chowdhury's running with broken rib right now, that one's hurt him a bit.
Yeah, what happened to this sportsmanship towards the number 11 batter? Come on. I tell you what, this is a number 11, and look where he's bowling it right into his ribcage. What's this about?
But I mean, if you want to be technical, it's not even a bouncer, right? It's a...
That's a bouncer.
Yeah, it's a bouncer that's not a bouncer.
Yeah,
it's not above the...
I see what you mean. But that's more harmful than that one that's going over his head, isn't it?
He's smart. Get in first. Well, that's highish, you know. It's going to be worked away. It's Super Marios down there. But I don't know, just the way he played this, I felt like this was around his waist. Let's have a look on the replay.
Also, I noticed there, Afridi is also...
That's a no-y.
That's a no ball, no doubt about it. So, also, Afridi seems to be hobbling back to his mark. So, he's in a bit of discomfort as well. So, all right, license to go big here. Chowdhury can get a bit of payback time here now. Come on, all the number 11s in the world now are standing up and say, Chowdhury, Chowdhury, after him getting a short ball in the ribcage. So, come on, Chowdhury, free hit. Give it some whirly. Give it some whirly.
Tempted Yorker gone wrong. I think I would try and knock his head off this ball. I mean, he hasn't used his bouncer yet. Probably what I'd be trying. But, I mean, probably the smart is just full and at the stumps. Try and York him. Or probably full and wider is probably better, because then we're not going to bounce off the stumps and go to the boundary. Anyway, let's see. Not often the number 11 gets to face a free hit, but here we go. Seatbelts on. Does try and knock his head off. It just misses by a bit, and so does Chowdhury.
Yeah, well, that's a big from all the number 11s around the world that wanted Chowdhury to get a bit of payback time this time, but it ends up being a dot. So Freddie goes back to his mark. 117 for 9. 2 balls to go. They're looking to try and get into the 120 mark. Just remember, the first time these two teams played, Greece made 121 batting first.
Yeah, not far off that. 2 to come. And we should get to the last ball now. Thinking of 2. Maybe it's worth taking on. It'd have to be a very good throw to get him. And yeah, I think now they might go for 3. I think they will, because Aslam was forced to back up. That's excellent running. By going for the 2, they actually create a 3rd.
Yeah.
And there's the 120 now with the ball to go.
120 on the board. Well done. You can see there that Aslam Mohammed probably would have liked to have a throw at the stumps, but nobody's backing up. So if he knows if he misses, they're going to go 4. So here's the miss. The bowler's got to try and get behind that, and he doesn't, so the batters, they'll come back for another.
I love the pointing from the bowler as well. Freddie out of ideas. Last ball coming up. Chagi gets a shortish one again. You might as well go 2 here. Chagi's running out of gas. I'm telling you right now. You got to run there. Now they will
go.
And I don't know if he'll get away with it or not. I think he might be out. He ends up all over the stumps.
He's
Niraj, I know it's tough, but he had to be running. I know he's gassed. He's completely gassed. He ends up knocking over his own wickets on the second run. I think he might be out. He would have made it easily.
I think it's a direct hit, actually.
Is it?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. He takes it.
And
that's just out.
Just out, yeah.
But yeah, if he runs there, he gets there. That's the whole point. He's just out. So it's going to be 1 and out. But yeah, people don't realise how cardiovascularly challenging it is to keep running, even though you're completely gone.
Guess how many?
121?
121.
Yeah, or maybe
exactly.
121.99. But
exactly, because that'll be 1. Getting out, going for the second, which they should have had. if they go on straight away. So 120. So they're going to be exactly the same score that Greece scored, but of course Greece weren't able to defend it. Czechia got there quite easily, actually, with 15 balls to go. So can Greece get past what they struggled to get to in the first time round?
Hey, I know you're not allowed to runner anymore, but do you reckon you should be allowed a poker? Because I think Chagi needed someone next to him, maybe with a cattle prod. Say, come on, Niraj, we need you. This is the last ball. Anyway, it looked like it'd be a lot less than 121 at one point, didn't it? But really, the first 5 had it all, didn't it? Had Maximos, but had a bunch of wickets, and 5 of them went to Azra.
Yeah, that was quite amazing. Azra, look, fair play. What Azra shows here is that sometimes all you got to do is get the ball in the right areas and the batters will get themselves out. And that's what we saw there. That was a nice catch there taken. No issues there from Afridi. Then this one was played right into the hands of the batter, even though he was looking straight at the great ball of fire. And a little bit of luck maybe here as this one has just got past Sagar Hussain. Remember, he edged one, he played that one, but he wanted to go for the big shots. He played 1 or 2 nice ones, but then he would go as well. And it was all happening, and then this was the 5th wicket, and look, it's Marios that takes the catch, and that was a 5. Yep, there you go, he's saying 5. He was letting everybody know that he's taken 5. We know it is down in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, sure is, but Galanis, I don't think he's bowled too badly today, but he has taken a fair bit of punishment, hasn't he, the young leggy? Shut up. He was also a bit of a breakout, wasn't he? He was able to grab 3, despite the helmet getting booted. He would come back pretty well, wouldn't he? He was able to get Ratul, who's always a dangerous customer. And actually, no, with his 3 wickets that he picked up in quick succession, it meant that Czechia was 72 for 8 and staring down the barrel of being bowled out well in advance of the 10 overs. That was a great catch by Aslam behind the stumps, turning back the clock. I don't think the clock ever moved forward with him, to be honest, but really a good fight back for the 9th wicket. Turned things around, didn't it? Afridi was key in that.
Afridi definitely was. 42 was the partnership that was put on between him and Niraj Tyagi. They did ever so well, and they did that in just 20 deliveries as well, so it was a good partnership. This one was up in the air, and that was easy. That was when Afridi finally got his man. Well, he got his man there as well, didn't he, as he banged that one in to the body of the batter, number 11. And that one got worked away, and they would take on the second, and this is when 2 became 3, when Sajid Afridi just allowed the ball to get past him. So that wasn't the best bit of work from him. So runs came well there, Afridi, and then, well, this was there towards the end when, once again, if they had gone, especially the non-striker straight away, he would have made it. But that little bit of hesitation before he did get going meant that they only get the 1 at the end of the last over, 1 from the last ball, meaning they'll get to 121, exactly the same score that Greece made in match number 1 between the men when they batted first. So, well, how about that? The question here is, though, would Greece go out there? Are they going to make easy pickings off this? I think maybe their captain this time around, Aslam, may be hoping so, because I think he's going to play a key part in this one. There's that scorecard. You see, dominated really by 3 scores in the 20s, 28 from Buyan, 25 from Sagar Hussain, and then 25 there at the end for Riaz Afridi. Well done for batting to him. And then Niraj Tyagi making a very important 18 before finally he's huff and his puff ran out, and he got run out for 18. But it's going to be interesting, this, but I think the key could be how Greece negotiate the pace of Riaz Afridi. I think Afridi, having already played a big part in this match, scoring 25, will be looking to get into some wickets. Speaking of wickets, 5 wickets for Asar Ahmed. Well done indeed to Asrar. That was absolutely brilliant bowling. 5 for 14, 3 wickets for Samara Shadab. At one point, there was a real possibility that he too could possibly get 5 wickets. And that's something that we've never seen before, but it wasn't to be, and it was Sajid Afridi that got the wicket of Riaz Afridi in the end. He picked up his 1 and only wicket for 19. That leaves this match very much open, and I'm going to say, you heard it from me first, I think we've got golden ball potential here, definitely. 121, it's not a big score, it's about par score. Czechia will certainly be throwing everything at it, but still, I think Greece will as well. They'll love to go back to base at a duo hotel partner with a 1-1 on day 1 with everything to play for on day 2 here tomorrow. So join me back, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes time talking you through what I think is going to be a very exciting finish to the men's matches here today. Match number 2 from them, 4 in the day, very evenly poised with Czechia scrambling to 121 all out off the very last ball. Greece 122 for victory to level the series. Join us back in about 10 minutes time.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back to a very warm, hot and sticky day here in Czechia. We of course are in Prague as we get ready for the start of the reply from Greece, and what an opportunity that they have here to level this series after going down in the first match. They've got to score 122 to be victorious here, and now they will feel that they've got every opportunity to get there, but they've got to deal with this guy. Yes, Afridi with the first. And asking the question, maybe impact just outside the line, but where's the ball going? It goes, gets chased down. And let's have a look at this. A couple of things to look out for. One is impact. Is it just outside the line? And I think this bat on ball, that's what I see here. And I wonder if the umpire sees the same. I reckon that's going to be a single. Yeah, it is. So Sajid Afridi does get a little ban onto this. I was looking forward to this battle between the two Afridis. Of course, seeing Sajid Afridi getting Riaz Afridi. Afridi's turn to reply, but now he's got to go to Zubair, and that's wild. And that sometimes is the issue that Riaz Afridi can have. So let's have a quick look at this. His bonus point equation, 84, restrict to 84 or less. Have a look at the height on this as well. And remember, this ball is probably not coming down. So, oh, well, I'll tell you what, that for me is a no-y. I have to admit, I think that's a no ball. And there we go. Yeah, good work there by the third umpire. That's Shobit having a look and saying, can we have a look at this again? No ball it will be. So free hit for Sajid Afridi. And Riaz Afridi is back to his mark. We know he can be a little bit wild. So anyway, here he comes. Here he comes. And that was pretty full as well. That's going to be 4 runs. So he's just going to get this ball to pitch. Now this one is pretty high as well, but I don't know. I think it might be just slightly lower than the one before. This is around about, yeah, oh well, tell you what, all right, he is slightly arched down, so maybe if he's upright, that's all right, but it's the pace the ball's coming up as well. That one probably, for me, is borderline. Get away with it. So 4 runs put away. In comes Riaz Afridi. He's got to get this ball to pitch. And this time he hits the deck and always gets that little bit of movement away. I know one man who's very excited to see this battle between Afridi and the batters. This time up against Ashraf is Vinny Sandhu, who joins me back in the cube.
I feel like Afridi's been in a cage all morning and they've been kind of propping his eyes open with toothpicks and reminding him of just some of those memories that'll get him fired up. He's intimidating. Hasn't quite gotten it right yet though so far, Riaz. Down leg side. Tough work for Atul, does well to get it with one glove with those futuristic sunglasses as well. How do you like those?
I like the shades from Atul though. I must admit, I think he would do well to get a cap or something on because it's blisteringly hot out there. And, well, you can see that Dylan Stain just having a little chat with him, just trying to get his temperamental fast bowler focused.
Must be tough. Afridi knows he's only going to bowl 2 overs today. So, you know, he's itchy, isn't he, to make an impression. Turns out to be a Yorker. I reckon he gets his run-up wrong there, but doesn't pull out. He definitely took a couple of extra steps, so he's not quite in rhythm just yet. Bowled fantastically well yesterday on finals day, though.
It's interesting you mentioned that. I noticed this about him when he bowled yesterday. He seems to run fast, slow down, then fast. If you watch him, he's got those 3 phases. He starts fast, goes into a slow motion, then speeds up again.
I don't think it's necessarily deliberate, that's the thing. I just don't think he's quite in rhythm Does like to take those big steps on the approach. But let's see how he goes here. He got the Afridi battle once again. And he's lifted up towards deep backward square. Bit of a Tortuga. Handled eventually down there. So Sajid handling himself reasonably well so far. That was a real factor last year in this ECI, featuring Greece, Czechia and Cyprus, that Afridi's pace caused all kinds of problems.
Getting plenty of support there, you can hear. Come on, Afridi, come on, you. I think that's the the Greeks, the Greek players that are supporting Afridi with the bat as opposed to the Afridi with the ball. That's the good delivery. Oh, this one takes off, and what a good take this is from Ratul. Oh, what a delivery this one is. It just hits the deck and takes off, and Mohamed Ratul does ever so well. It's the end of the over. They don't get the wicket that they were after, but they do keep it to under the 12. So just the 9 off that first. It was a couple of, there was a no ball wide and 4 runs from it. So a little bit of everything from Riaz Afridi. But he does stop them going over the required rate. So that is something. As we welcome back everybody in the chat. Hello to Ghulam Mustafa. And he's giving us some updates on some of the other cricket that's happening around the world. He's saying that India won the toss and opted to bat in the final. Well, good luck to both teams there. I think both are deserved winners of that T20 World Cup. Both South Africa and India unbeaten going into the final. So best of luck to both the teams as we get ready for the second over here. And the guy who bowled, I think, very well in the last match gets the ball, gets ready to come in.
Yeah, can South Africa finally break their hoodoo in World Cups? Don't think they've actually made a final in any format before. Anyway, this is Shub Chowdhury who's bowling over number 2. Oh, the first one takes off. Just misses the off stump of Afridi, who tried to work it to the leg side.
It's a good delivery, isn't it, from Chowdhury? I like the way he bowled. They've been a Radi player. Good delivery. He gets he's a tall guy, and I think it's a good example of where he gets all of his momentum into his bowling, and he gets that ball to come through. It reminds me a bit of Prince Diman, the way that he looks and the way that he plays. That one though has been crushed away as a delightful hit from Sajid Afridi. He gets another boundary. That's will be his first. And it's a nice solid shot. This time it's just a little bit over pitched, and he's able to contain the bounce, and that one keeps going and going. I think that one has to be fetched there by Aravind from the golf course. I think a lot of golfers around today as well. I can see the car park at the clubhouse pretty full, and to either side of us in the golfers and the golf buggies going up and down.
Interesting, I just noticed Riaz Afridi's off the field. Don't know if he's bothered by something. But Rahat's come on as a sub fielder. This is cut away, no ball called, and that's going to travel. As Afridi is going to cut this one over. It's a 7 up. Let's have a look. Is it a front foot no ball here? Must have been. Mustn't have had anything behind the line. So yeah, Shub, that one's going to be costly. Also the extra delivery.
Yeah, just over stretches. Goes a little bit wider. Though he gets good height on it, it's a good height for a batter who likes to play outside the off to get it away. So lovely shot from Sajid Afridi. So the few runs that were short in that first over, looks like they're making up for it in this one so far. Still a long way to go in it though, but 11 off 2 deliveries.
Free hit then. Missed. Maybe nicked, but of course it's a free hit. We had a great moment. This actually happened in an Italy-Spain ECI. You might have seen it in Brescia, where it was a real crucial point, and Always Ahmed threw it up, and it cost him a run.
They ran?
Yeah, because he thought it was out. He threw it up, was excited. Everyone else pointing, go get the ball, go get the ball.
This is quite funny. The batter doesn't realise, because he looks like he's ready to walk. The bowler knows because he signals for it. So he did snick it and it was caught, but he didn't know.
That's shot. Really good shot. Picked up by Afridi. He's got natural power. Very good wrist work again to snap them through the ball. Maximo. And Greece has started really well in pursuit of this target.
I'm liking this one. And this is one of my favourites. This is the no looky shot. The no look shot for 6. Just have a look at this. So watch the batter here. Watch the batter's head. He just knows. He just knows. And look. No look. Boom. Lovely.
Well, he kind of looks at down, but not necessarily at the ball. If you really want to be technical, you know they say watch the ball onto the bat. Physiologically, no one does that. What happens is you basically swing, and there's a point, probably 4 meters or so before the ball hits the bat, that you're not in control of what happens anymore. You've made your choice of swinging, right? So it's just human reactions. It's a very correct looking defensive shot. I'll be curious to see if Riaz comes back on. If he's off less than, I think, 8 minutes, he could come on and bowl the 3rd over. But yeah, it just wasn't in rhythm in that last over. I just wonder what has actually taken him off the field.
I know that I have seen him with quite a heavily strapped up ankle. Now, whether he's just reapplying that bandaging to that, this one gets worked away, had to be stopped. And they don't get a run. That's, for me, it's a little bit of poor running, because there's no way on this planet that the fielder who's running to this ball is going to be able to field it and throw it in. You've got to take the single. I think they're just hoping that it gets past him and goes for 4. It doesn't, so there won't be any runs. And that means that Chowdhury, despite going for 1-4, a 7 up, and a 6 in that over, goes for just 17. And this is the way it's looking at the moment, of course. Czechia did win the first, but Greece, they've got the right for reply.
Yeah, they do. So 1-0 to Czechia. Could be 1-1 if Greece can pull this off. And to be honest, they're in a winning position here. I want to know what the supercomputer's saying, because most of the time you'd say you're ahead of the rate, you've got 10 wickets in hand, but see, computer doesn't quite trust Greece yet. Give him 45% underdog status. Riaz has not yet emerged, so it will be a change of bowling. And Sazi Bhuyan is going to bowl the last over of the power play.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye, obviously, on how long that Afridi also is off the field of play. There's Bhuyan. Starts with quite a wide one, and that's a nasty bounce for the fielder. That allows the batters to come through for a single.
And normally with 8 minutes, which is roughly 2 overs. So if he's off this whole over, then he won't be able to bowl for as long as he's been off. So if he was to come on at the end of this over, probably he couldn't bowl until the 6th. But yeah, I just wondered, do they even want him to bowl if he's not 100%? Let's see. That's a great shot, great bit of timing. It was like a laser beam off the bat of Afridi. Well, 4, but really we should say 6, because that's Maximo time. 6 to Greece.
Twice he's hit this shot, and he's muscles it to the boundary. That is hit flat and hard like a laser beam. It really is, and looks like they now want to bring up the 3rd to push back the fielder and cover. So it's like they're protecting that extra cover boundary. It's a bit of a risk bringing the 3rd up. It just means that the batter now will feel he can really swing hard at anything around here. Hits that down the ground, and this is going to be 4 runs, as it can't be stopped by Saba. It gets past him, probably will go into the fan zone. Somebody will pick it up behind us and throw this ball back, as that one bobbles away, and it's going to be 4 runs. I don't think Bhuyan is that pleased that that hasn't been stopped by Saba. So I think what he's saying here to Saba, look, I put that fielder back out there, so you need to come a little bit straighter. Saba's saying, well, nobody tells me. I've got to stay where I am. It's up to the captain to tell me. This one gets hands to it, stops it, but it's playing really good striking from Saeed Afridi here. So Greece definitely are in front here for me, and they're both looking pretty comfortable, especially some of the hitting here from Afridi. And I just get the feeling here that as soon as this over is over, that you've got to try some of the slow stuff. So I wonder who they go to.
My thoughts exactly. That's a beautifully executed cut shot. Just timing the ball so well right now. Both of these guys really. That's 4 more to Ashraf. But yeah, I think you need to. It's a risk, but it's a risk you have to take. What's your option? I mean, they've handled the pace well. I think you're looking at Naveed Ahmed. If he's coming into the side, I think he's got a bowl. And Naveed probably has nightmares about T10 cricket. I think he likes the longer form of the game, but good bowlers normally find a way. You've also got Vandrasi there as an option. I'll try one or the other.
Yeah, let's see what they decide. Still, they've got Bhuyan's got this ball to try and get through. 14 have come off this over so far, and he goes with the slower delivery. There's a good reply, and it gets a bit of bat. It gets dug out. There's no run at the last, so 14 off that one. Going away nicely. Remember, the over before went for 17. They started with 9 off the first. But 40 on the board, so they're definitely winning the power play battle. But Czechia will know, though, if they can pick up a couple of wickets, maybe do the same thing that Greece did to them, that when the wickets came, they came in bundles. If they can do that, then they get themselves back in this contest. And I think, of course, with the Afridi still got that one over up his sleeve, if he was to come back, then that could also be a crucial moment. But at the moment, let's see how they go about this. And Vinny, if they do go to some spin.
Yeah, just a quick one. I think the score is 42. It's been corrected now, 42 without loss. I think there was a 6 that was given a 4, but has been fixed up now. So 42 without loss after 3. Afridi timing the ball so well, and they will go to Naveed. So it's a real test for Naveed. Obviously, when you're bowling, no matter what you're bowling in this format, you know you're going to have batters attacking you. He's running into Afridi, who's been red hot so far. He's over number 4. A good start, locks him up, wanted to go down the ground, Afridi, but then changed his mind and bailed out of the shot. He'll be twice as keen to hit this one, I'm sure. Sajid. He's hit pretty hard, but can't get under it. Well handled down there by Davitsi. Yeah, long off. Yeah, and Sajid Afridi's a guy, like I said, we've seen him playing for Precious EC. We've seen him for MSC Frankfurt even in the past, as well as for the Greek national team. But he certainly set the pace. Ashraf doing his bit as well. I think they got the deep backward point here, kind of protecting the cut. No fine leg. I'd be so tempted to just premeditate fine leg here. They've got a 6-3 field for the off spinner, which is very unusual. And so he does drag it, but he's found one of the 3. It's gone. Excellent catch. Very, very good catch from Sazi Bouyan. Naveed breaks through and breaks the partnership. Greece 43 for 1.
Kinna sona. Dekhiye na swal aa gaya. What a good catch this is. And Bouyan, well, a little bit of rock and roll from Sazi Bouyan. He takes the catch, he does the roll, and by the time he finishes up, he's giving the batter the marching orders. Look at this. Rock and roll. You're out, buddy. You're out. Great bit of action and well captured there by the best in the business, Spring Media.
Yes, Sazib, he ranks in the top 10 cheekiest players in Europe as well consistently, as he went into his right slightly and cradled that ball. So they needed a break and they get one, Czechia. As Ashraf goes for 10, 43 for 1. Here's Amarpreet Singh Memi coming to the crease at number 3. Remember, he's a guy constantly making starts, hasn't quite made that breakthrough score yet, but this is a great opportunity for him.
Hey, is it the day of the Ahmeds? Well, we know it was 5 wickets to Asra, and well, now it's Naveed Ahmed who decides it's time for him to get in the wickets.
50-50 game at the moment. First one slides through. Naveed has been just the tonic in this 4th over.
Yeah, Amarpreet getting and coming in ahead of his captain. So looks like Aslam Mohammed would just hold himself back a bit. That's short, and he doesn't get this away at all. That's the one. That's the sort of delivery you got to look to go after. If you get a loose delivery, you got to go for it. You got to make it count, but he misses out on it.
Big hello to Jacob Stewart and hello to Tripp as well, who's watching from America. There it is. Very clever batting. Amarpreet, know it's early in his innings, but I just don't think you can get away with leaving that big of a gap when someone's bowling the pace that Naveed is. Goes and fetches that one from a long way outside off stump, but gets the boundary.
Yeah, very good shot. Look, and it's no risk, is it? No risk shot at all, because the ball's pretty wide, and if he misses it, no problem. He gets it in his body. But if he gets any bit of this, it's going to go down. There's a vortex down there. It gets sucked in. It goes to the boundary. But still, having said that, it's still a very good over. Only the 5 runs come from it, and he does take the wicket of Ashraf.
Yeah, very good over for sure. I just think you can afford to have fine leg there, just to at least give the illusion that you can stop that shot. Don't know what the 6th person is adding on the offside that 5 can't handle, but yeah, great over from Naveed. Looks like they're going to stay with the spin now. Murali Vandrasi to bowl over number 5. Just misses the mark first up. Yeah, Jacob saying he was loving your walkabout series in the Prague Square. We should make that a bit of a feature, I think. whenever it's possible.
Yeah.
I know it's a bit tough with the schedule we've got, but that's going to be whacked away. It's going to go all the way. Maximo! Some hitting there from Afridi. That's just a fraction too short. Afridi, I think, is the kind of guy you want to try and draw him forward and off balance and maybe out of his crease. Can't let him stand there and hit because he'll hurt you all day.
Yeah, I think also you got to think about the field here. You maybe want to have the 3 men in that area, so long off the cover and extra cover, because that's where he likes to go. Now you could have found the fielder. The VC doesn't normally put him down, and he won't put this one down either. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's the areas that he likes to go. This time he goes a little bit straighter, so long off he's able to take the catch. But you could have 3 more there in the line waiting for that shot. So that's a big wicket to get now. This game now all of a sudden comes back to life. So Greece made a good start. They get into the 50s inside this, the 5th over. But the second wicket and the key wicket, that of Afridi goes as Sabawun Davisi takes the catch. And you can see Afridi there thinking, what have I done? He's played some lovely shots, but that one not quite out the middle. Doesn't get the elevation. Gets caught on the boundary by Davisi.
He just had a bit of an identity crisis there about where he was going to hit that ball. He kind of liked the idea of pulling it, then straight, kind of flat batting it, but in the end, doesn't do too much with it at all. 54 for 2. He says, shut up, come into the crease. They've still got the captain, Aslam Mohammed.
Yeah.
For all his experience and intelligence, but he's the kind of guy, you know, they'd want to get it, or at least keep it kind of to a ball or under, and he can come in, finish the job if required. Czechia noses in front right now. Vandrasi bowls a low full toss. That's hit into the gap, and that's going to be 4. Great effort out there from Rahat, who's on the field for Riaz at the moment. But a good start for Shut Up, gets a boundary.
Yeah, he's just been a little bit too full, hasn't he? I think even in the last match when he did get that, I think that one over, he's been bowling where the batters have just been able to take one step and be able to hit the ball on the full. He hasn't really bowled that tantalising, teasing length where he's teasing the batters to come out the crease. And that one, a bit of width to the fielder, and well fielded. They get the field right and the offside now, so just the 1 run there.
This is a very good game right now, hovering around the 50-50. Move to spin has paid dividends for the home side. Now he's going to get a bit funkalicious against smart batting. No fine leg, just need to get anything on it. It is low risk, you said it last over.
Yeah.
But the only risk is you run into a straight ball that either bowls you or you get LBW. But if it's off the stumps, I mean, the only way you could possibly get out is if you get the timing horribly wrong and it gets top edged or something like that. But it's very smart batting to get 4. Good IQ.
Yeah, I'm liking this. So I'm afraid he looks like he's a thinker. He's having a look and also showing that he can play those very important key shots sometimes when all the fielders are placed in front of you. Looks to go again.
Smart.
And he's done it again.
Why not do it again? There's still no fielder there. Force the change. It's high risk. Sorry, it's high return, low risk. I think that's very, very, very smart from Amarpreet Singh Memi, who's 12 already. And Greece noses in front now, surely. 67 for 2 after 5. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico full. Rico, your last day in Czechia. Working at least. I know you're flying to Romania tomorrow, but you must be pretty excited to get to Romania.
Yeah.
We've been there several times already. It's a beautiful city as well, and another beautiful cricket ground.
Yeah, look, we've been blessed this year. I was thinking about this earlier. Think of some of the grounds that we've been to. I mean, in Cyprus, just recently we went to a ground that we'd never been to before, Happy Valley ground. Before that, beautiful ground in Tallinn. First time we've been to France to drill. What a lovely ground that was. We've been spoiled, and I know that more of us here is a ground that I've been to before you've been there, and that's a beautiful ground as well. So, yeah, really looking forward to it. Looking forward to seeing some of, as I always say, some of the old faces and some new as well with a new team, and we'll see a new team first up tomorrow.
No doubt. And yeah, Lankan Lions will be on, not tomorrow, but it'll be Monday morning, of course, and starting just 1 hour earlier. It'll be 9 o'clock in Romania, but it'll be 6 a.m. GMT, 8 o'clock in Central Europe, 11:30 in India. But right here, right now, Greece flying the flag. We knew they would. Got a bit of an old-fashioned hairspray, to be honest, I think, after that first game, and they were very, very keen to kind of show what they can do. They've got high standards. They also know these two teams, they're going to meet in the ECC, and they are going to play each other at least once, maybe more than once. So they're certainly keen to get that psychological advantage. You can feel that out there.
Yeah, I can. I must admit, I'm a little bit surprised the reluctancy there from the captain to make a field change. I don't really understand it. I mean, the guy's just played 4 shots in that area now, and 3 on the spin, if you like, and still no change in the field. So I think that's something maybe. I know he's a new captain, Dylan Steen, but he's going to learn from little things like that. He's got to be able to make those calls, because in a tight game like this, you don't want to give 8 or 12 runs away for no reason. You could have blocked those runs. You could have made a field change to make that easier or harder for the batter to get those runs. So I'm going to see how they go here. Needing 55 in 30. Goes for it, up in the air, and he's going to get over the fielder, and this will go for 4.
Well, they have made the change now. They put the fine leg in the circle, but this is the kind of area we saw Riaz Afridi scoring a lot of runs earlier, just kind of opening the face, throwing the bat at it, and the whole kitchen sink with it. And 4 to the total. Got it down to 10.5 and over required. Greece, their game to lose really from here. Goes for it, gets the distance as well. Straight over Saba's head. Maximal, fantastic fielding from the Sheriff, Charles Croucher. Throw probably left a bit to be desired, but he is unreasonably strong for a match referee. But it's 6 more to Greece.
I think it's a good job we see the good side of this fielding and not where the throw ends up. All good here. Leave it at that, folks. Leave it at that.
I think Saba was kind of distracted from the shine off the head. Anyway, in the air, this is a thin edge that's going to fly away down the vortex. 4 more. So Greece really in charge now. Just dragged down. It wasn't a very good delivery. You could see Naveed squeal with anguish. He wasn't happy with that one and ends up running away.
Yeah, the last over went magical, and well, this one is 14 off the first 3 deliveries of Naveed and Greece. They really are motoring at the moment.
Chopped on. It's going to be shut up. That has to go. Naveed finally reads the room, pitches it up. Little inside edge. He's wondering what's happened. I'm sure this is just chopped straight on. But yeah, I mean, he's waiting to see, has this bounced off the keeper? Unless I'm mistaken.
He doesn't want to go yet. He don't want to go. He says, hang on.
I think this
tell me what happened.
I think it hits the front of the stumps. And I know there are sometimes it can bounce off the keeper. Let's check it out in the replay. It jams him. And let's see how it finds its way there. Bang, straight on. Couldn't be more out. Turns around and probably thinks, really? Is that what's happened? Well, spoiler alert, it has. So it's 4-6-4 and out. It's 81 for 3. And Greece hit a slight roadblock. I suppose credit to Naveed there. He gets it right and he gets the result.
Yeah, well, it's took him 3 deliveries to do it, but he does get the wicket now really here. I mean, they're going with Galanis here. I'm quite surprised they actually haven't gone with the captain, just to steady the ship perhaps here and see them get the 41 runs they need. They need to go under 10 and over, so it should be in the bag, but as we've said before, as what happened when Czechia themselves were out there, and when wickets start to fall, they can sometimes tumble.
I think I know the way Aslam thinks, and he wants to give this responsibility to young Galanis here. Thinking bigger picture. Galanis played some nice shots earlier, but I know Aslam's big on trying to put his players in pressure situations, not to the detriment of the team, but maybe because he sees long-term gain in it. And I do think kind of right now he's probably the better option, but I mean, if Galanis can pull this off, it's going to give him a lot of confidence. But he does miss the first 2. Naveed does a very good job in his 2 overs, 2 for 19, and Greece 81 for 3 after 6.
What a fantastic comeback that for Naveed Ahmed. Remember, it started 4-6-4, then he got the wicket and finishes with 2 dots, so he'll take that. Only 14 off the over. His first over went for 5, so he's only the 19 off his spell. So well done, well bowled, 2 wickets as well. It just means that rate just once again just creeps up to over the 10 mark with the score 81 for 3. 4 overs to go then, 41 required.
We got a little tingle here.
Listen, you weren't here, and I said at the interval, I don't know about you folks, but I think this is golden ball territory, and I just think another wicket here could certainly mean that's where we could be heading. Niraj Tyagi is going to bowl this very important over.
So, Niraj, interesting, he loves round the wicket. We think he was born round the wicket, but he switched it over earlier and it went well, so he's going to start that way. And then he can just use his natural outswing. Normally he's kind of accentuating that right to left, but it brings so many more things into play. That's a very good start.
Yeah, good start. You can see that, well, we saw those 12, by the way, have all come in one area from Singh, and that's on the 45.
Again, well bowled. Good location from Niraj. Just teasing Amarpreet a little bit outside the off stump.
This looks like some of the shots we've been seeing on the golf range, actually, teeing off. And yeah, looks like a good golf swing, but misses the ball.
Goes too far this time, and it'll be a wide. Smart by Ratul. I know the batter wants him to throw, potential of an overthrow there, but Ratul just holds on to it.
Would you think about standing up to somebody of the pace of Tyagi here when you consider that because of his movement, he does naturally draw batters out of his crease?
Yes, maybe, but I think also you don't want to throw him off his game here. Probably wouldn't. I'll give you some more reasons why in a moment. Tyagi. Well, it gets dropped and it bounced off the bowler into the non-striker. Well, everyone has a piece of that one.
This is catch him on the knee. Does he manage to get a hand in the way? On the knee. Ouch.
That's what it goes knee to knee. The reason I wouldn't here is I feel like the value of dots is higher than the value of a wicket here, actually.
Right.
So if you've got a guy struggling against him, you almost want to keep him there for the over. That's a slower ball, but he picks it, he hits it straight and gets it pretty good. So Tyagi goes off script here, I think. I know he's trying to go variation, but cost him a boundary. Still, pretty nice shot there from Amarpreet.
Just come round.
Rahat's in the Rahat's in the kiddie maze there with all the fences.
I saw him jump over to get the ball, and then he was about to jump over again. I thought, why did he just walk round? Is that he?
Rahat's on because of an injury. I don't want him to be injured as well. 36 off 20 now for Team Greece. Oh, he goes reverse and he absolutely slams it. What a shot. Maximo! And there is your HCL software play of the day. Amarpreet goes full mirror image and puts it out of the park. Reversimo time.
Oh, have a look at this. Sunsea Sand and sexy cricket. What a shot. Well, there you go. That's your highlight of the day. What a shot this is. Ay, ay, ay. Ginna sona. Shaka lagya. Oh, that's a beauty. I put that up there on the social. That is the shot of the day. And probably your HCL shot of the day as well. And now he goes down the ground. Incoming. Watch the technical equipment. As it just deviates the other way.
I don't even know what the syllables were, but I know it was panicked because your laptop did get hit yesterday. And you forgot rule 1. You got away with it, luckily. Although, didn't your laptop turn off today?
It hit the table.
It's 98 for 3 after 7. This is what's coming up. Last game of the day, ECI-W, Czechia-Greece, match 3. Greece winning the toss. It was quite funny because Yana really didn't have a clue what to do. She was, well, and we won, didn't we? Okay, so they're going to bat first. And that's coming up in around about 25 minutes. Can Czechia work their way back into that series? Or will Greece go to bed having already put the series to bed 3-0?
How did that overchange there for Niraj Tyagi? It was going so well the first 3 balls. All right, there was that one wide, but look how it finished. And 3 boundaries. And, of course, that's the disappointment about the wide, the extra wide. The ball goes for 6. But that was all about him trying to change something. He went with the slower ball, and Amarpreet hit it straight down the ground for 4. He didn't really have to do that. And then Amarpreet said, I'm going to go and turn sexy. Hits that reverse Malachi for 6 and gets another boundary. So back in the driving seat, 24 of 18. They need a very good over here. And I don't think there's no signs of Afridi yet, right? He's not out there. So
I don't think we'll see him again.
That hurts them. That hurt. I know he ended up being a blessing in disguise when it came to the batting, scoring those very important 25 runs. But they needed him here with the ball. They go back to the other opener, and that's been blasted away. That's going to be 6 runs, I think. It will be Manos. Arriba, Vidro, porque eso es 6 más. And it's Galanis' turn to go big outside the off. What a delightful shot that is from the young left-hander. And that is a beaut. And Shiv Chowdhury, a little bit too much room to Galanis, who puts it away. Chowdhury, of course, his first over wasn't the best either, went for 17. But they're running out of options here. In comes Chowdhury once more. And he doesn't really have to play that shot. You can see he's very disappointed with himself. He just smashed the ball for 6. They can do it to run a ball. So all he could have done there is just bat on ball, little tickle. Look at how far the fielders are. They should really, what they should be doing here now, teasing the fielders. Take a single, bring them back in, play the shot to the boundary, then bring them back in. They shouldn't be putting themselves under pressure. That gets played away. Saba should make the stop. He does. They will get the single.
Greece well on top, but still more runs required than balls remaining. So there's always that chance there. very good game at the moment.
Right, Singh, who has played, let's just say, a little bit of smart, sexy cricket at the moment. Those little scoops, the reverse Malachi. Most of his runs have come as courtesy of that. In fact, 18 of them have come in those sexy boundaries. And now he goes more orthodox, and they're the ones that he misses, actually, when he goes and tries to play straight. But already, for somebody who probably hasn't had too much match practice, he's looking pretty good.
He is. And Aslam probably to come in next, you'd imagine.
This one gets played, only just gets off the pitch, but they do take the single, and that's all you got to do here. I mean, remember, the big six is huge, so that's the runs that you wanted off the over already. So now anything else off it is just a bonus, and if you get a good pull, well, you're in a situation that you created now. You can defend it. You can afford to defend it.
Chowdhury, last ball of his over. Takes a bit of time to think while he does his shoelace. Can they just avoid this boundary? Longer they can avoid it, Czechia, more chance they can work their way back in. Been a bit of a reality check though, hasn't it, for Czechia here. Greece have really fought back well. Galanis to face. A big swing, doesn't get that right. Opens himself up, can't make contact. End of 8. Chowdhury ends up with none for 25, and it's 106 for 3.
8 off the over, courtesy of that one big 6 right at the beginning from Galanis, which means there's another win there for Greece. So 16 in 12. I've seen this before. I think this is very similar, perhaps, to that game that we saw Bohemian send Bruno yesterday. You know, you would think that it should be won by the batting side, but they just, the last over, that 9th over, didn't go their way, and everything changed. So this is key over here. Question is, who's going to bowl it? You can see Dylan Steyn now having a chat with some various options. Looks like he's going with Ruturaj Magari.
Yeah, he is. Interesting. Magari bowled pretty well in this series. His bowling's been improving. He's even been bowling earlier in the innings, but he does like to bowl towards the end. He's got a pretty good Yorker. 16 off 12 required. There's the reverse. Doesn't really get all of it, but gets enough. He's going to get 4. In fact, it's off the leg. It must have been a wooden leg. That really raced away into the vortex. But, well, fortune favouring the brave. I still feel that was off the bat, or maybe a little bit of the glove. But anyway, regardless, it's 4 runs to Greece.
I think Dylan Steyn has to do some homework with the field placings here. Vinny, there's a few times where he's got it seriously wrong. He's got to know the batters. Now, Amardeep Singh has already shown he can play this shot. I think is there a little bat on that onto pad anyway? It's 4 runs, but Amardeep may want him himself. But yeah, I think he just hasn't got the field in the right areas. He hasn't done the homework on some of the batters, and he's allowed them to get away with too many shots before he's made that change.
Great take from Ratul there. That's a really awkward one. It basically runs across the ground by the time it reaches him. 12 off 10 now. It's all about just trying to win the little battles. You can win the next ball, and then the next ball. Can Czechia do it? Another little win. And then tries to go the old back stumping. That's the way to do it. Surprise tactics. Whenever the guy's staring at you, he wants you to throw. But Ratul's just sensed an opportunity to get him here. Don't know if he's ever out.
Yeah, he does that foot as well back in, both feet actually back in. And right now, Amardeep, every time he tries to play a couple of orthodox shots and gets them wrong, he then goes back to the sexy cricket. So what's he going to do?
Try it again?
Yeah, I think he will.
Steps across, gets a piece of it, but not the whole thing. Challenging for the fielders. They do well to keep that to a long single.
All right, important couple of balls coming up here now. So that's 5 off the over. So takes it to 11 of 8.
If you see a guy going full left-hander on you, then remember you can bowl either tram line. So there's no leg side anymore for wide. So my strategy would be to push it to the right and try and not let him turn it around the corner like that.
Yeah, because he does move very early.
Yeah, exactly. Galanis needs one out of the middle. Doesn't get one. So 11 off 7. And we're going to the last over here, Rico.
Yeah, Galanis, if you give him width, he's good. Everything that's been pitched up just outside off stump short of length, he swung and missed. Now he doesn't want to get a single. This is where really I think Amarpreet should have just ran up to him, stopped the play for a moment and said, hey, look, this ball, just do whatever you want, but we don't want a single.
See. Well, hits it pretty well. They do go the one. I kind of think you don't really want to be turning down runs either because Amarpreet hasn't necessarily been on a heater either. So, well, runs a run, and that takes us to the end of 9. 112 for 3.
Yeah, I still don't take that single. I know what you're saying, but Amarpreet is on 34. So Glanis has played and missed a few. Unless Amarpreet just says to Glanis, unless he says to him, look, unless it's your shot that you're getting away, you're missing those straight ones, get bat and ball, I'm coming, let's take the single.
Oh, Rico, are we heading for golden ball 64 here? Don't forget that if it is a tie, we will play a golden ball. 1 delivery to split the teams. Batting team will need 2. That's Greece in this case. 2 or more off the golden ball to win. Otherwise, it will be Czechia, the fielding team, that wins. As we see that we're going to get Sazi Buyan bowling the last over. But now we're kind of talking, if Galanis was to miss, this is where you need to kind of have a plan, and it's hard to come up with one on the fly. But if you've discussed it beforehand, if Galanis misses, I think Amarpreet needs to run, and Galanis needs to hold that end safe just to change the strike back. And to be honest, you've got Aslam up your sleeve anyway.
Yeah, thing with Buyan is he's a big match player, isn't he? When it comes to those big plays, he normally stands and delivers. So here he comes.
10 off the last over. Whacked.
Yep.
And he's finally got one away. That's why, for me, Rico, I think you still got to trust Galanis. If you say, look, we don't want you to face, it's almost saying we don't think you can do it. But he can do it. We've seen it earlier today. And he just gets that little bit of width there, and he puts Greece well on top now. 6 off 5 required.
That's the key, though. He gets given the width. Anything that's been no width to him, he has got away. The shots that he's played, the 6 and the 4, the 2 boundaries, have been because he's been given width. And I think Buyan, maybe a mistake to come around the wicket straight away.
Pretty well struck as well. This will test the fielders. Big stop required. Just the 1. But we are getting to the kind of territory where Amarpreet can win this game for Greece and square the series with 1 swing of the bat.
Yeah, certainly can. So that takes the equation to 5 required off the 4 balls to come. So 1 big hit does it. Now, Amarpreet himself has played and missed at a few that have been in that sort of a length outside the off peg. He's played down the wrong line. He's only got shots when he's gone funky.
So I know what Corey would be saying here. He'd be saying, don't hit the ball in the air. Hit the ball on the ground. You don't need to take unnecessary risks here. You can still hit a 4. You don't really want to gift a wicket and put a new batter into this situation. 5 runs required for Greece. Goes in the air. Exactly what we said not to do. Gets away with it. He just gets a single.
Oh, he does get away with it, doesn't it? Gets it over 1 and not quite carries to the other. It'll just be a single.
Oh, they've
4
been good.
or 3.
They've been good at saving these extra runs, Czechia. Something Greece had troubles with earlier in the game.
Why doesn't he come over the wicket? Why does he want to come around the wicket?
He thinks he can cramp him for room, which has been a bit of an Achilles heel. Like that. So now we're talking 4 off 2. If you're talking just on the game now, do you go strategic? Do you change the batter? You got Aslam to bat, or you do have the fact that Galanis has seen Buyan did hit him for a boundary earlier in the over.
Whatever happens here, I'm running. I'm running. There's 2 balls to go. You're running. Even if it's going through to the keeper, I'm running. And I think that's what Amardeep's got to do here. You've got to run. Take the 1.
1 so much better than a 0 now. 4 to win. Goes high. Biggest moment yet. Can anyone reach it? 2 come together. They crash.
Oh, no.
And I think they'll only get 1 in the end. There's no communication. And that's Rahat, the subfielder, on there, and he's crashed into Chowdhury. No credit to the batters. I think they could have run 2 there, but they decided not to.
That's the sunglasses. Watch the shades come off here. He's hit him so hard. He smashed him. Watch the sunglasses. This is how hard they've hit each other. Oh, that was... The catch goes down. He had this, you know. He had it, but they didn't call. That could be a huge moment. So they do run. Go back to the game. 3. So 2 takes us to a golden ball, really.
You've got to run 2 there, though. Or maybe they're thinking they want Amarpreet on strike, but I mean, the value of needing 1 versus 2 is huge. Are we heading for golden ball 64? It's 2 to tie, 3 to win. I'm not even going to say you can't get a 3. We've seen a couple of them today already. Amarpreet Singh Memmi has dragged his side so close, but can he get them over the line?
Reverse Malachi for 6 would do it here, wouldn't it? What a finish that would be from Amarpreet.
Grandstand finish here. 2 to tie, 3 to win for Greece. Gets it, got to go for 2. They could get 2, has to be clean. He fumbles, they got to go 2. Good throw has him done, and it's Czechia that win by a run. The slight fumble, but the recovery. Bujan grabs the ball and wins the game for Czechia. What a game. The final score will be 121 to 120, but the Czechs go 2-0 up in the series.
Oh, what a choke from Greece. What a choke. Even here, Vinny, look at the running at the end. You would think they would be going like the clappers, wouldn't you? But they're running so slowly, and there wasn't a clean pickup. Look how slow they're going. They're not really running hard. He's ball watching, not running hard. The throw's a difficult one. And I tell you what, Sazib Bujan has done so incredibly well, because that wasn't the best of throws there from Shub Chowdhury. Chowdhury doesn't pick it up cleanly because of the pressure. He gets the throw in. Excellent that from Sazib Bujan. That is excellent. He's down, and then here we go. There's a free-fall bargee in the middle, as it will be a win. In the cruelest of ways, in a sense, really. They needed 10, they didn't get 10. They fall short by 1 run. Czechia beat Greece here. They'll go 2-0 up in the series. And what a finish, but I mean, Vinny, you know it. That's the worst possible place for a ball to be thrown to you when you're at the bowler's end. But he deals with it well and gets the wicket.
The one thing he knew is he had time. So he didn't have to rush for the stumps. He just had to get possession of the ball. Still think Galanis, I'd love to see how far he backed up there. Felt like he should have been further down the wicket when the ball was hit. Anyway, this is what's coming up. We have a bit of a delay. I think we have 5-minute delay because of that crazy finish. But it is Czechia versus Greece in match number 3, and we'll start in around about 15 minutes live here on ECN. Let's go and have a look at the response. And Greece, I said it was theirs to lose. Well, they found a way to lose in the end. Just a single run separating these two teams.
Yeah, Bujan held his nerve. I said he's a big player, and he comes good at the big moment, and he did, didn't he? Only conceding just the 8 runs, which was enough to get them a victory. But what a match this is. What an absolute humdinger. And there he is there, Bujan, when he takes that, the rock and roll style catch. Brilliant catch, really, to remove the Zubair, who was batting so well at the time. Then Amanpreet came in, and he played some of these shots. It was quite unbelievable that it just wouldn't plug that gap. And I was saying at the time, I don't know quite what Dylan Steyn was doing. He was allowing him to play it. And if you thought those were good, there was a reverse Malachi that's coming up at the moment, which was the shot of today coming up. But first of all, there was a wicket. There was darted in. A fair play here to Naveed, getting the ball in the right areas. So that was the other thing I think Czechia did well. They got the slower bowlers coming at the right time. There was a little bit of luck there. I mean, imagine that, if that got away, to take a run there. It could have been different. All these little moments, Vinny, so much depending on them. And that was the shot of the day.
That was something else.
Wow.
But I know you talk about the little moments that innings, but think about how this game started. 2 misfields that went for 4. It turned out to be a real arm wrestle.
Yeah.
But I mean, in one-run games, you start looking back at everything, don't you? But I think that Czechia, they deserve a bit of credit for turning a lot of these, what looked like 2s or potential 4s, into only singles.
Yeah.
Now, there was a bit of chaos towards the end. Remember this one? It was the bodies coming together. The sunglasses paid the penalty. As Rahat, I wasn't even in the 11 for this game, found himself on the wrong side of the fence a couple of times, no pun intended. But then that was the one, wasn't it? They needed 2 to tie. They could only manage the 1. It was stacks on the mill. Shazib able to gather that throw despite that slight fumble out there in the outfield. Galanis pulled up short, and Czechia hold on by a single run. Quite remarkable when you consider that at one point they were 45 for 5, and then they were 72 for 8 in that first innings. They recovered to make 121, and Greece in response 120.
Yeah, it's a good finish. You've got to give credit to the bowlers like Ruturaj Magare. Only bowled the 1 over, only gave away in that over 6 runs, and that was after being hit for a 4 very first ball. Also then straight after that, Bujan. But before that, even Chowdhury, remember how he started? 6 of the first ball, and then he only goes for 8. So they did well. But once again, I said to you, didn't I? This had the feeling of that Bohemians versus Brunei yesterday, where really Brunei, and the same way here, I think Greece had the opportunity to put this game to bed. But you know what cost them? Those dot balls. Both batters, Amarpreet Singh, who made 36 of 19, and also Galanis, too many dot balls, too many times. There was one point, Vinny, they needed 6 and over. 6 and over, and they got a boundary of the first ball. That happened on 3 occasions, needing 6 and over, a boundary of the first ball, and they still went for the big shots, then just to take those singles. And when you finish like that, 1 short and 4 wickets down, chasing 121, it's going to hurt you then. You said they weren't happy when they lost the first match. I think they're going to be even more unhappy that they've lost this one.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the case, but they'll have time to think about it now. What it means is Greece will have to be perfect tomorrow. Who's to say they can't do it, though? They've shown how competitive they are. They need to win 3 out of 3 to win this series. We'll take a break then. We're back in about 10 minutes with the last game of the day. Maybe some random questions in there. Maybe some food chat as well. It's Rico's last game in Czechia, so let's make it a big one. It's the women back on the park for match 3 when we return for more European Cricket International.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello and welcome back. Time for the last game of opening day of this ECI men's and women's, of course, today featuring Czechia and Greece. Now into match number 3 of the ECI-W. Czechia and Greece going head-to-head once again. Of course, it's been a bit of a tough one, I think, for the Czechia women's side here. Greece have come out firing. They've played some really good cricket, but they do have an opportunity to respond here in the last match of the day. Charles Croucher, the sheriff, with his lucky hat and the lucky coin, and 2 lucky captains. Only 1 will go away a winner after match 3. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Welcome to the toss for match 3 between Czechia and Greece. Greece to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call, and it's a tail.
Whoa. We are batting.
Greece won the toss and bat first.
So for Greece, they do win the toss finally, and this time they've decided to bat. I think that their captain, Jana, was pretty excited to win the toss for the first time after the Czechs won the toss in the first 2 games. I think she's been a standout, but I got to say, I've been really impressed with how many contributors Greece do have, and they certainly deserve their 2-0 lead at this stage. I do think it's an opportunity for them as well, batting first, to maybe try a few different players up the top. You always have the insurance, I suppose, of the middle order and maybe some of the players we did see earlier in the day coming in if it doesn't really work out. Czechia, I know it's a long day for them. They've got to try and find something. They've got to try and be accurate. They've got to maybe try and replicate some of the fielding pressure, again, that has choked so many of their innings so far today. So Greece, of course, have that one force change in there. Rico will give you the details of that in a moment as well. But I can tell you that Greece have won the toss after batting, and they will be batting first in match number 3 of this ECI-W. Over to Rico Full to take you into the last match of the day.
Thank you very much to Vinny Sandu. And, well, we're just about recovering after that real epic match between the men. And the question is here, in the third match between the women, can we have a close encounter this time between the women? It's been a little bit one-sided, to be fair. So far, the women from Greece have been too strong for Czechia, 98 to 54, batting first in the first. And then with Czechia batting first in the last match, being restricted to a score of 59, and those were knocked off with 27 balls to go. So they've been far superior. One thing that two teams will be looking to work on this time round is the number of extras that they've been giving away. So that's definitely on the agenda. Cut down on the extras. But I think for Czechia, they have to build on some of the good work that they have done, and they have done some good things when they've been out there. And now they've got to build on that and try to get a good finish here. That's what it's all about. Try and get a good finish, and then try to apply a lot of those things. And coming here on the day 2 tomorrow, that's going to be a big day, of course. So it looks like we're ready to go here. The umpires are ready. It's going to be Wahid, Shishant and Ragba that are the match officials for this one. Of course, Charles Croucher is the tournament referee. And just be waiting for the match officials to be given their thumbs up from the scorers, who have also done a wonderful job. So we're ready to go. Here's the first, and it's going to be down the leg side to the left-hand to start off with, and a good call through from Makri, who says to Leona, come on, let's go. And that's one thing that I think we all know that they've done very well. Get the calling in, take the singles, and 2 runs straight away to Greece. Bosale is the bowler. Probably prefers to be bowling to the right-hander. Well, floated up a long way. And I don't think there's issues with the height here. I think you'll see side on when we go to this, that the ball is actually coming down before it gets past the batter. So the batter's actually probably having to reach for this. So it's on the way down. You can see there. So though from behind the bowler's arm, it looks like it's pretty high. Side on shows you that actually no issues there at all. But again, to the left-hander, yeah, better in right areas. And unlucky, goes to field it herself. Now, just couldn't pick up the ball. If they could get there, if this could have been picked up straight away by Palmer, it's probably an opportunity for a run out. But we'll see here, a bit of a nutmeg through the bowler, who does very well, gets behind Bosale, so gets behind the stumps, says, come on, give it to me, but Palmer, if only she could pick it up, and by the time she did get to it, it was too late. And that's unfortunately going to be another wide from Bosale. Well, welcome to everybody, wherever you are around the world, and I hope you have enjoyed this International Saturday on the European Cricket Network. We've been proud to have brought you the action from the matches here today. And this one, I reckon there might be just checking how many times it's bounced. Has it bounced twice? So once, and I think that's the second bounce. So I think that's going to be a no ball. Yeah, no ball being called. It bounces twice. Bounces twice before it gets to that line. So there's the no ball called. Nice to see the umpires. They do get it right. Working well together. Floated, and that's hit well, but well fielded off her own bowling. Nicely done. Not going to give not giving anything away. And working hard, that's all you can do. Just work hard. Borsale once again. And that's it up in the air. And great effort. Palmer almost holds on to it. It goes straight in. She just couldn't close her fingers around it. And, big. She goes. And cry of frustration. I think this is another one which probably may not have gone past the line on the second bounce, but it gets played at. Chance given, but doesn't get taken. Macri gets a bit of luck her way, and then that one's going to be 4 runs. Doesn't want to take the wide, pelts it to the boundary, goes into that vortex, which sucks the ball in, and that is going to be 4. It definitely would have been a wide, but I just think here, you can see the batter saying, nope, I want it, I'll have it. Thank you very much. Nice shot. Plays that shot really well. I've seen that now being played a number of times. It's very quick to get onto it and put it away. Can she finish the over well? 11 have come from it so far. Of course, both matches, or both innings, I should say, of the last match on both teams, that the first over, there's plenty of runs from it, and this would be another. That's a really good shot. It's too short again, and that gets played away beautifully. So Lorna making a really good start. Short down the leg side, that's a perfect technique, isn't it? I mean, when you're teaching newcomers how to play the pull shot, she does it beautifully there. So steps across, steps one, then uses the front foot to go side on, opens herself up, hits it from low to down, gets 4. Cracking shot, 15 off the first over. And this is have a look at the ECI-W coming up in December, as Vinny Sandu joins me back in the very hot and stifling cube.
It's pretty warm in here, but it'll be pretty hot action in both divisions of the ECI-W coming away in December 2024. 10 teams will compete for 2 trophies. Anyway, here's Basali. She's had that catch go down. Now she gets the responsibility with the ball. Fraction short, pulled away with power from Macri, gets 4 more. So Greece have just had that knack of finding the boundary a bit more often, haven't they, today in this ECI-W?
Yeah, they have, and it's good hitting. It's a little bit short. And what they have done is you can see that they've been practicing the short ball a lot. And short, punished, put away. Simple as that. Palmer just got to go a little bit fuller. When she does bowl full, she gets the ball in the right areas. We've seen that. We've seen her at the best when she's full. But again, it's short. Now this one been hit well. And almost a brilliant catch. That's almost a brilliant catch. He does so well. And that's Dodamani. Comes in from the boundary, gets into position, and almost, I tell you what, she held on to that. This place would have erupted. We could have gone wild. It's a big hit. Comes across, gets under it, but it just hits the palms of the hands and rolls up the arms into the body and goes down. Great opportunity, great effort.
These balls are really flying at the moment, aren't they, Palmer? Well, she put one down, then she had one put down off her own bowling. Adriapulu gets another opportunity, goes back, pulls with power. And that one probably gets through for 4 as well. So Greece winning the toss, batting, and going to work here, trying to put the series to bed on day 1.
Yeah, they're looking dangerous, aren't they? They're looking dangerous. They're hitting the ball well. And they're just making the most of the short deliveries that they're being distributed here at the moment. And just doing the simple things right. They're not trying to hit the ball too hard, which is good to see. Just if it's there, they're putting it away. Under pressure straight away here are Cyprus, Czechia. That one along the ground. It's going to test the fielder, can't get there. It's going to be another boundary. They're motoring. So 4 more. And now there's no rest by it at the moment. The Czechia women, they're being blasted all over the park at the moment, and Iona, left-hander, is playing some sensational shots.
It sure is. But she loves it when it drops short. You can see that she's got such a good eye. She's actually played 12 T20 internationals now. So, I mean, getting that experience up, someone so young, she's got the responsibility of the captaincy, but seems to wear it well. Also very handy with the gloves behind the stumps. Actually took 4 dismissals in an innings once in a T20I, which isn't something you see too often. Macri as well has been a very handy player today. I think that if Greece can win this one and win it well, then you may see them experimenting a little bit more tomorrow in the remaining 2 games. But I think they're pretty keen to put their foot down here and put this series to bed. Palmer 14 off the over, last ball to come.
Can she go fuller? That's what she's got to try and do. Just go fuller, push it fuller. And if she does, if the batters do go across the line, it's a full ball, she also has a chance. She does try and go fuller, and that's what I mean. It's going way down the leg side. I like the optimism there from Palmer. Gets the appeal in and won't get the verdict. But does at least get the dot ball in. 14 come off the over, but it's 29 off the first 2 from Greece.
Yeah, it's a pretty solid start, isn't it? Who will Czechia go to here? You've got to keep trying to find options that might be able to create chances. I suppose they have created a couple so far. That's the frustrating thing. But Ioana, real star of the future. She's star of now, but when I think about the fact that the future could be, 10, 20 years playing international cricket. Just think about what Ioana might lead over her generation. Anyway, this hit back pretty hard, pretty well blocked in the end. Basale wears it, but stops the run.
Good stop. Yeah, you're right there also. I mean, I know we're focusing on the number of runs, but there have been some chances, none easy. We've seen ball go to the hand on 2 or 3 occasions, but not being taken. So you've got to take that into context as well. If those catches and those chances are taken, it could be a different ball game altogether.
Basale has another go here. Got to pitch it up. Again, fraction short, pulled away, maybe not really timed, but they will get through for a run. And he had a question from Tripp, and it's a fairly good question as well, saying, hey, is there any reason that Greece won't be at the ECI-W this year? Well, there's no real one reason. The thing is that the ECI-W started last year with 5 countries that expanded to 10. So obviously we'd like to have pretty much all the countries having the ECC men's in the women's as well. That's in the air, but won't quite carry to the fielder, who's back a bit there. That's Pradeep Chaudhary. She's been pretty good today in the field. So obviously that decision's been made, but what I will say is the idea is that next year we should expand to 15 countries if we can get the funding and the permission to do so. And then we'd have 3 divisions of 5. I think it is quite important in the women's game, especially that teams are grouped in a division that they can be competitive. This is a bit of foot fielding. It's a little bit naughty from Rachel, but at least she does the job. Good running. They get back for a couple. And really, they could get more here. More foot fielding on the other side. But, well, that kicks are about 80 metres apart there. But the result will be 2 runs. But I think one reason also, Greece, they haven't actually played any T10 international cricket until this series. So that's probably a reason that they maybe weren't top of mind for the invitation this year, but certainly doing everything right at the moment. I mean, I love the way they're drilled. I love the way they're doing some of these basics. You can actually see, the fact that they've played, over a dozen T20 full internationals going back to last year. You can actually see that those basics are starting to sink in. Again, just hit and run, early call. Well, they'll get at least 1 here. They could get 2. They could get 3, actually, if they hustle. They could get 4. Oh, it's a very good stop. Well, look, they've stopped running. That's crazy talk. That's just basics again. That's a very good stop on the boundary.
Yeah, I just wanted to see the feet here of the fielder who eventually stops it. So that's a stop. Now the pickup. The pickup here. There.
Oh, no.
That's 4 runs.
Yeah, mundo. When is it safe?
I know you didn't see it. You were about to say, nah, Rico,
I was
fine.
too busy applauding. And then we got a classic out of bounds situation. That was out of bounds. Oh.
I thought I saw it at the corner of my eye. I weren't sure. The replay shows that that's going to be 4 runs.
Oh, again, that's just a bit of inexperience there. That's going to be another boundary. This is well bowled by Basale. He really hasn't done a lot wrong, but oh well, it's a frustrating frustrating thing for the spectators to see. Anyway, they'll learn from that. It's the end of the third over. It's 38 without loss. Everyone's looking at me like I'm crazy. Going, there's no way that was 4. I saw it with my own eyes. I saw her pull it back. So what is everyone talking about? Well, I see what you're talking about with the benefit of the replay.
I see the way you go there. It could be 2, it could be 3, and I'm thinking,
and
I'm
getting ready to pan them for stopping running. Obviously, they saw it as well, going, hey, I don't think you can do that. That reminds me a little bit of that Bulgaria situation. Remember that kind of viral moment from last year?
Yeah, big time viral moment. So they're going to take, quite rightly so, some drinks here. But you know what? Hey, we talk a lot about, fast bowlers, etc. So have a listen to this. So on this day in 1911, long before speed guns inflated Shoaib Akhtar's ego further, Worcestershire's Robert Burrows bowled Lancashire's William Huddleston in a county championship match at Old Trafford and sent the bail flying 67 yards. It's a record that even Shoaib didn't break. So 67 yards.
Sounds fake. Sounds so fake.
It's not fake, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I believe it's written there. But you're talking about something that's 113 years old, and you're telling me that they measured how far the bail went.
You don't need a speed gun to see how far the bail's gone.
They would have put it back on, then they would have said, how far was that? Let's get the measuring tape. They probably just kept pulling it further and further. Well, how heavy were the bails back? Was it that helium in it? Hey, can I just say one thing? I know Chris Pearce, he wasn't happy about the foot fielding, but I prefer foot fielding to the foot over the boundary fielding.
Yeah.
Which ended up costing him a couple of runs. Anyway, let's see what happens now. Looks like Palmer's coming back for a second over round the wicket to Ajirapulu. She's batted really well so far. Oh, that was a half chance. And that's exactly what you're trying to do to her. Draw her forward and maybe into a mistake. If you let her sit in the crease, if you let her see the bounce of the ball, she's just going to smack you. But this is one, if you can get the keeper up to the stumps, maybe you've got a chance of a stumping there, although she did get back pretty quickly. Well bowled.
Yeah, very well bowled indeed.
Got to get this breakthrough, otherwise it could be a long, hot 10 overs for the Czechs. That's the kind of ball she loves, although finds the fielder well handled out there. That's Karen Dacunha, the captain.
Yeah, she does well. But yeah, it's that little, that's the thing, it goes back to that again, when you're learning and you're playing teams that are a little bit better than you, you're not going to get too many chances, but the few that you get, if you can take them, they can make a big difference, because quite often it's that the top 2 batters that you want to get. If you get into the top 2, you probably then find that you can start to contain, and maybe those batters are not going to be hitting those balls to the boundary.
Game changer. We saw that with Croatia.
Yeah.
And obviously Vukic in the CE Cup, she was a real key player of the tournament. But if you could get her out, it's a different kind of ball game. I'd say Greece aren't. This is in the air. It's dropped. Again, the hands went out. Now they're going to come for a slightly dodgy 2. Ball comes in, just misses. That would have been out. So double chance, but neither's able to be cashed in. Good recovery by Mason. Almost creates the run out.
Yeah, that's it. Just as we were talking about the stumping opportunity, here's the catching opportunity. We see it again. Hands out, away from the body. She does well. And fair play to Alison Mason for getting her hands onto it. And then the throw here, you're right, if this hit the stump. But also, again, a little thing about the bowler backing up. Get right behind the stumps. That's a good shot. Sweeps this for 4 runs. Lovely shot. Beautifully executed. So it's Muckley's turn to get a boundary. That's nicely played. Good timing. And she knows it's going to be floated up. It's not on the stumps. And she says, why take the wide when I can take 4 runs? Nicely played.
It's actually a pretty interesting one. Does this actually bounce off the pitch? It actually does. It's going to be a no ball and 4. So it's obviously it's not wide because it's been hit, but it's bounced off the surface. So it becomes an even greater shot. Now you can still hit a ball that's off the pitch as long as you have some of your body or bat over the pitch. So yeah, definitely going to be a no ball plus 4 and a free hit to come.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. The ball is off the pitch, so you'll see the umpire probably give the signal here for no ball first and then the boundary. You would think so anyway. I suppose he's just sorting out the bowls at the bowlers and don't know what happened to them. Let's see. Yeah, there's the no ball call. No ball and free hit. It was the 4 runs as well. It just missed the 4, but I think everybody knows it went for 4. So That one has been sliced up in the air, goes nowhere. And that ball is still spinning as it comes to a halt. A bit of a, I know Palmer didn't bowl badly, but I think they had other options here. Did Czechia with the ball. They've gone with Bosley and Palmer, the first two openers to bowl them out. But I think sometimes if one of the bowlers doesn't go too well, I think you've got to be prepared to make a change to the plans that you've got.
I'd like to see Josephine Suchkova get a bowl. I'd like to see Delante Inati get another bowl as well. I'd just see if they can get it right. More opportunities, the better they'll get. This situation, you need to kind of mix things up a bit, I think. It's a pretty good ball, though, from Palmer, who gets pushed out again. It's good work from Greece. And
somebody needs to get that up ball.
I was going to say, they weren't necessarily that quick getting on it. It's a long, hot day. And anytime you have to play 3 games in a day, we see it in the ECS, for example, that the fatigue factor comes in. Burno, for example, I think they were looking pretty tired on the Tuesday night. Day 2. Both these teams have gone through the ringer today, but Czechia just need this turning point. Still given 5%. 5% be probably if they can take a few quick wickets. In the end, another opportunity, and this another one's through the hands of Mason, who's going to have leather poisoning in a second. Another one goes down.
There's been opportunities, isn't there, Vinny? That's probably, I think 3 have probably gone to Mason. She's not been able to take it. None of them easy. But if only, that's the thing, if only the score gets close to that 50 mark now, 49 of the 4 overs. But yeah, if only they were able to take those chances. But you know what? With time, with practice, those opportunities will come and they will start taking them. And that's when the likes of Czechia will start to be getting through some of the top order batters with a bit more ease. I'd like to see a lot of people in the chat on this Saturday afternoon enjoying the cricket here. So I see Trippy and Kiddies there in the chat. Hello again to John Gray. And John saying the same. Tough chance to catch on the run too. Not easy. Yeah, they're not easy. And both of those ones I think that have fallen there to Alison Mason haven't been easy, but if you take them, they can make a big difference. And well, here's somebody who's going to get tanned nicely on one arm, better than the other.
Might have been a cheeky stumping to bounce back onto the stumps because the batter was out of her crease.
And, this is dangerous moments when you're tossing the ball up like this to a batter that's hitting the ball. Both of these batters, in fact, Luana and Makri have been hitting the ball so well, and that's another beautiful shot. Just watch this, nicely played. They've been, you can see that they've been certainly practicing. The whole team, I think, have definitely been practicing these shots of the short ball.
Yeah, definitely. Even if it's just survived the fuller one and put away the short one, you should get a few of them. 50 partnerships up between these two. I think they've both batted very, very well. Look at those strike rates. Both well over on a ball. In fact, Ioana is up to a ball at the moment.
That's been crunched. That's 4 more. Lovely shots. So you can see they're seeing the time now to really open up. That's probably one thing that they didn't quite do in the very first match. When they finished on 98 for 2, they never really got that acceleration in. We thought that it was going to happen after the halfway mark. It didn't. Here you can see a big effort being made to say, right, now's the time to really open up. We both said, let's just go after the bowling. This one is just out of the reach of Mason again. And you're right, she definitely is getting leather poisoning.
I mean, you know, a lot of balls are going to go there. That one, I think she might have even got a hand on it. I think she might have got one hand on it. I don't know if we can tell from the replay. But Greece really putting the foot down. Let's see if we pick up a little touch here. May flick the fingers on the way through. We haven't seen the 100 brought up in the series so far. But really, Greece are in a position to do it. And then some.
Well, this one, I think it's called a no ball on the field by the umpires. It's pretty high. I know that she's going to the ball, so the question is it going to go past her at height? It's a tough one to call. It probably is, because that's, yeah, I think that probably is. I know it's on its way down, but if you look at the angle of it as well on the 45, probably going to be around about just above the waist. And I think umpires got to call those.
Bad normally gets the benefit of those as well if you're having trouble with geometricizing it.
It is a free hit, so it wouldn't have mattered so much to catch. And you can see Karen does the fielding. This is the captain now, Karen Lacuna.
again, for Czechia, I know it's tough. They've got a real mixture of players in their lineup. I know they're missing a couple of the younger players are away, the Kolchunova sisters, for example. But still, it's great experience. Last ball of this 5th over.
Well played. This time waits for the ball to get onto the bat. So it's a straighter delivery, so a little bit more cautious, but happy to take the single. Very good partnership. 62 without loss, which brings us to the 5 over mark.
Yeah, here we are in Czechia. Enrico's just finishing up his first tour of Prague, and this has been really, really fun. Haven't had a golden ball yet, but hey, we still got some matches. You might have to watch it tomorrow. Who knows? We might even have one here. But I want to say big thanks to everyone in Czechia for being so great to us. Obviously, we really enjoy our time here, and we'd love to return, just like we'd love to return to Greece. I know lots happening in women's cricket. Obviously, the expansion from 5 to 10 teams this year in the Euros of cricket, 15 next year is the plan. We also plan to maybe have our first ever ECI-W, so our club-level women's cricket broadcast as well over the next few months.
Yeah, and it's interesting, the question that people were asking about, why, for example, Greece are not playing in the ECI-W. A few people have said that, having seen the cricket a couple of weeks ago happening there at Palm Springs when the ECI, Estonia and Cyprus involved.
Sure.
People asking about Cyprus and Estonia because both teams played really well. And I think it's all about, I think it will happen, but it's a step by step. 5 teams last year, 10 this time around. Cyprus played some really good cricket. It links up to what you were saying, actually, that some of these teams, Estonia, Cyprus, are good examples of that. They've got 2 good players. I mean, Chatarani was absolutely superb for Cyprus, and of course, he's got a real good pedigree of cricket in the family. So those players will sort of excel those skills onto the others. They'll get better and better. And we will see, I'm pretty sure, that maybe even by next year, might even see 20 teams playing in the ECCW.
I would love to, obviously the aspiration is to kind of get it in the same kind of numbers. But I mean, the reality is, there are some countries still that don't really have any sort of serious women's programs. I mean, at the moment we've got, what is it? We've got 32 countries involved in the men's ECC this year. So, I mean, that's what we'd love to get to eventually. Now, that'll take a long time. But I even think the fact that we're trying to give more countries opportunities based on what we can achieve at the moment, I think is really, really positive. That's not a bad ball from Rachel, who's come back to bowl over number 6. In fact, it's the first time she's bowled in this game. But, yeah, it's been a brilliant couple of innings from these 2 openers. They must be looking at potentially bringing up half centuries here. I think if they bat well, they're being aggressive. You can see that with their stroke play. Field constantly having to change as well for the right hand, left hand. That's always really annoying as well when you're fielding on a hot day.
It's played away, but should be just a single, as the ground fielding's actually been very good. Josephine says, here you go, you can have a throw.
I wonder if Josephine's got a slight shoulder injury, because she normally would bowl, and it's a few times today I've seen if there's a fielder around, she doesn't really want to throw it in.
Could be.
As usual. So I know a few people are asking why she hasn't been bowling, but she's still out there for her country. She wants to perform.
Played out onto the leg side, and the timing and the positioning of this perfect, as that gets beautifully played away. That's a lovely shot. Just watch this. Once again, positioning. Look at the way how she gets the front leg out of the way, opens herself up, and then, yeah, beautifully timed all along the deck. There's a number of players out there on the leg side area for that shot, but still can't stop it. They've got almost got 2 players pretty close to each other, actually. It's quite an interesting field. I think they've tried to plug that gap, but even with the 2 fielders there, they can't. This is going to be a big no ball, and the batters, I wonder how close this was or wasn't, actually. It was almost like a cheeky little run-out attempted there by the wicket-keeper.
Yeah.
I wonder how close this was.
Funny how wickets end up happening. I think this could have been out, or maybe not. Didn't really have a lot of pace in the throw. Free hit coming up. Hey, I tell you what, these 2, they would love to bring up 50s, because both of them have a high score in the 40s for Greece. That's in the T20 format. Come back to that in a second. Here's the freebie for Macri.
It's hit pretty well. It'll bounce a couple of times before it goes to the fielder out there. I think the ground fielding actually has been pretty good. I know there's been issues with the catching opportunities. None of them, I don't think, have been easy, have gone down. But the ground fielding has been good, and they've stuck to it on this very hot, sticky afternoon here in Czechia. It's once again pulled away now. There's one of those two fielders there. Two of them you see that very close to each other. It's quite an interesting field. So you got long on the boundary. Then you got almost like a mid-wicket or two mid-wickets within probably 5 or 10 meters of each other in that area to the left hand. And now it's the right hand. So they come up. They come into the circle. And the same field then, more or less the same field applied on the leg side then to the right hander. Plays this weight on the 45. It'll just be a single.
End of the over. So 73 without loss after 6. And yeah, it's been pretty interesting watching today's play, and obviously kind of where these countries are in the men's and the women's. But I was going to say with these two at the crease, Ioana Agiropoulou has a high score of 41 not out. That was against Romania. In Romania, for Macri, she actually scored 49 not out. That was against Romania too, but that was at home in Greece in September last year.
Well, they've got still plenty of time, still 4 overs to go in this innings. So plenty of time to not just get their 50s, but also put a big partnership together. And they'll be looking to try and get past the 100 mark. That's going to be a no ball because it bounces a couple of times before it gets to the line. This is Dodamani.
I think the most annoying thing for Macri is that she probably could have, she had time to make the 50, but they chased the target against Romania at 92, and that's why she didn't get to continue on and make the half century. Maybe today she will. 4 overs to go. Free hit coming up.
And it's up in the air. Watch the spin.
Oh, yeah.
Good pickup.
Well, maybe we need to start bringing one hand, one bounce. That was actually pretty well handled by Delante Ionetti. I know her mum will be watching as well, maybe from Brno. So big hello to you as well. This one had some sort of wicked spin on it. Watch it deflect off the turf, but right in the end of the fingers.
Yeah, a bit of the old ice cream grab there. Well done. Right, so Dodamani. Let's see if she can get a breakthrough. They love to get a wicket. They want someone to celebrate here. It's been a long, hard effort. That one's whacked away, and it's going to be 4 runs. Gets past the field, beautifully timed. So Ioana now gets into the 40s herself for 40 of 21 deliveries. Just really good shot. She's played this shot so well.
Yeah, but Ioana, when she closes her eyes at night and goes into dreamland, this is the kind of ball she's dreaming about. Yeah. It's short, it's outside the legs, it's pretty much no risk, and she can really unleash on it and show that power she's got. She's moved up to 40 now.
Yeah, so Dodimani back to a mark. Come on, needs to try and get. Can she get a straight one in which she can try and get? And that's not the one, is it? That's too short, and they're going to run here as well. You can see what I mean. They're starting to get tired and a bit haggard. They need a breakthrough. They need something then to happen to bring them together to celebrate a wicket. Otherwise, there's with every ball where they don't get a wicket, every ball where this runs, it just gets harder and harder. So that's another free hit for a ball that's bounced more than once before it's got to the batter's crease. You can see that Macri is making the most of trying to top up her tan as well by rolling up her sleeves. Right, that's a better delivery. Hit up in the air, but bounces before the fielder. They think about 2, but they won't go. I think probably the 2 batters are starting to think about conserving some of their energy as well here.
I want to think about a world where young girls in Greece are rolling up their sleeves and getting out their bats and whacking a few balls around in the park.
Yeah.
She's a bit of a cult figure, isn't she, Adamantia Macri?
No ball again, I'm afraid. And this one could be no ball +4. As now it's Ioana's turn to now start to get ever closer to this 50. So puts it away. So favourite shot. You've got to just try and find a way to stop her playing that shot. And I think already, if you have a look at the wagon wheel of both these batters, you know where both of them have scored most of their runs. It's been in that sort of on the 45, square leg behind square. A few that have gone towards mid-wicket.
Had a question actually from Trip, and he was asking any updates on the player that rolled her ankle. That was Sevilla Jagota in match number 2 earlier on today. Got a little bit of an update. Well, it's an interesting one.
This one, well, it doesn't bounce, so I guess you can't call it.
I think she jams it out about the time it would have bounced again. This is a real interesting one. It's does the bat come down before the ball? I think. Ooh. Let's let that go.
Yeah, let it go.
It was about a tie, wasn't it?
Don't mind
Anyway.
me. Oh, no, now this one. Well, if she hit it, it would have been all right, because she does keep something on the pitch.
Yeah, go for it.
What do you think on that rule? That's a silly rule, isn't it?
Well,
you can only hit a ball like that if you keep one foot on the pitch.
Ridiculous.
It takes all the fun away from it,
Yeah, it
really,
used to be
doesn't
fun. It happened now and then.
Yeah.
They think it's a safety thing because fielders might get in the...
Nah.
Come on. It happens once in a blue moon. Anyway, now there's like a skill to keeping your toe on the pitch. Anyway, this is a free hit, so couldn't be caught, won't be caught anyway. Down the ground, that could roll into the rope, it does. Nice straight hit from Macri. Representing, she's 35 not out. Dottimani in danger of going magical here.
Yeah, so 19 now off the over, a ball to go.
So just going back, I think that that injury to Sophia, it's not too serious, but she has been left out of this side as a precaution. Maybe we'll see her back tomorrow. She's a very important player, obviously. I think it was just one of those ones. It's a bit of a sprain, and then just you could see she was walking off, and so just slowly getting her confidence back in the air and gone. Well, there you go. There's the wicket. Dottimani is the one that gets the breakthrough. So yeah, I think they're just checking, is that a free hit or not? But I don't think it is. I think the free hit was hit down the ground for 4. So it's strange when a lot of these have been free hits, but I think this one isn't, and it is the first wicket. Well taken by DCT behind the stumps.
Yeah, well done, well done. Look at the joy. Look, doesn't matter what's happened, and Dottimani was the first to go, hooray! And she gets a wicket, gets a breakthrough. So this partnership that was worth 93 comes to an end. I said they needed something to happen. It's been a long over, hasn't it? I'm not even going to bother to try and count how many balls have been in it, but it's gone for 20.
My favourite bit there was the umpire thinking really hard about whether that was a free hit or not. It wasn't, so that's why it was out. And it takes us to the end of the 7th over. So a good innings there from Macri, but comes to an end. 93 for 1. Let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Well, more of the same, actually, except the only difference tomorrow, we start with the men. They play 3 times, the women play twice. You can join us for our final day in Czechia at 9 o'clock local, which is 7 GMT. It's 12:30 in India. Danny Hudacek will be back with me to finish our adventure. I know that you'll be en route to Romania tomorrow.
I will be. I'll be on my travels. So, okay, we're getting ready to start the 8th over. Hey, I just want to say to people, because a lot of people have liked and requested to see it one more time, that at the end of this innings and before the start of the reply that we'll see from Czechia, we will show once again the video of me in the square in Czechia.
Great.
Encouraging some of the tourists and the locals to play a little bit of cricket. So we'll put that on again so you can enjoy it. So in case you missed it first time around, look out for that.
Sensational. Yeah, I enjoyed that. We had a few different characters. That's the thing, though, here. You go into town square, you see people from all around the world, though. It's such a tourist hotspot.
It's quite amazing, it is.
So when I first came in 2021, it was so weird because with the pandemic, there were no tourists.
Yeah, I have to admit, though, there's a few people when I walked up to them with the bat, they ran the other way. I think I probably frightened them.
Well, I've got to tell you about one of my favourite quotes from Pavel Florin of Romania. Good friend of ECN, of course. He's Puja. Nicely pulled away. This is Siriotti. He's been excellent today. Partial stop. They'll just get a long single. Maria gets off the mark. No, he says, hey, when I got my cricket bat in Australia, people know I'm going to cricket. When I carry my cricket bat down the street in Romania, they think I'm on the way to a fight.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I am looking forward to seeing Pavel again. I'm sure. Did he say he'll be playing for?
He's been playing for Royal Eagles, formerly
Royal
known as
Eagles.
UNEFs. So it's not a change of club, but yeah, just a change of name.
Down the leg side, but gets hit hard, and oh well, she tries to take this on the volley. I tell you what, if she made contact with this, it would have been in the top corner, and it would have been one of the saves as that gets blasted away. And look what's happened. Leona has brought up her 50. Well done, congratulations. Look at the smile, everyone. Look at that smile. Have you seen a bigger and better smile? So it's the short deliveries, the shot she's played so well. Here's the stop attempt, which would have been a cracking volley. Look at it. Look at that wonderful moment. 50 runs, and Leona, superb. She's loved every moment of it.
Yeah, take about 50 off 26. Here's the next ball, which will be knocked away for a single. But yeah, Iona Azrapoulou, you got to say, she's going to be the face of Greek cricket for a long time to come, given the captaincy at such an early age, but she seems to handle it well. The biggest thing, she seems to be having fun out there. She's a very talented cricketer, and I think she's a great role model for all the up-and-coming Greek women as well.
Flighted and well hit, gets through one, gets through two, gets to the boundary. So that's a nice shot from Maria. That ball is still going, and well, there will be, I wonder if that's Monish, who's the ball retriever on that side, has to go and find that one. So really well hit. It just keeps going, going and going. Nice shot there from Maria.
100's up now, by the way, as well. And so first time we've seen the 100 breached. And then also the time's a little bit of a concern, I think, for Czechia. I've got 5 minutes to finish this ball and then a whole over. But yeah, Czechia haven't had too much to celebrate today. Have had their moments. They've even had opportunities here, haven't they? Only the one's been taken. Last ball, the 8th coming up.
It's a nice little shot just to place it away for a single. It's almost like Maria says, well, you've had enough time out there. You've got your half century. Let me have a few deliveries. I just wonder here, now, what would you do? I mean, Leona, she's got a 50. You got past the 100 on the board. Would you get her to come in and just get somebody else out there for the remaining 2 overs?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I would probably say she's earned the right to really throw the bat at this last 2 overs. You've still got 2 more matches tomorrow where you can do that if you like, where you can bat other players above her and she can maybe bat down the bottom 5. So I think she's earned the right to party. Oh, it's been taxed by Rachel deciding to bowl before the bat had pretty much set up. But it'll be a wide. It's Pavlichkova coming into bowl. I look at this. She's like, okay, well, if you really want me to face up, I'm ready. And I'll take the wide. I wonder she's a bit too fair saying, actually, I wasn't ready. Do you want to have that one again? But I think the wide will stand. I do say it all happens in the 9th. Off the pad, they'll just sneak through. I think for a leg bye here. Back to the Ioana show for Greece.
Yeah, she's been great. What a wonderful moment it is for the. How old did you say? She's still 16?
And I think she's 17. I think she'll be 18 soon.
All right.
I'll tell you exactly.
We'll just check this, but yeah, but still, at such an age. And that also will be 4 more. Nobody's stopping this. The thing is, though, I mean, other teams, and I probably will say, probably better teams that have been playing a little bit longer, will know where not to bowl to her. They won't be giving her these deliveries on the leg side. She's probably scored 40 of her runs in that area. They just haven't bowled well to her. They haven't been able to adjust to the left-hander. And the other thing that we haven't seen from Team Czechia is none of the bowlers, not that I say it's always the right thing to do, but none of the bowlers have tried to come around the wicket to her.
Just try and change it up.
Yeah.
It's been mostly they've just dragged everything to the left or too much to the left, and she's eaten it up, hasn't she? And again, she's saying thank you very much. Okay, got the fielder there this time who can make the stop. Good fielding down there. Yeah, just checking her age. Yeah, so she will turn 18 only in September.
Right.
So she's already leading her side. And look, since I've been here, I've seen some young captains. Aaron Vukovic was only 18, who was captaining Croatia. We've seen Turka Kolchinova, only 16, captaining Czechia. Obviously here, you've got Ioana, who's 17. I did say to Amy Valverde, oh, chance, gone. Oh, excellent fielding from Rachel this time. They want to have a look at this, but I'm sure that Siriotti's going to be caught short here, and I'm going to call it 112 for 2.
Yeah, no doubt. gone, and she's not happy. She sort of looks at the partner, Leona, not really sure what she wants. And she takes off straight away. She can't blame anybody but herself. She doesn't get there. It's out. And you can see she has a little look at Leona. She wants to say something and then probably thinks, actually, it was me who said I wanted to go. So she's, you can see that it's almost like she wanted to say something. But she thought, well, I'm the one who called it. It's all down to me. But it's great bit of fielding. Well done. So they needed something good. They needed some highlights. They are coming. It's not only did they get the win of Macri, but that's a great bit of work there from Rachel.
Team game as well. I think you get to the point that you're trying to scramble for every run possible. We're into the last over and a half. So it's a tough one for Maria to swallow, but it keeps her hungry. I'm sure she'll get another opportunity tomorrow. Yeah. She's run out. Good direct hit there from Pavlichkova. And it's 112 for 2. Yeah, I was going to say, Amy Valverde leading Gibraltar at 30 years of age. I did suggest that she was an old lady during that.
You didn't say that.
During that
I hope
series.
you didn't say that, Vinny.
I didn't say that. I said some people are saying.
Ah, okay.
They're a good bunch, though, Gibraltar, and they walked away with the trophy. They really enjoyed their night in Prague here. After they came from behind, actually. Croatia were on top of the table. Gibraltar had to beat them. They lost to them earlier. And then they had to beat Czechia by a certain amount. They did those things. Anyway, captain gets the strike back, and we'll move to 57.
Yeah, you were talking about Sophia a bit earlier, of course, who injured herself. I did get a chance to speak to her once the men's match came to an end. She was walking around fine. And she said, yeah, she twisted, as we saw on the camera, twisted her foot. The knee is fine. She said it's okay. It feels just a little sore. And she, obviously, quite rightly so, just deciding that she'll rest up today. Probably will, hopefully, be back tomorrow. And Jill said
that'd be good. Even if she
had a bit of physio on it, and it seems okay.
Even if she just plays as a bat, I know she's a bat and a bowler, but maybe they'll just give her some confidence back in a match situation. They can bowl a couple of others, but certainly that's someone they want fit and available. Some big games coming up. Rachel's come back pretty well in this over. Last ball to come.
What's happened here? Did the batters just end up on the wrong end somehow?
I thought it was over already, but it's not. So they're saying, hold on a second. You can.
Yeah, look at the time, Vinny. They've got to get this one ball in, haven't they?
They'll get an allowance for that, though.
Just don't bowl a wide.
Striker's going to the wrong end.
Don't bowl a wide.
Don't bowl a wide.
Don't bowl a wide. Yeah, that's all right.
Well, to be honest, could leave it, maybe get a 9. No, but I think they would have had extra time because the strikers, or the batters, for some reason changed hands. Probably think it was the end of the over. It wasn't, but now it is. Pavlichkova on for 20 in hit 2 and up to 9 overs. Greece are 116 for 2.
Yeah, 116 for 2. They would like to, and you'd assume they'd get to the 120. Might be even thinking more about score between the 125 and 130 if all goes to plan. It's been a hard day, hasn't it, for the women? 3 matches. I think the women from Greece, well, they're probably finding that this has been a bit of a breeze for them because they're come from temperatures where it's been in the high 30s and 40s, so they're getting a bit of a respite from the heat. But for Czechia, it's been hot, and they've been out there for 3 matches, and they've really had to work hard in the field here. So credit to them. As this one is in the gap. Will they get down and stop it? Yeah, they will. That's well done. I think this is okay. I think she touches the ball, and then that foot probably goes outside of the field of play. So
she's all right.
I think this is fine.
Rachel's been busy, hasn't she? Away from the bowling crease. His foot just slides a little bit, but I think it's fine there.
You just well done.
Gone.
Well done.
I've got to tell you about the time. It was 42 degrees, and I was playing a first grade game in Perth. Wait for a second. As that's going to come down. That's a tough one to call. It's going to be caught a no ball, and we'll have a free hit coming up. But it was 42 degrees. I came out to bat in a full sweater to establish I wasn't bothered by the heat.
I thought you were just patting yourself on the fast bowler or something, you know.
And guess what? Didn't have time to break a sweat because I remember got out for a golden duck. I think it was the last over, and someone dared me to do it. So I've come out. Is this guy serious? Anyway, free hit coming up. Time to party for the Greek skipper, 59. Batted really, really well. And she's got the immunity cloak on here. Well, it's edged, and it'll run away for at least 1. And I think she's blowing pretty hard as well now, albeit she's still a young woman, but she's been joined now by a player. I thought she bowled really well before. It's Daphne Vlachopoulou coming out at number 4. Not too long to go. Let's see if she can make a bit of an impact.
120 does come up. Still 4 balls to go in the innings. So,
it's a bit of a noise there, you know. I don't know what it was.
There was woo from Allison.
Allison
for the
heard
dot,
what I
but
heard.
it was given a wide.
I wonder if there's an edge there and no one noticed. I don't know. What am I hearing then? Starting to hear things.
Played away to the fielder that gets through one, but you can see that maybe even the likes of Luana, who would have been running 2 earlier on to those, even she's probably feeling it now. She's probably thinking, nah, I'll conserve my energy. And well, she will, of course, also be getting on strike, so she'll be quite happy to stay there and try to maybe get another 1 or 2 boundaries. 60 not out of 33. And that's up in the air, but will just be another single. So you can see what I mean about where if you keep her outside the off stump, she becomes a different player.
Got to draw her forward, got to stay off her legs. I mean, it's one thing to know the plan, another thing to have the skills to execute the plan.
Yeah.
So it's probably, I mean, the Czech team, they know kind of what they have to do. They're still struggling to make it happen.
Played away, got to make the stop, and does. I think if this gets through, it would have been a boundary. That's nicely done. Good pickup, good stop by Pooja.
So well done to Jana. She'll get one more opportunity to add to this 61, her highest score in a Greek shirt. Karen Kunha will deliver the last ball to 10 right here.
Shot, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that's a perfect end to what has been a perfect innings as Luana has batted all the way through the innings, and it's been a superb knock from the captain. 65. And, well, the other batter is walking to the other end wanting some more action. It ain't going to come. It ain't going to come. Duffin, it's done. And definitely wanted a little bit more. And he said no. And she's saying, I thought I'd get another go. But look at the smiles. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. It's worth it, you know, just to see the smiles. Terrific knock there from Luana. 65 at 35. Bats all the way through. And gets her team to 128 for 2. And you'd feel that already. That's far too many for Czechia, but I want to see Czechia really come out and fight here. We know that they've had issues with the bat on 2 occasions. They've only just managed to get into the 50s. I want to see them push themselves here now. Maybe say to themselves, well, okay, maybe we're not going to get the 128, but you know what? Let's go better than the 50. Let's try and get ourselves to a score around the 70s. Let's set ourselves a target of 75. That's what I want to see from them as we start to have a look at the highlights. But one thing you will see is far too many balls down the leg side. And one thing I want to also focus on, Vinny, here, because a lot of those balls down the leg side, Luana hits to the boundary, or well, basically, let's say she hits them. Can you imagine if she's leaving them? This innings would still be happening. We'd still be out there. There's so many balls that she hit that would have been wide. So, Czechia women, once again, one of the things they'll be looking at later today is to see how we can keep that ball outside the off. There was that error in the field where the fielder picks up the ball, but unfortunately had still 1 foot outside of the boundary rope, so 4 was given. But we saw opportunities earlier on as well. I know that Alison Mason, she had a few that came her way that she wasn't able to grasp. There were some difficult ones that went to the boundary, the leg side. Well, a few of them went to Pooja. This one, though, does get past it, goes to the boundary. But very good. We saw a really good partnership of 93 between Luana and Makri. Makri certainly played her part as well, 35 of 26.
Yeah, she played some really nice shots. I think the intent was there from Czechia. They did create a few opportunities, just weren't quite able to catch them in. We saw 17 boundaries in the innings. That's well above anything we've seen in any innings today. Eventually, there's some confusion as most of those balls were free hits. That one wasn't, and it was caught behind by Desiree Champagne-Terrell. But the carnage continued. That was a nice moment for Ioana, the Greek skipper, who brought up her half century of 26 balls. Ended up 65 not out off 35 with 11 boundaries. It's a fantastic individual effort. But I think, you know what you don't want to do. Czechia obviously maybe struggling a bit with the left-handedness of Ioana as well. Late in the piece, this was a nice bit of fielding, wasn't it, from Rachel, who picked up that one off her own bowling and got the direct hit to get Siriotti, who turned around like she'd been left at the shopping mall by her mum. Wasn't too happy. But anyway, it didn't hurt Greece too much. I think that in the end, they've got a mountain of runs on the board when you look at what Czechia have been able to do today. Czechia, even to get a point, is 90. I mean, that would be a a fantastic target, but even so, maybe they've got other targets, such as if they can get 60. They haven't got 60 today. They've scored 54 and 59 so far. So let's see how that goes. Right now, we'll look at the scorecard. And the openers score 100 between them. Ioana Ajarapoulou with 65 off 35, including 11 fours. 5 boundaries to Macri in her 35, which I thought was a pretty good innings going to the top of the order. Siriotti was 6 before she was run out. Ajarapoulou was there briefly towards the end. 20 extras. Well, actually not so bad. I think if you look at that, they had 16 in no balls and wides. So you take your point though, well, probably a lot down leg side could have been left for wides. In the end, they were whacked away by the Greek skipper. We get to Dodamani. Her over did cost 19 though. The other one was a run out. And Czechia, well, they'll kind of know where they need to go. I know it's not an easy journey, but I'm sure they'll learn a lot out of today and this series in general. 128 on the board for Greece. We'll be back with the chase in a moment. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you for the final innings of opening day. After this break, you're watching ECI Czechia.
Cricket lovers, Rico Full here. We are in Czechia. I hope you're enjoying the European Cricket Internationals happening at the moment where Greece are playing Czechia. Well, I'm in the square. I'm going to find out what the locals know about cricket.
From Milton Keynes.
From Milton Keynes, you know about cricket?
Yeah, a little bit. Not too much. Used to.
All right, then how about we hit a few balls?
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, so this is the bat. Okay. You want to hold it like this, and I'm going to throw you the ball. No. But not so hard. Hey, good stop. Nearly. One more. Hey, good hit. Okay.
From London, UK.
And what do you know about cricket?
Honestly, a little bit. My dad loves cricket. He supports Pakistan. He's been playing cricket all his life. He tried to get us to play cricket when we were young, but we all love football. And we're from UK. We love football.
Now, here you played a little bit of cricket. Would you be surprised to know that there's cricket being played in Czechia?
Yeah, a little surprised. Really, it's not really common like in Europe that much. It's more like West Indies, Pakistan, India.
My name's Amanda. I'm from Southern California.
And you're going to try some cricket now, right?
I am.
Let's do this.
Let's do it.
Nearly. We get some more. Hey, good hit. Whoa, that's gone a long way. Who's getting that one?
I'm so sorry. Joe.
Well, Joe, you got a big hit to beat there. You reckon you can do it?
I think I can.
All right, let's do it.
I'm from San Francisco.
And do you know about cricket?
Yes, I do. I played cricket all my life.
Here we go. Oh, look at that.
Nice.
Proper. Back foot now, back foot. Oh, look at this. Classy. Ah, brilliant. Oh, that's okay. That's good. Nice.
My name's Rohan. I'm from San Francisco, California.
Great to have you here, and you're going to try some cricket for us, right?
Of course. I'm going to hit a sixer.
Good start.
Netherlands. I'm also from the Netherlands.
And what are your names?
Leon. Ben.
Do you know about cricket?
No. No, I'm also...
But you want to hit a few balls?
Yes, sure.
It's not so easy, huh?
I'm Norsha, I'm from the Netherlands.
Hello, I'm Danique and I'm ook from the Netherlands.
Hold the bat like this with two hands, and when the ball comes, just try to hit it nicely. Hey, good hit! Well done. Good hit. Good.
I'm from Oman.
And what's your name?
My name is Mohammed.
Mohammed, you fancy hitting a few balls?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, I got it.
You got it?
I got it.
You sure?
Let's do it.
Here we go. Here's the first. Okay.
Wasn't a good move, bro. Make it equal to my...
Next one is a good one coming.
Please.
All right, ready?
Ready.
Okay, here.
How was it?
That was good.
Huh? Be careful, guys, okay? If you need me to sign a contract, I'm ready, okay? Thank you, European Cricket Networking, for this amazing experience in Prague. And I think you guys are going to have fun. So please, follow them. And let's go!
It was wonderful to see this magnificent city of Prague and to speak to some of the people that are here as well. But now, let's go back to the action.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Hello viewers and welcome back, and welcome back here to this amazing cricket ground. Of course, there's the Scott Page cricket field as you get ready for the reply from Czechia. They've got a lot to do here, haven't they? And if they can be restricted to 89, there's an opportunity once again for Greece to take all the points here. Czechia, they need to try and get past that to the score of 90. And I think the best thing for me would be them being positive, and I like that start there from Palmer. Just try to be aggressive from the World Cup. But we'll say with Palmer, and she was very unlucky the last time she batted. She played some wonderful shots. I think for me still, she has played the shot of the day, which is a great shot through the covers for 4. And then unfortunately after that she did give her wicket away. So let's see if she can stay there this time and put a good innings together. She's got Rachel Pavlikova with her. And let's play it away. So that's the area that she does like to play. They have got a fielder though back there. So this is some of the things that we were talking about, myself and Vinny. That good teams that have played for a while, and of course we know that Greece have played a lot of T20 internationals. They already, just the quick look that they had of Palmer already, they've already got a fielder out there too. They know that that's where she likes to go. So they already have sorted out, or if you like, put somebody out in an area where they know Palmer likes to go. Okay, Pavlikova, let's see how she starts here. And she leaves that one. It's quite interesting. She plays the shot, then comes straight back, almost like the ball hasn't been bowled. Just watch this again. So she leaves this, but watch what she does. So leaves it, and she's like already ready for the next ball. It's almost, you know what that is? I think she's been in there with the bowling machine. She's like ready for the next ball already, and she's still ready. All right, here she goes. She has got a good stance though, and nutmeg, they will run. She just literally skips over this ball. If she'd gone the other way, she would have got a wide. They do take bites. So let's see how Czechia go here. Of course, it's not going to be easy for them. It's going to be tough. There's, well, a lovely ladybird just flying into the... There we go. Well, that's an interesting looking one, right? It's taken off now again. It's a funny old shaped one, but it's gone. Up in the air once again. Just out of the reach, and it's going, gone. 4 runs. Yeah, come on, make some noise, Czechia. Make some noise. And that's 4 runs for Muncie Palmer. It is uppish. She opens the full blade of the bat, but it gets in the gap. Oh, I like that from Czechia. Yeah, come on, get behind the batters. I'm not sure what they're chanting there. I'm going to have a listen now. Just going to turn the old microphone up a bit in my headset and see if I can hear what that chant is. But I'm sure it's go Czechia, go Czechia. It sounded about a little bit like that song, the old hey Mickey, you're so fine, you blow my mind. A bit of that going on there, I think. But give it some. I like it. All right, up in the air. Probably will drop safe. So they will take another single. So Palmer hands the strike back now to Rachel. Rachel's got a fantastic stance. That's the end of the over, so we're not going to see more of her just yet. 92 matches since the golden ball. I don't think, unfortunately, we're going to get it in this match. That means that I'm not going to be around if we do get one here in Czechia. But, of course, Vinny Sandu and Danny Hudacek, who'll be back tomorrow, will have that chance. We've come close today, haven't we? We certainly came close with the men's. Gave us two pretty close matches. And we had a couple of close ones yesterday in finals days too. Okay, well, here comes Macri on the bowl. Just goes once again in front of the umpire. So Adamanti Macri also batted very well as well. And of course, she does like to roll up her sleeves, and a bit of an edge, and it's in the vortex. But does well, get something on this, does Maitro. Yeah, just have a look here at Macri. So she's certainly going to set some trends, and she look at the sleeves, they've been rolled up. It's getting plenty of sunshine there. And then also, I like the way the trousers are done. It's almost like she's about to get on a bicycle and doesn't want to get trousers caught in the pedals. I think the trousers just tucked up inside the socks. And it's swing and a miss this time from Rachel. So Rachel not quite able to get going at the moment. I think this Rachel's obviously, you can see that she's pretty, they're working on her with the batting. She's got a nice stance, so she's got a good start, good balance. She just now needs to just get her eyes in and sort of lean into those shots. She starts well, but just doesn't get the movement into the shot. That's the next thing that she needs to work on here. So once again, you see there, that one I think she'd be quite lucky to get a wide there. I don't think Macri is very happy about this, and I'm with her. I don't think this is, if we look at this again, I think this is a tight call from the umpire. And yeah, I think that's catching some of the line going through. But having said that, the umpire has spoken to Macri and said, look, you're sort of kind of running in front of me. So if you keep doing that, if there's close calls, they're going to go against you. So I want this time. No, this time I think the umpire's seen enough of it. But you can see that the umpire's really having to lean to the right. And umpires really shouldn't do that. They should try and stay pretty straight. But look, you see, he's really trying to lean to see where that ball is going. So it is difficult. But I don't think she's running in front. It's just a follow through. So it's just something the umpire has to try and contend with. And that's well struck, but to the fielder. That's unfortunate. Rachel does get one out of the bat. Hits that pretty firmly if you look at the reaction from the fielder. She's still shaking her fingers there. But can't get it past the fielder. That's Zoe. Good over so far. Just the two from it. One of them being that... oh, no. Well, we've seen something like this before, and unfortunately, this is where Rachel skips over the ball and skips the Grizzly to find it goes into the stumps. And that's unfortunate. And look, they can smile about it, but this happens sometimes, and this is a little bit of a skip over the Grizzly. Here we go. Look, here's the skip, and it's on the stumps, so that's going to be gone. But like I say, she does a lot of things right, but she's got to work on a few things. But she literally skips over the ball, and the Grizzly goes onto the stumps, so she's going to have to depart without scoring. And it's a good time to welcome back into Vinny Sandu, who skips into the cube.
Yeah, well, she's kind of got in perfect position to play it, but then you got your bat. The bat's the best form of defence.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Derek, in the end, he's frozen in time. Rachel's frozen in time, and that's going to be the first wicket down for Czechia.
I thought Derek would have been skipping around as well, but Derek doesn't want to skip. It's going to be 6 dots and out for Rachel, unfortunately. She's going to be bowled by Macri.
What happens there, people are like, well, your instinct is, I know you're wearing pads and everything, but if you're fairly new to the game, you don't want to get hit by the ball.
Yeah.
Understand it. But your bat's your best form of defence. You're holding it. You just put the bat down. I suppose it's a bit of an awareness thing. We've seen it happen a few times here. We saw it happen a few times at ECI Cup. Would have made for an interesting compilation. Anyway, this is cricket, and this is where we're at this stage. And this is going to be Daphne Vlachopoulos. I've really liked her bowling as well. She took a couple of wickets earlier on, was asked to bowl, and that's pretty much, I think she's kind of taking the spot in the bowling order of Sofia Jogota. But she's done pretty well so far. Also saw her briefly towards the end of the Greek innings with the bat. But you can just see it all comes down to accuracy, that the Greek team have been a lot better at just kind of getting the ball where they want it, and that's where it all starts from. It might have actually copped Mansi on the way back. She can't take a trick at the moment.
Mansi, what happens here? So here's the throw. I think it just caught Mansi. She's shaking it. There it is, right on the hand. Good job she's wearing her gloves. That's going to be a wide. Just goes a little bit too much down the leg side. There's Daphne. Daphne here, just watching Daphne, she could deal with just another couple of steps before bowling. If you see here, she's already at the mark. She literally just a little skip and bowls, which, okay, that's well struck. That's going to be 4 runs. What a lovely shot this is. So it's Pooja who opens her account with the boundary. So they're the boys. They're getting their steps in. That's Boldo and Marzi to making their way around. They look like they're in deep discussion about something. Come on, boys, if you want to do some exercise, you've got to go a bit quicker than that.
Really good timing, though. Yeah. Brilliant timing. And that races to the boundary. And they'll need plenty more of that. Oh, Czechia. Again, they still, I think that 90, okay, to get a point out of the day. Okay, it's looking a long way off, but hey, all starts with the smallest step. That's a good adjustment there from Daphne, who pitches that one up.
Yeah. But you see what I mean with Daphne? I think if she just gives herself another step, that just helps her get a little bit of rhythm and balance before she bowls, rather than just starting sort of pretty rigid. But I like what she's doing. Yeah, the arm's pretty straight. That's also a good delivery. No, it's not. Behave yourself. Vinny, what are we going to do? Give me something.
He's wearing a check shirt.
There's no way that's a wide. And there's no excuses for the umpire this time. You can clearly see. That's naughty.
Uh-oh. Next one's going to be one off the end of the bat. Having to hustle, they'll get a single. Yeah, well, I will say, umpires have had a long, hot day together as well. So, yeah, you can see that some of those ones have...
Well, he's trying to say to the bowler, don't get in my way. She's not in the way, umpire. Anyway, Palmer is ready to face the last ball.
Oh, no, we've got a self-shoelace tie now. It's the worst-case scenario. Palmer, she's going to eat up some more clock. Obviously not trusting any of the Greek fielders to do the job.
Takes her time. Don't forget, she did get walloped on the hand as well, so she's allowed to compose herself. Let's see if she goes once again outside the off. They've got a pretty tight field set for her this time. 1 close, 2 outside and a sweeper.
Last ball, the power play.
And it's just chipped up and caught and bowled. Great catch from Daphne. And for a moment I thought this might chip her, but she's got her eyes on it. She's got all of it, and she's skipped across and takes the catch. Palmer will depart for 8 of 9 deliveries. A lovely moment there for Daphne. A really good catch. Look, she's got a lot of work to do here. She goes right across, has to get past the non-striker, and takes the catch. Non-striker could have played a vital role there if she backed up.
Yeah, brilliant catch. I think she identified the opportunity, caught it technically very well as well, kind of over the shoulder. So she gets that wicket. Dangerous play to get as well. And 17 for 2 after 3. A disappointment for Palmer, who has to go for 8. Hey, it is last game of the day. Last game that you're here with us in Czechia, because Danny will be taking over tomorrow with me. But let's talk food chat. And we've talked a lot about Czech food. What about Greek food? Oh boy, I love it. And I'm scared that we're not allowed back in Corfu. I ate half of the island when I was there last time. What do you know about halloumi?
I love halloumi. Halloumi cheese, love it. And don't forget, I've just come from Cyprus, and it's pretty big there as well.
Yeah, of course.
Of course, don't forget in Cyprus, you have a real blend and mix of those diets. So a lot of the Greek Cypriot food is also, it's a real blend of the two cuisines.
So Gramanu coming on to bowl. This has popped up in the air. 1 bounce, chance for a wicket, but not able to hit the target. Mrs. DCT coming in, and she's facing up for the first time now to Zoe Graminu, who's kind of owned that short cover position. That's Zoe's patch there. It's very, very difficult to score in that part of the ground. Normally, I see Siriotti taking over. No, I think at the moment they've got Flatchapulu there. And that's a brilliant shot. It's going to go Tortugaing away as Des goes bang, 4 runs. What a cover drive to start her innings.
Yeah, good. I like it. And I like the way that DCT plays because she's super aggressive. That is a lovely shot. She missed out on a few of these when we saw her first time round, but she's had a few more hits since then. And that one, no mistakes. Delightful shot all along the deck and gets good reward.
Okay, so there was this place in Corfu, and it was like a hole in the wall type place.
Yeah.
And they had 2 euro gyros there. And I'm going to tell you about this place. It reminded me, I don't know if you've ever played blackjack, you just kept tapping the table if you wanted another one.
More
and we just,
coming?
yep,
Yeah.
hit me. I think we found, in the end, the sweet spot was about 6. I know Stefan Gooch was there with us, and we both are quite big eaters. We were when we were there anyway. It's a bit wide down the leg side. But yeah, if I do get the chance to go back to Corfu, and like I said, we might be covering that T10 in September. I think I better be pretty good for a few weeks beforehand, otherwise I don't think I'm fitting in my suits by the time we get to ECC.
Zoe. That's nicely bowled. I like the way that she gets really close to the stumps here before delivering.
I want to say a quick hello to Vlasti Volfova. I know she's out with injury, but cheering on her Czech teammates anyway. Also, I want to talk about Greek salad. In my opinion, one of the best of the salads.
Yeah.
Okay. Come back to that in a second as well. But do you know, in some places they say this is a Greek salad, but it'll have like lettuce in it? That's not a Greek salad. The Greek salad is cucumber, cherry tomato, olives, onion, some feta cheese.
Yeah.
Tell me if I missed something.
I don't think there's any green stuff in it, really. Is there? Olives, probably.
Yeah, cucumber, I suppose. But come on, be serious, rest of the world. Stop calling things a Greek salad. If it's got lettuce in it, it's not a Greek salad. I've said my piece. The prosecution rests. Anyway, Graminu only 7 off the over. Last ball, the 4th coming up. How good are olives, by the way? I know in Cyprus it's very big as well.
Olives are great. And just how it gets drawn into playing the shot instead of just stepping inside it. So could have got another wide. It wasn't to be. The end of the over comes. It's not the worst from Zoe. And 24 for 2 after 4.
I also want to talk about souvlaki and the many varieties, of which I think I ate most of them while I was there as well. I want to talk about tzatziki.
Yeah.
We really got to get to Greece more often. I know we haven't actually had an ECN game there since 2021. A lot of it is logistics of, I was speaking to Aslam, the Greek men's captain, like, where are you guys from? And like, we're from all around the country. So the logistics in such a big country of trying to get the player group together and to organise a series is not so easy. I know they've played some places in Athens where they basically play on a football field. They play slightly modified rules.
Yeah. Well, it's a fair bit of battle on this, and it's going to be well stopped. Excellent bit of fielding there once again from Maitro Tonaru. Does really well because this has been well hit, and she deals. What I like about the women here in both these teams, when they're fielding these balls in the deep, they're actually getting the body right behind it, and they're not just leading with that with the hands and nothing behind it. So if it gets past them, it's 4 bodies there as well. We saw some nice stops there from Puja when she was out there, and well, we've seen the same now from the Greece field as well. They're sending her back, and she has to get back in the crease. Good stop and throw. So Champagne Terrell just can't get away that one. She's only just got that one boundary to her name so far. Hasn't been able to really get another one away since then. And liking this from Maria Bavisotti. Got her hair tied up in ponytails now. Ponytail look.
I think it's a good look. Pigtails. Wish I could pull that off myself, but not so easy. That's a well-located delivery. It gets past the outside edge. What else can we talk about? Greek food, amazing. I think if you're hungry, Greek food, well, you walk into a Greek place, you're never walking out hungry.
Put it that way.
They love the yogurts as well, right?
Oh, amazing.
Yogurts
are
are supposed to be sensational. And gets back onto this to chase his on, and it will be another boundary. So dealing in boundaries at the moment is Champagne Terrell. That's her second. They've come sort of 7 balls apart, but still, she does get this away and just keeps that scoreboard ticking. As they're going at the moment a little bit behind where they want to be if they want to get a point here. You can see they need to be going around about 2 a ball to do that, which seems a little bit unrealistic the way they've started here, but still get one good partnership going. I know that Pooja herself, Shitole, can also play some good aggressive shots. So I think it's a case of the more time that you're out there, then the more opportunities present themselves. So the width is there. She'll always go after this, and this one ends up being a really good stop. Has to smother it. That's nicely done. I wonder if this carries. You couldn't quite see it from a live position. Let's see the replay. It says up in the air. And no, it doesn't. But how? Look, isn't that another good opportunity? A good example of what I'm saying? Body behind the ball, so it doesn't go to hand, but there's body there to stop it. Well done.
And that's the captain, Ioana Adrapoulou. Now, she's not keeping this innings because of fatigue from that innings. So the gloves are with Crisula Kanta. She's actually done a pretty good job so far. This is a really nice shot off the back foot, and Champagne Terrell will make it thrice through the offside. It's cuatro carreras to finish the 5th over, 33 for 2.
Yeah, well, look at the fielder here. Flying to, I don't know if she's trying to dive to stop it or she trips over, but that is a magnificent effort. It has to be said. And, well, drinks, please, as we get to the end of the 3rd over. 33, and there's the 5th over, 33 for 2. So it's better than where they've been. And remember me saying that what I like to see them do is to try and set themselves a target maybe of 70 or 75. They're certainly on for that at the moment.
And what I will say is this ground, I know it's in excellent condition at the moment, but I know they have had some problems in the past. You know, I think that those voles, they kind of dig holes, and they, I think we have those kind of issues in Malta sometimes with holes on the ground, and have seen a couple of around, but not on this playing surface. So I think it's in pretty good condition. But yeah, I thought for a second the fielder might have tripped one of those holes the way she went down. But anyway, so we've got 5 overs to go in the day. I know a few people watching the South Africa-India match, which is the World Cup T20 final. South Africa needing 177 to win, just getting going. But right here, let's see if the Czechs can get a few highlights away in the second half of their innings. So, okay, you've had a great time in Prague. You've been here for pretty much 2 weeks, week and a half. What are some of your highlights of the things you've seen? Because I know you've been out and about a little bit.
I think the plaza, where, of course, that video was shot, was amazing. You told me about the clock, and you've been able to tell me a little bit how that clock functions as well. And since you told me, I'm more intrigued about it. I just like the way that it is very cosmopolitan, I have to say. Very clean, very cosmopolitan. And I think when Danny was here, Danny said to me, Rico, the best advice I can give you is get lost. I said, beg your pardon, but I know what he meant.
It's very clever.
I know what he meant, and I did. I just said, I don't know what's over there. I'm going to go that way, and you just find so many amazing things. The only downer is that not enough time really to have spent to go and visit it, but that means it's always going to be good to come back.
It's definitely one place I know a lot of our ECN crew, I know we travel a lot, but when they're looking for someone to go, when they've got free time, a lot of them like to come to Prague, and partly because it's central location as well. I think it's
so easy to travel and get around. That's the other thing. I mean, the metro system here is just fantastic. You know, it's right opposite our base, our hotel partner, the Jua Hotel. You just literally cross the main road into the station, and it's so easy. And the trains, every time I've been, the trains are so consistent. They're within a couple of minutes. There's a train. They're clean, air conditioned. Yeah, this is what's there not to like. But I've got as far as the river. I'm a little bit disappointed I didn't go and see the castles. That's one thing that was on my list. That was the day that we had, or you had, the thunderstorm. So I had to stay at base. I wasn't able to get out and about. So, but like I say, it's something that I can do next time I come. But it's a wonderful place. I love the people. And difficult language, though.
Yes.
Difficult language. That's one
true.
thing. It's not one of those places, or some of those places where I thought, you know what? Yeah, the language. You know, sometimes I say it's very similar to French, very similar to Italian, similar to Spanish. Nah, it's not.
It's quite Slavic. It's actually pretty similar to places like Croatian and a few things like that. Obviously, Slovakian shares a lot of commonalities. But yeah, I remember the first time I came here, 2021, obviously during the pandemic years. This is nicely played over the top. That's going to be 4. Well put away by Puja, who's going to get a boundary. Yeah, Czechs flying the flag here. Again, I think that the Greeks probably need to learn from how Czechia bowled, or where they put the ball in the first half. Just shorten on the legs isn't going to work. It's an easy put away.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. Nice, clean, crisp hit off the ball. And it's a little bit like some of the shots that, of course, that were played against them, particularly by the captain.
I remember the first time I came here, what I was going to say is there'd be like an advertisement. Like most places you go, like Italy or France or Spain, and, you know, you see an advertisement and you can kind of make out what it's for.
Yeah.
I saw billboards and I'm like, is that for mobile phones or pasta? Like I had no idea because I just couldn't understand the words. But you know, Chris Pearce, who's watching, his check's very good. He's obviously been here for quite a while, and he communicates a lot with the kids. That's his way, obviously, of communicating in their own language to teach them the language of cricket too.
Yeah, well, our very own Joe Foster, when we were out the other night, I was quite impressed with his tongue. He's really very, very fluent.
Yeah, but Joe hasn't been here quite as long, but I'll tell you a funny thing about Joe. And this is the real mark, and I find this with my Spanish too, which is developing, but, you know, it's not fluent, is that so for example, when Joe goes to a restaurant and then starts to speak in Czech and orders in Czech, and they say, would you like the English menu? Or they talk back in English. Which is the most annoying thing, to be honest, if you're trying to learn.
That's got to be.
But I know Joe does very well. And Michael Lonsborough is another one. I know he's done full-on kind of genius kind of chemistry TED Talks in Czech and everything. But we didn't even get on to... I'll have to talk about him in a second, but this is the end of the over, and the score's 42 for 2 after 6. Michael did play for Vinarati the other day, picked up a wicket as well, and he was on guest comms actually during the CE Cup, and he actually got Teresa Kolchinova and her sister into cricket because they were next door neighbours, and he was playing with his kids, and then he invited them from next door, and now she's captaining the country. Turka, unfortunately, isn't available for this series, but he went into, I did press him about his professional life, and he's basically doing this groundbreaking chemistry, and he's very interested in the element boron. You know, boron, it's right next to carbon in the periodic table. This gives a bit of pad, some indecision. Well, they will get through for a leg bye in the end. But my favourite comment was from Dave B. And Michael, let's say he was a pretty deep dive into it during one of the tactical timeouts. Dave said, well, this is a pretty boron conversation.
That's good for Dave.
Still one of his best.
That's good for you, Dave. I know Dave's been lurking. He might have gone to do his session now, actually. I know he was doing a bit of a jam session today, having a go. And, well, the batter, Puja, just had to change up a gear there. She thought she was going to get in there easy, but it's not to be.
But what I will say with Michael's work, that makes it quite interesting. I'm a bit of a nerd at heart, right? Pretty well bowled, but also pretty well hit. They've got the old sleeveless McGee out there. That's Macri, who's had a good day. And almost gives away an overthrow. But what's interesting about Michael's work, without getting too technical, he creates chemicals that don't exist in nature. So by just smashing things together. So he creates things that wouldn't otherwise exist.
Okay.
Which I think is pretty interesting.
Yeah.
I've lost you already.
Could that not be pretty dangerous as well, though, you know?
Yeah, probably. Especially it's not his first language that he's working in. No, I think it's fairly controlled.
Can you imagine if you're his friend or you're living with him? Hey, watch this or try this. Well, what is it? I don't know, but try it. Look what it does.
They have a fair idea what they should do.
Yeah.
But maybe just they haven't. We're talking about a few molecules and whatnot. Boron hydrides. I have deep dived into it a little bit now. Daphne with the ball, swing and a miss. I think that's over the line. I don't think that's a wide. Good call by the ump.
Yeah, can they get to? I said, I would be, like I said, challenging them to get to 75. That my challenge would have been after getting 2 scores in the 50s. That one, yeah, this is unfortunate. This is where Champagne Terrell, she just needs to step. She's not a leg side player. She's not like Pooja who can play that shot. Step across, let it go for a wide, get it bowled again. There's a couple of times, if not 3 times in that over, that she's wasted those wides. So little things like that she's got to learn. And the shots, her shots are the offside. They're the ones she's got to try and muscle to the boundary. This is what's, of course, coming up tomorrow. I won't be here. I'll be on my travels by the time that first match starts. But, of course, Danny Hudacek and Vinny Sandu will be talking you through the action tomorrow. We've got 3 matches from the men now, of course. Greece have to really win the first 2 to keep the series alive. And, well, this one here, though, it almost looks like that tomorrow for the women could be where Greece themselves could really change things up and get a few more other players involved. This could be out, you know, it's pretty full.
It's just down the leg side.
Just down the leg? I don't know. I'd like to see it again. It sort of hits a... Have a look at this. Where does it hit? Yeah, just outside.
You've had a worse one today, though, to be fair.
No,
with the LBWs.
Me?
The one where she got called for a new bat because it took a splinter off it earlier on.
Yeah,
That's
it is
okay.
true.
That happens. Happens to all of us sometimes.
But that's when I was back in good fielding. I was back in the bowler there to try and get her a wicket and stop bowling the wides and no balls. It did the trick.
While we're doing kind of food and drink chat, I got to say, I had my dumplings last night. There's one of my favourite places here. It's called Dim Sum Spot, and there's 3 locations. And let's just say I'm averaging in the mid-30s, not on the cricket field, but on the dumplings field. This is reasonably high. It's being called. And so that'll be no ball +1. Will be re-bowled and a free hit to come. A chance for Pooja to cash in. But then I did catch up with Danny at this place called Beer Geek on the way home. Beer Geek. And it's, you know, they experiment with all sorts of different things. I think there's like 30 or 40 different types of beers there. It's very, very cool. It's one of Danny's favourites in his area. It's in Vinarati, of course. We saw Vinarati in the European Cricket Series. Here's the free hit for Pooja. Unfortunately not able to cash it in. But Danny, let's just say he was pretty relieved because he misread the roster. He thought he was working today. And he had the look of someone that was saying, you know, Vinny, I might have... My Friday lunch might have gotten out of control. I said, relax, Danny, you're not on to tomorrow. He said, what, I'm not? So that works out pretty well.
You should have only told him when he got here. That would have been
I was
better.
running late and I agreed I'd meet him for one. He said, you know what, I don't think I can hang on. I said, hang on, I'll be there for a second.
That's it down the ground. Pooja will once again take the singles. I like that. So she gets another one here. So let's see if Champagne Terrell can get the ball that she likes outside the off. She's played some nice shots outside there. She's 16 of 18. It's not a bad strike rate at all from these 2. The 50 comes up as well, so well done. So can she go a big shot outside the off? And, well, gets good bat on it. And she wants the run. Pooja, unfortunately, is watching the fielders do the fielding rather than watching a partner. And now they will run. So, well, at least he's watched enough to take the overthrow, so they will eventually get a single.
Yeah, so remember, secondary target was 90. I suppose tertiary target for Czechia would be 60, which they haven't been able to reach today. Yeah, she just ball watches here, takes her eye off her partner, and that's what created it originally. But Greece, I suppose in the spirit of giving, have given away an overthrow. Just a tough one for the backup keeper. Anyway, back to live action here. Still a ball to go on this over then. And this is skied, and the bowler wants it, and she'll take the catch. They have caught pretty well here, Greece, haven't they? Hans Ciotti breaking through for a wicket off hit her last ball. I think the high five's gone wrong there. We'll have to get this on the replay, but we might have had an eye poke. We'll get back to you on that, but it's 51 for 3.
A great catch, though, first of all, for Maria Vivasotti. She gets the corner bowl. Wonderfully well taken. So that's a good catch because it's away from her body. Now let's see the celebrations. That's good.
The next one comes up, goes on her blind side, and oh yeah, I think there's eye. That's Zoe coming in. She's rubbing her eye, but I think she got the better of the exchange. How did you read that?
It's a good moment, I suppose. She does get the wicket, but she might have got a bit more than she bargained for in the celebrations. Another wicket does forward. It comes right at the end of that, the 8th over. So well done, well bowled to Maria. And that means it's another wicket goes down here. But Pooja will depart, like a little knock. Gets to a 17 off 15, and so she's getting, you can see, better all the time.
One of those famous high fives gone wrong was actually, I think it's James Faulkner and Brad Haddon playing for Australia. And it was an eye poke. Haddon, the keeper, had to be replaced.
Didn't we have one at the Carlton Oval? That was good. And I was trying to think which one it was.
My favourite is still the Swedish keeper, Joti, who threw the ball up and it hit him in his own head when he ran into the huddle. And of all the people in the huddle, it hit him. That was, remember that?
That was classic.
That was good.
But the one I'm thinking of was a fist bump that went wrong, and he punched him right in the grill.
Oh no, yeah, I know the one you're talking about. That's pretty well bowled. That was the French batters batting together, and yeah, he thought his glove punching him, but he turned his head and he just basically rocked him in the head and walked off.
Yes, exactly. Yeah,
that was amazing. That's definitely worth looking up tonight. Anyway, this is Macri coming back, trying to close things out. Good areas. They've just been better.
They might have left it a bit late, and that's going to be out. And that's a shame, because there was definitely a run. Well done to the standing keeper, by the way, to Kanta. But there's definitely a run on here. But you can see the striker saying, come on, come on. And in the end, DCT decides, well, I better go. See, look, she's just watching, doesn't want to go. Then by the time she starts, it's an easy target to hit. Nicely done. Once again, with the gloves on, so no throwing the gloves around anywhere. Just a direct hit, and that's going to be out. So that's unfortunate. The two batters that were instrumental in getting a good partnership together for getting Czechia to the 50 mark have both departed now. So that is going to be the end of DCT. She'll go for 18 of 21.
Yeah, it's a good contribution. And she'll be replaced out there by Dodamani. Yeah, I just think she didn't get a good jump on it. I think that you need to be looking. She was kind of obscured by the batter and the keeper, though. That's why Josephine is saying, hey, you know, there's a run there if you wanted it. But I suppose all that time thinking cost her the ability to get in. So 52 for 4. Can they get to this 60? I mean, 60 would show at least, you know, there's been improvement in the batting every game.
Yeah, I hope so. I really do hope so. I think they've shown a lot of improvement. And there was a nice little partnership there. Partnerships, we always say, is everything. Now let's hope that these two, I think she's clobbered this back onto her own stumps. And, well, they're still, what's going on here? Have they not realised? Have we missed something? That's out. That's out bowled. And unfortunately, Dodamani is going to go for a golden. And she's not very happy. And she's saying, but I hit it. She's getting some comfort. The umpire is saying, I'm sorry, you have to go. She's probably, Dodamani is saying, give me one more chance. Just say I didn't see that one. Give me another chance. But I hit it, she's saying. But I hit it. Unfortunately, she hits it onto her stumps. And
the fact she looks back at the stumps and then is still keen to take her a single is pretty, you got to have guts. You got to sell it. And she was just pretty keen to take off. I mean, I wouldn't be using one of my reviews on that one, but I think the Greeks, they realised what had happened. They heard the death rattle. So, unfortunately, it's Golden Derek time.
Yeah.
And Czechia lose the fifth, 52 for 5. Well bowled, though, for Macri in the first place. Got it in a dangerous spot.
There she goes. So, going to be a golden duck, unfortunately, for Dodamani. New batter will come out in for a team hat-trick. So, we've had a run out, and we've had that one. So, team hat-trick, and it is Adamantia Macri who's doing the bowling. Sleeves rolled up.
Sleeves up,
just
trousers up.
Having a discussion with the umpire about something. She goes to the umpire and said, hey, she's seen something out the corner of the eye. I don't know what she's seen. And the umpire probably says, no, it's okay. Don't worry.
Asking for some good dinner places, maybe.
Okay, bat on ball. Could be another possibility. Should be out, will be out. It's going to be a team hat-trick, I believe. And the umpire, I don't think, has made a decision as yet, or has he? Well, the batter's walking.
Yeah.
So there will be, this is a team hat-trick. That's also the end of the over. It will finish with another wicket.
Look at the back flick here. Look at the back flick from Zoe. Sensational work. And she owns that patch. She knows every blade of grass, and she knows the value of a quick release here. Quick release. to the bowler. New didn't have to go direct, and it was also pretty well done by Macri to get back there. So Golden Derrick will be reactivated. And look, Czechia, you can't really blame them here. They've got the wickets in hand. They're running out of balls, trying to advance this score, but they find themselves 52 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, something they've got to work on. Remember, I think in that last match, there was something like 4 run-outs there when they were going pretty well, especially after this first 2 overs. They were on something like 25 without loss, and they lost 2 wickets within a couple of balls. Both openers run out. They've got to really decide, right, okay, who takes the lead of the call? We don't just start running. We've got to make a call on it, right? Somebody's got to say yes. And if it's not on, don't be afraid to say no. Yeah, that's the other thing. Don't be afraid to say no.
It's a really tough one. I'll come back to in a second. Is Sirioti is going to get the last over of the day. Starts well. And a dot ball. Here's Mason facing up. So this is one of my tips for emerging teams in the ECI-Ws. I think if there's not at least 2 run-outs in an innings, you're not trying for enough runs. So what I mean by that is you need to understand that run-outs will happen, but you just want them to be kind of acceptable run-outs where there was a perfect piece of fielding that got you. But what you don't want is hesitation and a miscommunication that's causing run-outs. And I still think that they could probably do, like here, Josephine, she's backing up a little bit. She can probably afford to do a little bit more. The other thing is, when you've got a certain fielder like Zoe, she owns that. That's suicide if you're running to her. We say, look, we're looking to run, but, be careful of number 15 in that position. If you hit to her, it might call a big no. It's up to the striker to take charge for those in front of the wicket decisions. A big no, to yell it out if you don't want to go, or a big wait, just so that the non-striker can kind of stop their momentum and not overcommit. So I know it's quite a lot. But this is a brilliant shot, although it might carry. It does actually carry out there. That's Tornado who hands it off. But that would have been a sensational catch. I think Greece, out of the 2 teams, they have caught better. I think that's also been a pretty big influence on how today's gone. Yeah, this is, it's a catching opportunity, but it also is for run save because it actually is away from the body, so it's not like it's going to it. So she saves a boundary there, so keeping the score in the 50s so far. And they'll go here again. That's a nice looking shot. So that is Josephine now gets off the mark. Well done. That was a really good shot from Josephine. This is sometimes some batters look better with a bit of pace on the ball. See here, she's still young, Josephine. It's a proper shot. It uses the pace. Beats Zoe. Not much has beaten Zoe in that position today. She's off the mark. Going full straight, perfect delivery. And that would have got many a batter out. There's nothing wrong with that. You're bowling this late on when, of course, the Czechia women are trying to get as many runs as they can to try and get into that 60 score. But that's full and straight. That's a great delivery. And there should be no shame for Alison to get out to a ball like that. It's a beautiful delivery. Look where that is going on the pitch. It's a perfect Yorker. Stumps go down, chuck their foot there. Well bowled. Yeah, excellent. Bowling at any time of day to any batter, really. That would have got a lot of batters out. And so Mason joins the queue. And 1 ball to go in the day, 54 for 7. Mason did get a run, though, at least to her name, so she avoids getting chased off by Derek. Here comes Pratibha Chowdhury to face the last ball of the day. She did get some batting time in earlier. Let's see if she can score off the last ball of the day here. And she's out first ball. It's full and straight. I like the way she got out there and she practiced. If it comes straight, I'm going to play this shot. But unfortunately, she did play that defensive shot. But unfortunately, along the wrong line. And just have a look at the fall of wickets there that have fallen and the amount of runs. I mean, it's Greece. At one point, it looked like they were going to allow Czechia to get to that 60, maybe 65 mark. But wickets just fell. And they fell, and look at that, they were 51 for 3, and then look what happened. They lost 6 wickets for 3 there in the last 13 balls. So that can happen, but they still didn't get bowled out, did they? This is the point. They use all their batting resources, so there's a lot to learn. Again, they get grounded in the 50s 3 games in a row there, Czechia. Greece, I think you've got to give them credit. They went out there. They've obviously been training pretty hard. They've played a bit longer in the international game than Czechia. That's the thing. Czechia only played their first T20Is last month, or earlier this month, actually.
Yeah.
And Greece have been playing for over a year. But even though it's their first T10 matches, they kind of put that into good use, and they are 3-0 up in the series. We know that they will win this ECI trophy. Now, though, these teams will play twice tomorrow. You can see that there. They'll play in the second and fourth matches. The men, well, that series is still alive as well. Greece so close to making it 1-1, only one run away. But that series is alive. Join us 7 a.m. tomorrow. That's GMT, 9 o'clock in Central Europe, 12:30 in India for the exciting conclusion of our adventures here in Prague, Czechia. Were some shining moments, I suppose, from Czechia, but a bit too few and far between as Greece dominant on day one of this ECI-W.
Yeah, I mean, that was unfortunate, wasn't it? You can see that's where and more time needed out in the crease. He looks good. She's got good shape. But, of course, still a little bit concerned maybe about the ball hitting her, even though she's got the protection. That's really sometimes happens when somebody's gone from softball to playing hard ball. There's still mind games to get over. So she skips over it, gets bowled. But I like the way that they came back. So even though they lost those wickets early, I mean, that was a tremendous shot to start off with for DCT. Played it beautifully. She would end up scoring 18 or 21 to get a good partnership together there with Pooja, who also played some really nice shots. So that's the encouraging signs. So they've got that. But then I think the other batters have to obviously, I mean, that was a beautiful shot. She just timed it to perfection and gets 4 runs. That's Pooja. Those two were batting well at the time. But it's the way that they get out as well. That's the thing. So when you get a good partnership going, we saw Pooja. She gets caught and bowled by Maria. It was a good bit of work. You can't fault her for it. But then it's the run out really of DCT. You shouldn't be getting run out when you're the set batter. This is what we were talking about. You should be prepared, especially when you're the set batter, to be saying, no, I'm not taking it. That was a caught and bowled. And this was the one here. You see, she's sort of been coaxed into going for the run. She's never going to get there. And that's where she's got to stand there before the striker moves out the crease and say, no, stay there. It's almost like in her mind she's feeling, oh, yeah, I have to run. I should go for it. And she gets out. And that was then when these wickets started to fall. And, it's unfortunate. But one thing, as you quite rightly say, Vinny, they still, even though they took those chances, they still don't get bowled out. 8 wickets down, but once again, stuck in the 50s.
It'll be at 12 on the shelf for the Greek side today. Comprehensive wins. And just Zoe, it's just been brilliant in that position. Still something that I don't think Czechia really were able to replicate, partly because I think the Greek batters were making better contact and kind of forced them back. But yeah, I think that's something they need to work on tomorrow. Then it was time to clean up towards the end. 6 wickets for just 3 in the last couple of overs. And yeah, it's just one of those days. Again, it's a development thing. But Greece, I mean, they've certainly impressed us with their ability here. I mean, it started as a 50-50 at the start of the day, if you remember, but obviously they've cleaned up and taken care of the series on day one, although I'm sure they're pretty keen to impress on day 2 as well. But what I think also from Greece, they've got the luxury now of being able to experiment a bit more. I think with the series in bed, I think there are certain players that I didn't really see with the bat or the ball today, so maybe they could be given a bit more of an opportunity tomorrow.
Yeah.
Still two more matches between these teams.
Yeah, I agree with that. But one thing I will say about Greece and, Czechia, they're a team in that developmental stage. They'll get better and they will learn so much from Greece. Because I remember seeing Greece in Romania and I could see just how much they've grown from there, and they've grown by playing a lot more cricket. But Greece, seeing them out there in the middle, they're just full of energy. They're very athletic. They're very young. And, the signs for them in the next, year to 18 months is brilliant. They are looking a really good team, and I like the way that they play the game. They play with energy. They're always smiling. They're having fun. They're enjoying what they do, and that's so key. If you enjoy being out there, if you enjoy playing, you're going to play well.
Yeah, I was going to say the DCT with 18 top scored and Pooja with 17, the only Czech batters to reach double figures. I was impressed with the bowling effort as a group. And Vlachopoulos really stepped up when they had that injury earlier in the day. I think Vervesiotti likewise. 2 for 8 for Siriotti, 2 for 3 Macri. I think had a brilliant day. Wicket for Daphne in there. Gramanu didn't do too much wrong. Vervesiotti with 1 for 14. But have a look at the extras, and there's one key difference. In that whole 10 overs, we just had 6 wides and a no ball. In fact, the total extras was under 10, and that really gave Czechia no oxygen to work with in that innings.
Yeah, and remember I said the one thing you had to work on in the last match, I think they gave if my memory serves me right, 33 in extras. They gave Czechia 33 of those runs. And I said then, the one thing they need to work on, and I know that that's what good teams do, they'll highlight it, say, right, okay, we've done well here, but look, hey, girls, we've got to work on these extras. That's marvellous, because otherwise they were going to get to that 70, weren't they?
That's one thing, though. Bowling is something you can practice. You don't even need a partner. Unlike batting, right? You can just bowl and bowl and bowl and bowl. You don't even need a pitch, but just to have enough space to go replicate that action, get the ball going where you want it, lengthwise, line-wise, and that's something certainly that individuals can work on. So congratulations to Greece for picking up this ECI-W already. They've got the flag out. They're pretty excited. We will see them tomorrow with 2 more matches. The men's series is 2-0 to Czechia at the moment, but Greece, they certainly have the players to sweep the men tomorrow and maybe still take both of these trophies back to Greece. That's coming up tomorrow, 7 a.m. GMT, which is 9 o'clock in Central Europe, and 12:30 in India. Well, Rico, I want to say to you, big thank you. I'm so glad you could make it to Prague. We've been trying to get you here for a couple of years now. Finally, we made it happen. And, well, I'll miss you because I don't think we're back together for about a month or so because we're all over the place, aren't we, at the moment? It's a really, really busy summer. But I hope you have a great time in Romania and Bulgaria as well. And I'm sure we'll cross paths again, probably at the start of the Rome series.
I think we'll be there in Italy together. We'll have plenty to talk about, maybe over a carbonara and some very good Italian red wine.
Don't even get me started because it's been a big summer. And I know from my attempt at wicket keeping yesterday that I've got a little bit more conditioning to do before I can get back out there. But Danny Hudacek will be back tomorrow to take you through the last day. I'll be here, of course, as well. On behalf of the Blue Crew, everyone here, all the players, so great to see so many familiar faces. Bit of a Czech all-star team from the ECS, wasn't it, that got the job done, but only just against Greece. But with these 4 teams, we'll be back tomorrow, and so will we here on ECN. Stay happy, stay safe. Don't forget to like this video if you're watching on YouTube, to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Over 406,000 people have. Also our social media at European Cricket and our website, europeancricket.com. You can even check out Romania a couple of days in advance. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo, with Rico Full. I'm back with Danny tomorrow, but enjoy your Saturday night. Don't get fighting. Get back here tomorrow for the exciting conclusion of this ECI. For now, it's hasta mañana.
Ciao, ciao.